This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Nice bounce back for the Washington Commanders, downing the Las Vegas Raiders 41-24. Marcus Mariota replacing the injured Jaden Daniels, 207 yards passing, a touchdown run, a touchdown pass. Jeremy Nichols had a 60-yard touchdown run. Jalen Lane, a 90-yard punt return. Head coach Dan Quinn, what this win says without Daniels.
I think it speaks to the entire team. We talk even some of the guys who played who didn't last week. There were maybe close to 7 players who played today or maybe played against Green Bay and didn't play tonight at tight end and receiver and running back and quarterback, and it does speak to the team.
Kansas City beat the New York Giants 22-9. Tonight's Monday night matchup, Lions-Ravens at 8:15. Chargers running back Najee Harris, Achilles injury. He's out for the year. Cardinals running back James Conner, also severe ankle injury. Nationals put a dent in the Mets' run for the playoffs, 3-2. 2 incredible catches from Jacob Young.
Now Urban delivers. Breaking ball hit in the air to center field. Young going back, way back to the warning track at the wall. He leaps, and he can't make the play. Or did he? He took it out of the air. Out is the call.
Tonight it's in Atlanta against the Braves, the final road series of the year. Mackenzie Gore to the hill. You can hear play-by-play at 7:15 p.m. Sonny Milano, 2 goals. Capitals beat the Bruins 5-2 preseason hockey. They'll take on the Flyers Thursday night. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Will I be so blind? Concubines.
He's 3 for 6 on the year.
He is?
Boo to Crystal City. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, and your Washington Commanders are 2-1.
Yeah.
Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
Man, I am feeling good, man. Got me a 10-mile ride in this morning. Walked 2 miles. I'm ready to rock.
A lot easier to walk and ride and get it all going after a straight-up ass-kicking yesterday.
You're right about that, Jay. They balled, man. I'm serious. They balled yesterday. And say what you want about who they're playing, but they have to come out and be dominant like that. And I think when the big guys play like they did, the little guys can go out there and just, they can prosper.
Listen, man, it was midway through the second quarter when Vegas had their best drive of the game, really their only drive until straight garbage time.
Uh-huh.
Midway through the second quarter, 9-play, 80-yard drive to tie it up 10-10. And you could feel it in the stadium like, dude, Washington is dominating this game and somehow it's tied. And it's an easy, you point to Mariota's fumble and then the missed field goal and then a couple penalties here and there, and you're like, that's how you let bad teams stick around.
Yeah.
That's how you kind of just let a game slip out of your hands.
Yep.
And what happened from there? Big plays.
Pedal to the metal, baby.
Jeremy McNichols busts a 60-yard touchdown run. He must have broke 4 or 5 tackles.
Bruh. I talked to that kid. I told you last week I talked with him. I was at the kickoff of the girls flag football league.
Yeah.
And he was like, yo, man, B, I've been in the league 9 years now, bro. He said, I just have a comfort level. And yesterday, see, like, that was a 9-year guy. Because they hit him. Nobody ever hit his legs. Everybody kept just hitting him up top like he's going to just go down. And when he jumped out the outside, I didn't know he had that type of speed, though.
It was really poor tackling from the Raiders, but he deserves all the credit.
Hell yeah.
Because he just ran through it and then hit the burners. So that makes it 17-10. The game started. What really stands out to me, Brian, explosive plays, from all levels and just complimentary football.
Yeah.
Because special teams, the first play of the game,
Yes.
Debo almost house calls that kickoff return.
Debo.
He goes 70, and I loved what Washington did, the way Cliff called it. 5 straight runs. It's 4 straight runs, then they call a pass. Mariota calls his own number, 7-0. That was like the exact shot out of a cannon start this team needed.
Yeah, they need that. And listen, the thing I just love looking at, you see the guys out there that have a little veteran thing. Like, you hear we talk about the old guys. Old guys can play. Von Miller got his sack. I think Dorrance could have had another 1 or 2. Just the young buck stood up. Connerly had problems week before last. He stood up yesterday. Hit the one hole, but overall he was in their lap and he was sitting there.
I thought they had a really good plan with Crosby. They gave him help. They ran on that first drive.
They ran at him.
So we know Bates is out. What are you going to do with Bates out? They just put 3 tight ends on the field. They were in 13 a lot. They were able to run the ball downhill, establish that right away. DQ makes a big decision to.
Well, we got to just applaud DQ. He took the hardest hit of anybody on the field, and he got up. He got up and kept. I texted him last night. I said, Coach, you all right? He said, I might be, Mitch. Got to keep going.
Well, dude, for a coach that talks about resilience and perseverance and you get knocked down, and it's not about getting knocked down, it's about how you get back up.
Oh, yeah.
It's hard for that not to be a rallying point. And Bobby Wagner told a story last night in the locker room that DQ was legit getting tended to medically.
Yeah.
And so Bobby was about to address the team. So people think like halftime's only 12 minutes or something now? And the bulk of that time is medical equipment and adjustments.
Yeah.
There's only like a real speech is like 2 minutes. Like there's not a lot of time.
It may not be 2 minutes. It may be about 20, 30 seconds.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it's not a ton of time for that. And when DQ came out from medical, and I mean you could just see his face is busted up.
Uh-huh.
And all the players were like, he gave us a hell of a speech. Can't say what he said on TV, but he gave us a hell of a speech.
Hey, I can imagine.
Totally.
He just all he wrote, like he wrote it. I was like, I said, "You okay?" He just put sometimes LOL.
So you come out of halftime, and I really want to just let you talk on this one. Like as it happened, I was so excited for you because I know you've developed a relationship with the young man. Vegas punts. Jalen Lane at his own 10, 90-yard house call.
Yeah. Listen, the way he caught it where you could see first step upfield. And the one thing I've been talking about and I said about my return game as well, you take that first step upfield, those guys that are coming down, they begin to slow down and coast because they're affected. If you keep going backwards or sideways, they never break stride. And if they don't break stride, what happens? Most coaches teach trail techniques. So your guy's trailing him, and they're going to keep chasing. When you start upfield, they slow down. Now they can get on those blocks. You watch him when he started getting into where the bulk of the people were, guys' bodies were on bodies. And when he got out to the little punter, the punter was done. He legit 4.38.
Yeah, the speed's
and
real.
He can fly. Then I told Rock Cartwright earlier, I said, bro, he's been close. He's going to get one. And Rock hit me after he broke that, was like, B. Mitch, you called it. I thought he almost came out the other one. So I texted him last night. I said, great run. I said, but I thought you almost came out the other one too. He said, yeah, I did. So, it's like you keep hitting it. And what happens in that, you keep hitting it like he's hitting it, the blocking gets more confident, In practice, you start doing it.
Everybody's looking at
in practice, what I would do is go 30, 40 yards, full speed. So when you got into the game, if they can be blocking and get you to that 30, 40-yard point, you should be able to go the rest of the way. And I was thoroughly impressed with the special team. The return game yesterday, say like that.
I mean, that play was electric. McNichols' play was electric.
Yeah.
Debo's first kickoff return was electric. When you get big plays like that, it completely changed the game. then the way the defense played, they had 5 sacks. To your point, could have been more. Bobby got 2 sacks. Dorrance was really good throughout the game. Like, his final stat line will read 5 tackles, 1 sack, but he was really good throughout the game.
Pressuring. He affected the game. I just think one of those that's a situation where
I thought Kinlaw was really good.
Yeah, it's like when you get in the game every once in a while, Jay, you know the guy in front of you can't handle you. And you know what you tell Coach? Coach, I'm just going to whip his ass all day. I understand you calling some different stuff. I'm going to the quarterback. And Dorrance was getting there all damn day long. And a couple but a couple of sacks that they missed, you miss Geno, then he just gets out and he makes a damn good play, good pass play. I think they got to just learn more about slowing up right at that point of attack, because if you go in full speed, the offensive lineman not going to stop following you. He's going to just push the past the guy. If they slow up a little more, you get a block in the back, whatever, but you can get the damn quarterback.
I thought Mariota was really good yesterday.
He was.
He finished the game 15-21 for 207 with a touchdown. Had another 40 on the ground. Did have the fumble. He's just trying to make a play. Like, there are turnovers that are dumb and boneheaded. Then there's just guys trying to make plays. Like, I'm not going to kill him for that. Especially,
I told you, it's when you make those bad plays. He made it early.
Yeah,
he was able to come back from that. If he had done that late on a drive that could secure a game, then that'd have been a problem. So he did it early. He was able to bounce back from it.
Think about the young guys that got involved last night, and really
Luke.
Yeah, how about Luke?
Luke got in the end zone, baby.
Just a really nice route, and then he showed that speed to the corner. I was happy for Luke because there's a real disconnect in how coaches talk about Luke and how fans have talked about Luke. And I understand the production hasn't been there, the actual productivity on the field statistically. So you're just happy for him. And then you see Terry run over again. Terry is the godfather of this at this point, of going to get the actual ball for Luke. There's some cool, let's be real. After the way things,
I thought Terry was in. When you go back and look at it, when he lays out, that knee never touches the ground, and the shin is on top of the other guy's arm. I hate the fact that they didn't give that to him.
You'd like to just let him get the damn touchdown.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
and that's another explosive play. When this offense is at its best, you get explosives.
Yeah.
I mean, you had McCaffrey scored on a 43-yard touchdown. McLaurin had a 56-yard catch, which if it was
60-yard return by Debo, a 90-yard touchdown by Lane.
With Debo, just you would understand this today. 24 hours later, are you really excited by the return, or are you pissed that you didn't get to house call it?
You probably be pissed that you didn't house call it, but he's excited about the return. But everybody kept asking me, B-Mitch, because you didn't hear much from him after the return. I say, well, it's early in the year, and he did lose 20 pounds. He may not be in the complete shape that he is, because normally you go to the house, you don't have much left unless you're in tip-top shape. And you saw Jalen was ready to rock again.
Oh, yeah.
So he was like, so they started asking me in Santana, did we ever have 2 in a game? And I was like, well, I had one in New Orleans where I went for 100 and they called it back. And then later on, a punt return, just a few minutes later, I went 74 on him. So, I was ready to kick it then. But Debo, he's going to wonder, he's going to look at what move he could have given somebody. If he stayed outside, I think he could have gone on in there.
Yeah, he kind of cut it back in.
Yeah.
Lane finished the game 5 returns for 127 yards, averaged 25 a pop. Now, obviously, some of that is going to be skewed by a 90-yarder, but he's been really good. When they drafted him, we both said they've addressed punt return, and that's been a hole for this organization. Debo and Luke had a nice return. He had
one time they had Jalen Lane back on kickoff return too, late on in the game.
Probably,
and they kicked it to Luke. That's when Luke had the long one.
Right.
So those two, I think, could be. Debo being a guy who runs a lot of offense, those two back there could be deadly. Believe me, Luke and Jalen.
Totally. It was a true team win. Got to really compliment the defense. The stats get a little skewed because it was 34-10 in the fourth quarter, and then the Raiders got a couple scores, pretty much junk time at that point. When they cut it to 10 in the fourth quarter, that's when Luke hit the one just to lock this thing up and make it 41-24. But Washington's defense at various points in this game, it was pretty dominant. At one point in the second half, I believe, Washington had more return yards than Vegas had total yards. Think about that.
Wow.
I mean, that's pretty crazy. Just the amount of highlight level plays were really enjoyable in that game. I think DQ, his mindset and attitude is just so. It's just such a. We will take on any punch, and then to actually
he has a militaristic mindset.
Just to get rocked like that and not. He didn't want to entertain it whatsoever. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like he eventually laughed about it a little bit, but it was a different.
Yeah, when he went back, I saw that head whipped and hit that. I was like, "Ooh, that's gonna be a problem."
Yeah, dude, he got wrecked. So Matt Gay, how about Vegas at the end of the first half? So Dan Quinn takes the big hit, right? And I think everybody was kind of worried about him. They run Matt Gay out there for the field goal. He kicks it, but Vegas took the timeout to ice him.
Mm-hmm.
He missed that one. Then he made the next one. He really needed that.
Oh, he needed it bad.
And they remain confident in him. So that's how I wouldn't expect, you know what I mean? I wouldn't expect much competition, any of that this week. But the vibes in that
He's going to have
stadium,
to get more consistent, though. He's going to have to start knocking them down. Don't have a miss, because that's troubling.
Dude, they missed. He kicked a kickoff out of bounds. That can't happen.
Yeah,
that just cannot happen. So there's definitely some pressure on Gay. I think the other kind of concerning stuff coming out of there is more injuries piling up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the Terry situation. You don't know what's up there. It was interesting when players get injured. A lot of times they don't talk to the media. Usually that's like head injury stuff, or if it's like a significant injury. But Terry didn't talk yesterday. He was out of there pretty quick. That could mean nothing. Could mean his in-laws were in town. Whatever. Like he might have just wanted to get out of there. We did not get to talk to Terry to ask him about the quad.
Mm-hmm.
The Will Harris thing is concerning. Rappaport saying it's a broken bone in his leg. That's a legit concern.
Yeah.
I don't think Rapp's incorrect on that. I don't think he would report it. Harris has been good for them. There's a lot going on
that comes down to which bone, because like some bones you can be back in some weeks. Some of them you're not.
Yeah, I'm trying to find exactly what I want to say. He said fibula. Don't quote me on that. I Googled Harris, and all I got was Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. So let me try. Let me try Will Harris. I believe he said fibula, but let me. Yeah, so Rap Sheet said fibula. Which one is that?
That's the smaller one.
Is that the front?
No, that's the one that's kind of like the side part.
So from the knee,
the bigger one is the tibia.
Okay, knee down to the foot, right?
That's the tibia.
Okay.
The fibula is the one that's attached a little bit on the backside. I believe.
Sounds like that's at least 6-8 weeks.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you could be back on the field like 6-7.
Well, lot to monitor, but the vibes.
That's the one T.O. played with.
Oh wow, the vibes were incredibly high yesterday. I think everybody at that stadium enjoyed themselves. Really cool moment before. Maybe it was like during the first quarter, and they showed the RFK news and then put Josh and Marjorie Harris up on the big screen.
Yeah.
And that place went crazy.
Yeah.
It was really cool to see. Logan Paulson's going to join us at 11. We'll open the phone lines up after that. Really, really great day for Washington. They're now 2-1, heading to Atlanta. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitchell JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn on the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with Rude, the systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, nothing clanging around in the middle of the night. You just get peace of mind. The way Rude makes your home so comfortable, humidity control. If you control the humidity, you control the temperature, and they can do it efficiently, even in the most extreme conditions. You get comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you can also save a bunch of cash.
Yep.
You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more about that.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
It ain't right.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Sweet victory for the Commanders, beating the Raiders 41-24. Marcus Mariota, 207 through the air, 1 touchdown run, 1 touchdown pass. Jeremy Nichols, a 60-yard run. Commanders had 174 yards rushing in the first half. Kansas City Chiefs beat the Giants in the late game 22-9. Tonight it's Monday Night Football, Lions and Ravens at 8:15. Chargers running back Najee Harris, Achilles is out for the year, and Cardinals lose running back James Conner to an ankle. Nationals defeat the Mets 3-2. Mets have lost 11 of 15. Nats are in Atlanta tonight. Mackenzie Gore to the Hill, 7:15 live here on The Fan. Capitals beat the Bruins in preseason hockey 5-2. Play the Flyers Thursday. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, with that kind of game, I want to check in with the boys in the aquarium. Everybody's celebrating. Commanders are now 2-1. There's a moment there where I thought they would be tied for the division lead.
Yeah.
The Rams.
What the hell did the Rams do to give that up like that, man?
I mean, credit to Philly for blocking the kick. And
no, but it was 25-7 at one point.
Sure. Yeah, it was embarrassing. And the fact that the Eagles then covered was super, super painful. But we're not here for that right now. There were so many big plays yesterday and just important plays that maybe weren't the biggest that I thought it'd be a fun exercise just to go around and everybody say what their favorite play was from the game yesterday.
You know mine.
Go.
90-yarder.
Lane?
Hell yeah.
Hard to argue.
Yeah.
Hard to argue.
Yes. Hadn't been there since Crowder had one, 2 or 3 years ago?
2016.
Damn. 9 years ago.
Doug, some of the so if you don't follow Commanders PR, Washington Commanders PR, I wonder if that's a private account. No, it's public. If you're a Commanders fan and you're not following it, I don't know what you're doing. At @Wash_PR, throughout the game, they're tweeting out stats. I think a lot of this is our guy Charlie Muley, but I'm sure there's others involved. So last night I did all ears. I was just reading stats from this account. Jalen Lane's 90-yard punt return touchdown is the first touchdown of his career and Washington's first punt return since Week 5, 2016. It's almost 10 years ago.
Long damn.
And how about this? Some of the numbers on the McNichols run. McNichols 60-yarder, longest run by a Washington running back. You want to guess who?
CP?
No, more recent than that. I can give you a hint.
Alf?
More recent than that. He's from the boot.
What's his name? The weird from LSU.
Yeah, Darius Geis.
Yeah.
Remember, Darius Geis got Ron Rivera fired with that one, really the highlight of his career in Washington. That was the longest run by a Washington running back since Darius Geis in Week 13 of the 2019 season.
That's when Ron was in Carolina.
Yeah, Ron got fired after that game. It's the longest touchdown run by a Washington player since Steven Sims in Week 5, 2019.
Damn.
Who'd they play in Week 5, 2019? They must have kicked their ass. Longest.
The Dolphins?
If you just randomly remember Week 5, 2019, shout out to you, Landfill.
Wasn't that the first game after Jay got fired?
Yeah.
And they played the Dolphins because the Dolphins were tanking that
down
year.
in Miami. Yeah, and they had the big lead, and then they benched. Who was that quarterback? Rosen. They benched Rosen at halftime and brought Fitz in, and Fitz brought him all the way back.
Yeah, Fitz started balling.
That was the longest touchdown run by a Washington running back since Adrian Peterson in Week 13 of 2018. That was in Philly, I think, when Mark Sanchez handed him the ball. It was the highlight of Mark Sanchez's
1 yard line.
Yeah,
and he just
Washington
went
career.
the whole way.
All right, Landfill, what was your favorite play yesterday?
My favorite play was the McNichols touchdown, just basically for the reasons you've been saying the last couple of seasons. I just think that the running game hasn't been going at all, and it's incredibly frustrating to watch 1 and 2 yard runs all the time. It would be fantastic if they could get that going. I really enjoyed seeing that yesterday.
I also, that was a point in the game they needed it. It was 10-10, and everybody was butt tight in Northwest Stadium. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's like, dude, how are they hanging around here? And then McNichols breaks that. Then DQ gets trucked. Matt Gay's able to make one before halftime, a 56-yarder, and bang, it's a 10-point lead going into halftime.
They should have had another at least 17 points.
They left a lot on the table in the first half, but they didn't in the second. Jeffrey, you're kind of the chief vibes officer over at Northwest Stadium. You know how people are feeling. How much fun did you have? Were you DJing yesterday or just hanging?
Yes, I was DJing Legends Plaza yesterday.
He did both of them. He didn't just DJ. He was hanging too.
Confident in that. Were you DJing pregame or halftime?
Both.
What were the vibes like pregame?
Oh, they were lit. Even though it was a loss last week, this fan base is back. It's like a quarterback now. We forgot about that. We on to the next week. That's out of our mind. Everyone came in excited to play.
What was it like at halftime then?
Oh, it was still lit.
Okay.
You know, everyone came up to me, hey man, we gotta do this, I said the second half, let's watch. And it turned up. My favorite play yesterday though, it's really two. And the real reason these two plays is because the energy in the stadium was crazy. First play of the game on the kickoff, when Debo took it back, it was so loud. I'm breaking down my speakers to put them on the stage from the band. You can just feel the rumble right in Legends Plaza.
Yeah.
And then when Terry McLaurin, they should have challenged that play because it was a touchdown.
They did. I thought they did.
No. The problem is it was ruled a touchdown. Then expedited review said he was short. So if the review says it's short, you're not going to challenge it because they just reviewed it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
they need to take more time.
If they look at that arm, his shin was on top of old boy's arm.
Yes, and he was in the air. But what made that play the most exciting play? An eruption of Terry.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was loud as hell
They
right in
love
front
him,
of
dog.
me.
It was just a good feeling. Yesterday was just it was needed. That win was needed. It didn't start out how we all wanted it to, but it was needed. It was real neat, and that's how you were supposed to handle business yesterday.
Yeah, you're totally right. It's what they needed to do. They had the long break. Vegas had short rest. I think Washington's good. I think Vegas is bad. That's how it's supposed to look.
Yep.
And nothing's ever going to be easy in the NFL. Ask Green Bay yesterday.
That was shocking.
It was a little tight at various times, but that's how it's supposed to finish. White Brian, as a Giants fan, what was your favorite play yesterday? One of the Russ picks? How he hit the goalposts on 4th and goal?
Every time Darius Slayton touched the ball.
Okay. What was your favorite play in the Commanders game, Dub D?
Bill's touchdown because I got 6 fantasy points.
Bang. Shout out to Bill. I don't know how to handle the fantasy community. I tried to tell people this in training camp, preseason, like it's going to be a committee. They're going to roll with a committee.
And people get mad.
And yesterday, C-Rod hadn't been active yet.
He's
your first back. He got the first 4 carries probably. Bill did have they ran a really nice play. I thought that was a really smart design to deal with Crosby. Because you didn't see Crosby singled up very much, but there was a clear pre-snap where you're like, okay, Crosby's got Connerly one-on-one. and Jaden was in shotgun with Bill to his right. Crosby's
Me
there.
and Mariota was in shotgun?
Yes. Yes, I do. Mariota's in shotgun with Bill to his right, and Crosby's there on the right side staring down Connerly, and you're like, oh, boy. So you're thinking, all right, Bill's going to have to help here. Play starts. Crosby gets off the ball fast as hell, and it was a perfectly timed little slip screen. Bill just drops just below it. Mariota gets him the ball, and it's a nice little gainer.
Yeah.
And I thought Cliff had a hell of a day yesterday. They clearly showed a commitment to the run game that they didn't in Green Bay. Game situations also dictate a lot of that stuff.
Yep.
They ran the hell out of the football. Now, the McNichols 60-yarder certainly helps, but they finished 32 for 201. That's 6.3 a carry.
Yeah.
If you back out McNichols' big run, which you shouldn't, but if you do, you're at 31 for 140, which is still, I don't know, what is that? 4.4 yards per carry?
Yeah.
And
It's up there.
I just think
That's closer to 5. 31 for 140. That's right.
4.5,
4.6,
whatever.
yeah.
They ran the ball really well. I thought the offensive line performed well. I want to talk about changes to the offensive line and some stuff that surprised people. But for me, just because everything has been, I love the Debo kick return, the Lane, the Luke, the Terry, like all the McNichols, all the big plays. I loved Mariota's just calmness throughout the game. But the play that really stood out to me, Armstrong was really good. Wagner had 2 sacks.
Wagner was rolling yesterday. dog.
Dude, they had
Wagner looked like he was fast yesterday.
They had a great stat about Wagner. I'm going to see if I can find it. I think that was his first. So Wagner had his first 2-sack game
In his career?
Yeah, the
Wow.
first time. No, not in his career. First
Oh.
time he's had 2 sacks in a game since Week 4 of 2023. So 2 years, almost to the number.
Yeah.
But the play, I wouldn't call this my favorite play, but the play that will go kind of unremembered, if you will, the Von Miller sack. He showed
Now, he came off of that thing
juice
so fast. Dog.
It was.
What did he say when he got here? I'd wake up and rush the passer.
That was really impressive.
He had bend, lean, everything, bro.
Dude, I thought that was a heck of a play from Von Miller because, like Dorrance was getting pressures throughout. Bobby was able to get home twice. Javonte Jean-Baptiste did a really good job of getting Geno down, and it was behind the line, so it was a sack. But also, Geno had room to run there if JB doesn't get to him. But that Von Miller sack, it was like a little glimpse, a reminder of like, oh, snap, Von Miller's here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we hadn't seen that much of that. And you're like, oh, gosh, that dude still has crazy speed. Logan Paulson's going to join us at 11. I want to talk about the offensive line, the changes that happened yesterday, kind of the surprise that a lot of folks weren't expecting. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on a Victory Monday.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token tonight for the the Baltimore Ravens and the Detroit Lions game. All right, you can take a Derrick Henry anytime touchdown with the Lamar Jackson overpassing or rushing, and Amon-Ra St. Brown over receiving yards. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, not all the news yesterday was awesome. Last week, Washington put cornerback Jonathan Jones on the IR. Will Harris was ruled out quick when he got injured. I believe that was in the second quarter. It's been reported that he broke his fibula. And it's also now been reported from a bunch of people. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN had it first that Washington's bringing in Darnell Savage for a workout today. Darnell Savage played his college ball at University of Maryland. He had Terp.
Maryland.
He was also in Green Bay when Jason Simmons was in Green Bay. Jason Simmons is, I think, what's his title? Assistant D coordinator?
He's a pass game coordinator.
Yeah.
Pass game coordinator.
So not great there. Lattimore left with a concussion evaluation. Percy got banged up. Amos got bagged up. Lot going on in the secondary. We'll have to hear from Dan Quinn later this afternoon. DQ set to speak to the media at 3:30. I'm guessing we get very little definitive information except about Harris. If Harris has a broken leg, they're going to have to put him on IR. There's no point in kind of waiting around on that, on announcing that. And frankly, when it's tendons and ligaments and stuff, you got to wait and do an MRI once the swelling goes down. When it's a bone, you know pretty quick.
Yep.
Because there's an X-ray machine across the hall from the locker room, so they probably knew before.
I already know.
Yeah, they probably knew last night.
Yeah.
Which is probably why Rapp reported it. The other bit, you also had this Terry injury, which as soon as we can get more info about that, we will share it. The biggest change yesterday, though, came on the offensive line, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
And so Wiley starts over Allegretti. I thought Wiley played well. And then on the at the left guard position, Brandon Coleman was inactive. And that news came out. A commander spokesperson, we got word that it was not injury related for Coleman. I don't love how when the reporting comes out that it wasn't injury related, there's all this like, oh, it was disciplinary. Like, I know, Brandon, that dude is not a disciplinary.
Yeah.
Like, now,
but that's the thing about
you never know. Crazy things can happen.
Some people just want to ask all kind of outlandish questions and stuff. Just don't ignore them. I mean, I choose not to waste my time on stupidity. I used to do it. I don't do it anymore.
DQ was asked about Coleman after the game. I think it was Grant that asked him. And Dan made clear we're all about competition. I'm reading now. We really made as competition the biggest part of it. This is the decision to go inactive with Coleman. We made both spots at guard with Allegretti and Brandon. They're a big part of what we do, but that is the central theme of what we're at. And so we're still in the early days here to get going, and competition's part of who we are in all ways, all shapes and sizes. So inside at guard, hey, we're going to go a different way. Doesn't mean when we're where we're at for not making any statement or message. Trust me on that. This is what we're doing right today, and we'll keep digging. That's what competing is about. You just keep battling to find it, and we'll continue to do that.
You ultimately want the best 5 on the field at any given time, any given week. And if he wasn't one of the best 5 this week, then guess what? You sit. I don't know why people get so, attached to a person just because. I want you to play well.
I think Chris Paul had a good camp, had a good preseason. Chris Paul looks stronger. He's in his fourth year in the NFL. Like, he should look stronger. I thought he did look stronger. DQ, honestly, you get it from Pete Carroll. If anybody's ever watched or read up on Carroll, that's his thing going back to the USC days with the Trojans. Intense competition all the time. And it's not in a way to drag each other down. It's in a way to build everyone up to be their best.
You get accustomed to trying to give your outright best every damn play you out there. What happens sometimes when you have coaches where these are my starters, no matter what, guys get complacent, they get lazy, they don't push as hard, and you begin to, it's just like a golf game. When you don't practice your golf game and you just keep playing, you start making adjustments to move back and forth, but you don't get better. You don't get more consistent. So the same thing happens. And if the guy starts to get a little lax, a little complacent, just maybe putting somebody else in the game that worked better than him that week, make him come back the next week and work a little harder. Don't you think?
Yeah.
But and we go back to 2 years ago when they made the comment about Paul, that he's very dense. It was a laughing point for most people.
It wasn't meant that way.
I know, but when you really start thinking about that, just like a nose guard that is hard to move, he's a guard that's hard to move, and he can move you. So if it helps out a running game, play him.
Totally. I think the concern around Coleman going to the bench, like if they're better, that is
Amen.
That is off-season conversation. You know what I mean? Like
I see.
If
no
it's better
problem
on
with,
the field,
yeah. If you make a move in that situation, and your team goes out and rush for 201 like they did yesterday, what the hell are we talking about?
totally.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
So, nah.
I think Wiley getting the call. It's been interesting because I think a lot of people thought Wiley was going to start over Connerly, and that is not how they did it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was pretty obvious they were going to keep riding with Connerly. I think it even got reported that Connerly was getting benched last week for Wiley, which was inaccurate.
Mm-hmm. But the thing about it, Jay, the thing with Connerly, he's a young guy who basically got whipped by one of the best players in the league. One who many people think may be one of the best in history. Everybody gets beat by him. But also we talked about Cliff having a better game plan to help him out. They did that yesterday. You know? And as he goes forward, I don't know who expected him to step on the field and automatically just be perfect. And you back-to-back weeks when you got a Micah Parsons and then a Crosby coming up, I wouldn't think the guy who's been in the league 10 years would be perfect in that situation.
Right.
You know? But it's like people get these narratives and mindsets, but they don't ever think about reality. You're going to struggle some in the NFL. I don't give a damn who you are, how good you are. You will struggle in this league until you find out how to consistently get it worked out, and you get like some of these older players, as people always want to say, when you learn to play the game in a mental way. You know, study the hell out of some film. Know what guys like to go to. Know what they like to attack, and find out a way to defend that.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Logan Paulson will join us next.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Washington Commanders look very good in their win over the Las Vegas Raiders, 41-24. Marcus Mariota, a touchdown pass to Luke McCaffrey. He also ran for another Bill Krosky-Merritt TD plunge, Jeremy Nichols 60-yard run, and a 90-yard punt return for Jalen Lane. Head coach Dan Quinn. Mariota bounced back after the fumble.
I thought, honestly, stayed very level-headed. He stayed aggressive into it. So, yeah, I felt no flinch into that. I just felt it was very quintessential him, a really clean game. He was just on it. And I expected that, but it's always nice to see it. I'm never surprised when he plays well.
Sunday night, Kansas City beat the Giants 22-9. Tonight, Monday night, Lions and Ravens at 8:15. Nationals defeated the Mets 3-2. The buzz was Jacob Young, a pair of amazing catches. The second one also took away a home run.
Parker kicks, delivers the pitch, swung on, line center field deep. Young going back, way back. He leaps at the wall and he caught it. Oh, another sensational catch, banging into the fence for Jacob Young. How many times can he do it? Unbelievable.
The call of 106.7 The Fan. Tonight on The Fan at 7:15, Braves and Nationals with Mackenzie Gore to the Hill. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Curl, The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Fired up to get on the Rude guest hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Talk to our friend, Mr. Logan Paulson. And I got to start with at least breaking news on the radio program.
All right.
Logan Paulson, after years and years and years, has finally gotten his ass on Twitter. You can follow him at Logan Paulson NFL. Logan Paulson, P-A-U-L-S-E-N.
Logan didn't get on Twitter.
Maddie did?
Maddie made him get on Twitter. Maddie, Anna, Kayla, all the ladies over there, they basically made him a profile. Am I right, Logan?
That is true, and it was time. You know, like they said, they'd help me out with it. Anna does such a good job. Caroline does a good job with it in terms of like helping me make sure I don't say anything crazy. So, and then I have to deal with crazy comments. So I feel like it's best of both worlds. You know,
Logan, you don't strike me as a dude that's gonna say anything.
You can say the most sane thing in the world. The crazies on Twitter are gonna say something crazy.
I think that's what I'm saying, right? I don't have to wade into that quagmire. You know what I mean?
All right, dude. So yesterday was just the exact game Washington needed. They kicked the Raiders' ass. It got a little hairy there when Vegas was able to tie it up in the second quarter, and after that moment, it was all Washington. What are your biggest takeaways from the ball game yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a really great kind of complimentary team win in the sense that like they're able to run the football, they're able to insulate Marcus Mariota, which was great. I thought the running backs did an excellent job. I thought you got some really just fantastic performances on special teams. And then I thought the defense, when they were healthy, looked dominant. Obviously, late in the game as the injuries started to pile up, there were some kind of concerning lapses in coverage. But I think overall, you feel pretty good about the performance if you're Dan Quinn. And I think if you're a fan, you're really stoked.
Like, Logan, Dan Quinn, okay, this is kind of a weird one. You break down a lot of plays. Are you going to break down Dan getting hit on the sideline?
Dude, I thought about it. I just actually watched that clip right now. I was like, would this be too much to break this one down? Or no?
I think he'll laugh at it. He's cool.
Were you, I mean, because you're on the sideline during games, how close were you when that happened?
I was standing right behind it pretty much, and I saw it kind of go down. I saw his head like whip back, and It was a little scary because, as B-Mish can attest, like when you're on the sideline, those guys are running off and like they're getting pushed. Everyone gets a little out of control. It's a little bit sketchy, and he just wore it like right in the face. And it wasn't the collision so much; it was like how he fell.
That head,
he
boy.
popped right back up, and he popped right back up and looked to be in pretty good shape. So,
that's why I sat on the bench. I got way on the bench, and I always guys that like to stand. I said, man, stand right there. I wanted to have a shield.
A little fullback.
Yeah. Because if you're standing on the sideline and you're not paying attention completely, you're going to get ran over eventually.
100%.
Yeah.
Dude, I pay at training camp when we're allowed out there the whole practice. I always stand kind of back, especially like when it's down towards the corner of the end zone. I've seen it close, man. Those guys move at different speeds. All right, Logan, I wanted to make a point of talking with you about the changes on the offensive line yesterday. Brandon Coleman, kind of a surprise inactive. Chris Paul gets to start at left guard. Wiley gets to start at right guard. What did you think of kind of the revamped O-line yesterday?
Man, I thought that group played really well together. It wasn't, I think this is the comparison I'm going to make. It wasn't like, the Detroit Lions like last year or the Philadelphia Eagles when they were like the best units in the league. It just was a bunch of really scrappy, tough, competitive, smart guys getting after it in the front, and I think it was nice to see Chris Paul out there. He had a really nice offseason. I thought his training camp was great. His OTA minicamp period was great, and so it's nice to see him rewarded with that. You see his play strength, his ability to just knock people off the football. Wiley, we've talked about it a ton, like his foot quickness, his ability to cover people up, take great angles in the run game was on full display. And so, it's really nice, in my opinion, to have kind of three depth pieces that could all play at a really high level. And I think that really showed up to me in how the offensive line performed and just their overall depth.
Then also, like, when you see a coach who basically is true to his word, he say, look, we're going to have competition all the time, and if you're competing and you're playing well, we're going to put you out in the field. That helps out a team in the long run.
Well, I think, and as you know, B, one of the things that does is it lets that guy know who's the undrafted rookie or the undrafted, or the unheralded free agent signing that if I put the work in, if I play well, I'm going to get an opportunity. And you've been in places, I've been in places where that's not the case. And so if you're going to grind, you're going to work, you're going to create this competitive environment of people who are all striving to be the best version of themselves. And these are the types of decisions that help make that culture a reality.
Totally. And let's be real with the Coleman situation. That is a relatively high draft pick that they benched yesterday. And that's after moving him inside from tackle to guard. That shows, we take this competition stuff serious. And I think one of the things that's most impressive about the way DQ runs his building, and you would know it, Logan, way better than us. You played for the man. But he's able to push this competition, but it's in a manner where you don't get backstabbing and fractures. It's everyone pushing forward to build the best team, and that's a hard needle to thread.
It is a very hard needle to thread because, I've been in spots where it's very, very competitive, but it is kind of every man for himself. So to kind of, again, build this brotherhood, build this chemistry, I'm supporting you. Some of the best stories, I think, coming out of training camp are Laramie Tunsil supporting Josh Conerly and Josh Conerly going to Laramie and talking to him, on Monday about the film or whatever. I just think those stories are great. And again, those guys aren't necessarily competing with each other, but that's the kind of environment you want to cultivate where it's hey, Wiley didn't start the first couple games, but he starts today, and I didn't see any kind of bad body language or disgruntlement from Allegretti, who I didn't think played terribly, but again, they felt they needed to make a switch. So it's just one of these things where it's a really fine line to walk, but he seems to be able to do it wherever he goes. And I think it's also, again, a testament to Adam Peters and understanding what the culture is and bringing in guys that can operate well in that culture. Because again, Dan can work magic only so far. You got to get the right kind of people in the building, and I think Adam Peters has done a great job of kind of working with Dan to get that done.
And of all sports, football is the biggest team sport out there, and you're going to have to depend on each other. And I think it also builds that type of mindset. It's not all about me, it's about us. And if guys get that mindset, hell, the possibilities are endless.
100%. 100%.
The other thing I wonder with Allegretti, with Wiley getting in there over Allegretti, I wonder if there's something they saw that they thought Wiley could help Conerly a little bit more. Maybe it's just a little bit more length. I don't know, but I agree with you. I didn't know that Allegretti needed to go down. You know what I mean? To get subbed out, but it was interesting.
Yeah, and again, this is one of those things where, like, if you were to ask me personally, and again, I don't have the film, I don't have the meeting room, but just based on OTA practice and training camp practice, I thought Wiley had threw a really solid camp, right? And I thought he was going to be the guy that was going to start at right guard
last year too.
No, I thought so too, playing tackle. And again, like, think about this, man. He played every single offensive line spot this summer except for center. And there was no drop off. There was no issue with him doing that. So I think maybe you keep him as the backup, kind of like they did with Makari up in Baltimore 2 years ago, where you have this guy who's so good at all the spots, he becomes like your permanent swing piece.
Yep.
Maybe that's kind of what the play they were looking for there. But again, like, Wiley had a great training camp, and so I'm really glad to see him have the opportunity. And I thought he had a really, really solid game. So, great to see the work this summer paying off in week 3 for him.
So there are moments when we're not on the field, those coaches get the chance to see things that we don't. You know what I mean?
Yep.
We see training camp and things of that nature, but when they go back and they dissect everything, they see way more than we see.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that's a fan, like, as an analyst, I'm always trying to remind myself, it's like, I have this opinion, but they have so much more information than we do.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think this, right? I think it could be X, Y, Z, but usually I like to wait and talk to somebody first before I make any kind of sweeping conclusions on it.
Talking with our friend Logan Paulson here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. You can give Logan a follow on Twitter at Logan Paulson, Paulsen NFL. Mariota yesterday, I thought was really good, really under control, really delivered the performance this team needed. How did you think Mariota kind of handled his first start in 3 seasons?
Yeah, I feel kind of the same way you did. I think, first off, I got to give a lot of credit to Cliff and really the whole team. Because, like, when you have a backup quarterback coming in, like, it's easier to have a good performance when you're asking him to kind of stay in his lane. And what I mean by that is you look at the throws he's making, it's a lot of screens, it's a lot of throws off play action. We're able to kind of draw the defense up because we're running the football well. The throwing windows are right there. The protection's pretty solid. Did he make some plays? Absolutely. Like the throw he makes to Luke McCaffrey with the unblocked rusher was fantastic. Some of the running stuff he did was great. The touchdown was an awesome decision by him. But overall, like, he didn't have to do anything Herculean, right? You get a great return from Debo on the opening kickoff. It's 5 runs for a touchdown. Great job to get the lead on the opening drive. You get a return from Jalen Lane, obviously, like, getting that total support from the team. And again, the way they ran the football, like, Bill Krosky-Merritt had a great day. The Jeremy McNichols touchdown, C-Rod's kind of consistent, 4 or 5 yard chunks. I just was incredibly impressed with, and it really felt like everybody raised their level of performance to accommodate not only the injuries, but the fact that Marcus was getting his first start. So really, like, Cliff, I think, deserves a lot of credit for how he called the game, and the team deserves a lot of credit for, I think, Mariota's performance, because they allowed him to kind of just be himself and not have to be something, Herculean.
Yeah, I kind of felt like even when Jaden is back in there, that's the same type of performance you need. I always say quarterback is the most dependent position in sports. And I know a lot of people might think I'm crazy, but if everybody plays good, quarterback just has to go out there and do his job. His job's easy. When he got to be a damn Superman, then his job gets a little difficult.
1,000,000%. And I think, like, that's one of the things that's like, yeah, if you have a Tom Brady, if you have a Josh Allen, if you have a Lamar Jackson, those guys will elevate the roster. But the majority of the time, I'd say for 80-85% of the guys in the league, it's the other way around. I think Daniel Jones is a great example of that. Like, he's on a better team, a better coach team, more talented team, better defense, better offense, and he is now performing better. And so I think when you get these kind of comprehensive team performances and a really just well-called football game with a brilliant strategy to kind of negotiate Max Crosby and limit his effectiveness, I think you see a guy who, again, did he do some good things? 1,000,000%, but he didn't have to go out and drop back 50 times and dissect the defense every play, call protections all the time. It was like, no, man, we're going to run this little play action pass here. The linebackers are going to be 2 yards from the line of scrimmage. You just got to manipulate the safety and make the throw. And I'm not saying I could do it, but it makes the job a lot easier.
Talking with Logan Paulson here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Check out all Logan's work with the Commanders or on the Take Command podcast with Grant Paulson, the Paulson brothers, getting the Take Command podcast done. How happy were you for Luke just to kind of break through and make a big play?
Very happy. He's a guy, that's I think, been under the microscope since he's got here, him and Ben Sinnott. I thought Ben had a really good game as a run blocker. Obviously didn't really affect the game too much as a pass catcher, but it was great to see those young guys get out there and kind of Luke specifically, be rewarded for all the grunt work that he does. He's making tackles on special teams. He's blocking for screens. And then all of a sudden you see him kind of pop on a nice catch. He gets the touchdown, obviously. And I think the other thing that was really encouraging to see is one of the things that I've always talked about with him is like his testing numbers are really, really good.
Right.
But sometimes when you're at practice or when he's in the game, you don't always feel it. And I felt on both of his receptions and, obviously the return that he flips down on him, you're starting to see him get a little bit more confident. You're starting to see that athlete come to life. And that's really encouraging. So hopefully this is a performance that he can build on, and continue to kind of show what he's capable of at this level.
Do you ever notice, Logan, that some guys they have it, they just don't have the comfort level to go out there and just do it?
Yeah,
and then maybe this game allows that.
Oh, dude, 1,000,000%. I mean, you know better than me, but you've played with a lot of guys where you're like, man, like he's just not confident, or he can't cut it loose in the game, or he's not running routes the way he's running it in practice, or he's not running the ball the way he's running it in practice. And all of a sudden, they have one game where they can kind of establish themselves. Like I remember, for me, it was the New York Giants game in 2010, where I got to play a little bit in 13 personnel, and it was like, hey, like this isn't too bad. Like I had like 13 to 15 snaps, and I was like, I can do this. And it lets you throw another great practice the week after. Then the game the next week's not as scary, and you're just able to stack performances because you're getting that experience and you're building that confidence. So, yeah, I think it's we've seen. I've experienced it. I've seen it happen, and so hopefully this is a game that kind of launches Luke to that next level.
All right, we asked this question a little earlier amongst ourselves. What was your favorite play from yesterday?
Oh my gosh, favorite play. I mean, it had to be the Jalen Lynn return. Like that was so fun to see because I love when you bring a guy in, right? There's all these expectations about, oh, he's going to be this great return guy. He returned all these kicks in college. Look at his return style. Like, I remember doing his draft profile and watching him catch punts and being like, this guy's got it. And you're just kind of, can he make it translate to the NFL level, right? And you're waiting and it's not really shown. It didn't happen in the preseason. And all of a sudden in this game where you need that momentum swing, it happens. And it's not like a 60-yard return. It's a 90-yard return where you see the 4.3 speed, you see the explosiveness, you see him fearlessly get the ball downhill. And I was like, that's so awesome for this team. That's so awesome for him. And I'm really excited to see him continue, again, much like Luke, continue to build off of this and have that confidence moving forward.
Last thing for me, a ton of pass rush yesterday. I thought Dorrance Armstrong was really, really good.
Unbelievable.
Von Miller's sack.
You sound surprised by that, man. He's been good.
He's been good all season.
He's becoming a good player.
No, I think Bobby has 2 sacks. Other guys get sacks. I don't think the sack total exactly explains how well I think Dorrance played in that, is kind of my point.
Yeah.
I thought he was just creating so much pressure. I also think Vegas' O-line is kind of suspect. How do they keep that dominance from the pass rush going in Atlanta, or even looking out 2 weeks to L.A.?
Yeah, I think that's the $1 million question, JP. Because again, I think Dorrance. I agree with you. Was very, very productive. But I think that right tackle number 71, Glaze, for Las Vegas is having a tough season so far. And so, how do you kind of say, well, how do we make sure this continues? I think obviously Joe Witt Jr. did a great job. I think in this game, knowing when to kind of dial up pressure, which means they were able to get to third and long defensively, which means they did a good job on first and second down. Can you continue to be good on first and second down? Like everyone talks about Ashton Genty's struggles in the run game, and rightfully so, but basically there's no air on first and second down. There's nowhere for him to go. So you're in 3rd and 8, you're in 3rd and 9, you're in 3rd and 12. Now we can kind of dial up our double A package. We can run those fun zone blitzes and create these pressures with Bobby Wagner. We can tee off as a pass rusher. So to me, it's like all of this conversation we've had this entire offseason about being better on first and second down. Goldman had a really solid game yesterday, stopping the run. You felt his presence. Frankie Luvu shows up with a bunch of tackles, getting downhill, being physical. And so can you, again, earn the right to rush the passer? Can we earn the right to run some of these creative games and stunts on 3rd and long? I think if we can, that'll definitely help the pass rush stay alive and stay potent, even against some of these better offensive lines.
Yeah, man. Logan, thank you for making time
appreciate
for us,
you, brother.
Dude. Appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Always fun.
All
Yeah,
right,
man.
Take care, bro.
That's Logan Paulson. Check out Take Command. He does a ton of film work on the Commander's social channels. Really, really smart football analyst. Great guy. Just fun to talk to about ball for sure. Here's what I'd like to do. You know what we do after wins? It's credit pie time, and there's a lot of credit to go around. Let's talk some credit pies. Let's talk through our poll question of the day. Going to open these phone lines up. Before we do it, got to tell you how helpful it is to have the MyQ app and the LiftMaster Garage door opener. Had some trouble at the house. We're coming and going all the time right now. And you know we got repair people at the house. It's been a trying weekend for the Finley family. A huge asset for us is having the MyQ app for my new garage door. So if I got ServPro coming to my house like I do a lot right now, I can just let them in and out through the garage door. I don't have to be there every time they have to go check on something. And I'm telling you, it's made a huge difference for me and my family. The new garage door just looks better, increased the curb appeal in my house, and the functionality is massive. The folks at Door Pro America did that for me. These guys are experts. They helped us figure out the right door, the right app, everything. They installed it. Whatever it is, the folks at Door Pro America can get it done. They're based locally. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years, and their team handles it all. If you need a new garage door like I did, or maybe you just need some maintenance or repair, whatever it is, hit them up, doorproamerica.com. If you call today, you could save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Good to be home for the Commanders. 41-24 over the Raiders. 174 yards on the ground in the first half. Marcus Mariota, 207 through the air, a touchdown run and a touchdown pass. Kansas City Chiefs beat the Giants 22-9. Nationals beat the Mets 3-2 on two spectacular catches from Jacob Young. Taking on Atlanta tonight at Truist Park. Mackenzie Gore gets the call 7:15 on The Fan. The ACC has fined Syracuse $25,000 and publicly reprimanded the school for faking injuries in the 34-21 win over Clemson last weekend. Looking to upgrade your office game at PVI? We'll come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape. PVI.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Look out in College Park, Landfill. 4-0 Terps. Go to Wisconsin, beat the tar out of the Badgers.
Mm-hmm.
You get a quarterback, it changes everything. That's all I'm saying.
It does, dog.
We're going to talk
At all levels.
We're going to talk some Terps tomorrow. Maryland Athletic Director Jim Smith's going to join us. Terps getting votes, top 25. Look out.
Oh, shucks.
Today, though, we're focused on this big Commanders win. They're 2-1. Certainly righted the ship yesterday. We're going to open these phones up, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Want to talk credit pie. But it's funny, Landfill a lot of times asks us, do we have a good question for our poll of the day? Mm-hmm. The B. Mitch and Finley poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free, or you can join today at AAA.com/Commanders. So I thought yesterday, I think I texted this like in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
The poll question of the day to me is a simple one. Who had the best performance yesterday for Washington? The offense, the defense, or the special teams?
I'm going with the special teams.
I thought you might, Brian. So you're voting special teams?
Yeah, like 65% of the people doing.
Is it that significant?
65% says special teams, 21% says offense, 14% says defense.
Okay. The defensive numbers
I think if we don't have the missed field goal and the kick out of bounds, it might be 80%.
The defensive numbers get a little skewed late because they give up 2 touchdowns. It was 34-10 in the fourth quarter. So I think we could chill a little. That said, you got to give credit to a couple different people from the Silver and Black. Trey Tucker, the little receiver, 8 for 145 with 3 touchdowns. I also, my man Thomas Booker deserves real credit for the hustle chasing down Marcus Mariota for that fumble.
Oh, yeah.
Booker goes 6'3", 310 and caught Mariota 30 yards downfield. Now, granted, Marcus cut it back inside. Otherwise, this dude's probably not involved, but still, great hustle.
Hey, big man running, bro. Trying to stay on the field.
Today's not the day for it, but I do want to have a conversation defensively about what Green Bay might have showed and Vegas tried to do yesterday with some success in running these crossing patterns and then finding the seams.
But I think crossing patterns hurts everybody.
I think
that's what Andy Reid's been doing for years.
Sure.
With Pat Mahomes.
So the B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll of the day results right now. I got some updated results. 65% special teams for the best performance, 21% offense, and then 14% for the defense. You go ahead and you can vote on Twitter for that if you'd like. I think we do some credit pies. Our guy Jupe is on the line. Jupe likes to kick off the phones after big wins with his custom celebration. What up, Jupe?
What it do, fellas? Y'all know what time it is. It's time for that victory ritual. Let's all hit the Ric Flair, baby.
Woo!
All right, credit pie. I'm doing it differently this week. I'm gonna shout out my guy Jeff. I'm gonna give him 20% for dropping that certified banger on Friday.
Even though he said Oakland Jeff. And not Vegas.
Yeah, that part. You know what? Okay, then I'm gonna give him 20%.
I haven't even heard it yet. Can you play it for me? Is it still in the system? We'll have to play it again.
For sure. So I get Jeff 10%. I'm gonna give the rest 90% to DQ. He took that shot, and I'm looking at it like this from this standpoint. Listen to all the interviews with the players afterwards. This could be that catalyst that team needed to propel them into what I've been looking for from them from last year. That energy that I still like. They was hyped, but it still didn't feel like how it was last year. Granted, we won that game. But I'm happy we won, but I wasn't satisfied with the win. JP, you alluded to it. Like, I need him to get quicker on those adjustments because it felt like, and I could be wrong, but against the Packers, we stood in man with those crossing routes. This week, I felt like we just stood in zone where we should have been in man. So I want him to but again, it's week 3. We got a lot of work to do. I'm still looking to see that full potential, what this team can be capable of, and for them to attain it and maintain it. And again, I feel like that DQ collision might be that catalyst. I hope we're not catching that injury bug because we dropping players left and right. But, hey, again, you can't worry about the uncontrollables. We just got to get on this win streak, baby. That's all I got for you guys.
There you go, brother.
Thank you, Jupe. Great call, man. Let's play Jeff's song when we come back. We're getting a little tight on time. I'd like to propose a new rule.
What?
After wins, we play Jeff's song on Monday also.
Hell yeah.
I think that's kind of a good idea.
Yeah.
I agree with it.
Okay, Jeff, I'm glad I have your support. It sounds like we're unanimous. Landfill nodded. White Brian seems like a hater, but, it's just kind of...
he cheers for the Mets.
How he is.
What else you expect?
Tough time for those.
He cheers for the Mets and the damn the Giants.
B, what's your credit pie from this win?
Oh, man. I'm going to go 35% special teams. I'm going to go 25% offense at 60. Give me 20% defense. And then I'm going to go with the coaching the rest of the way.
Okay.
Because I think the coaches, they made adjustments from that Green Bay game that changed up stuff. Especially Cliff. Cliff was stuck in his way against Green Bay, didn't adjust. They came out and did what they needed to do in this game.
The Green Bay game, Green Bay was the aggressor, and they kind of dictated the flow of that game. Washington did the exact same thing to Vegas yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was really pretty impressive. I'm going to let my man Jake chime in. Jake, what up? What's your credit pie look like, dude?
Good morning, gentlemen. My credit pie, I'm going a little different here. I got 80% for the offensive line. They showed out.
Yeah.
They created lanes for Marcus. I mean, way beyond the performance they gave last week. Way beyond. Granted, it's not the same team, but the Raiders' defensive line is not terrible. So, especially considering their offense, their head coach. But 80%, and then I give 20% to Dan Quinn. That dude is tough. He is so tough.
Mm-hmm. Brick tough. Thanks for the call. Appreciate you, Jake. All right, phone lines are open 800 636 1067. 800 636 1067. Going to take your calls. I might just keep them open the rest of the damn show. Let's enjoy
Let's do
ourselves.
that.
Yesterday was an ass kicking. We're taking credit pies. Plus, we're going to play Jeff's song when we return. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Phone lines going to be open all damn day, all right? It's just how we're going to roll. But we are looking for credit pies. Who's got one? Let's go to my man Dickie in Arlington. Dickie, what's your credit pie like?
How we doing, boys?
We're good, dude.
I'm going to give good. I'm going to give 30% to the special teams. I mean, that really set the tone. That Devo opener, that really just set the tone, the mood for the game. I'm going to give 30% of that O-line. I mean, I was at the game. It feels like every time I looked up, someone was touching Geno Smith. They completely took over that game, and it was exactly what the doctor ordered. And then 40% is going to go to DQ and Cliff. Cliff gets a lot of stuff when things aren't going right, but that guy knows how to run a game script, and he knew exactly what he wanted to do yesterday. And Mariota looked like he'd been playing in that offense for about 10 years. So, hail to the Commanders. Appreciate what you guys are doing.
Appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy. All right, now, it's unclear how much credit Jeff should get for his song going into the Raiders game, but a lot of people think, I mean, our guy Jupe thought Jeff deserves some credit.
Banger.
So this is, Landfill, help me understand what we're about to play here.
Okay, so just briefly on Friday, we were supposed to play, we're going to play Jeff's song, but I believe we got word, Jeff was leaving early. Jeff had to leave at 1 because he had a prior engagement. We got word that Jaden wasn't going to start. I think that was it. So we couldn't play it while Jeff was here, so he recorded an intro. He recorded this intro on Friday. That's the most important thing. He recorded this intro at Friday while he was at work. Okay. And I just got to play this for you. This was Jeff's song from Friday.
So my sole inspiration for this week is the fact that we're playing the Oakland Raiders. They're from the Bay. They're from Cali. So I had to hop in my Cali / Kendrick Lamar bag. And this is it. Week 3 versus Oakland.
Yeah, we took the L last week. That don't stop us from repping our squad, though. Win, lose, or draw. I'm a true commander. Yeah, my team be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. 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 Win, lose, or draw, I'm a true commander soldier. Took a nail last week, but the season ain't over. The Raiders selling in, we gon' push the boat over. Them black and gray boys can't survive in Landover. When Austin went down, man, the silence seemed loud. That's okay, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt make us proud. Next man up, when one go down. Cliff, can you make a damn adjustment this time? Now on the Joe, man, you gotta just do it. Send a blitz on a random 18, no look stupid. Offensive line, watch that movement. Can't go back when the O is moving. C-O-M-M, unicate. Gotta be sharp if you wanna be great. Lock it now, make a play. Let's go out and win this thing. Be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. My team be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. My team be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. My team be the C-O-M-M-A-N-D-E-R. Hit your dance, this your jam. Where are all my Commanders fans? Say hit your dance, this your jam. Where are all my Commanders fans? Hit your dance, this your jam. Where are all my Commanders fans? Hit your dance, this your jam. Where are all my Commanders fans? Now let's go out here and get this W. Put some more marks in the winner's column. Send these Raiders back out on the ship they came in. Knuckle Up Records.
Send them all the way back to Oakland.
All right. So
can I explain?
Friday, I was out of pocket. I didn't get to hear it. I want to compliment Jeff. It's fantastic. And I don't know if it was the Packers or the Giants game. I'm not trying to offend you here, but one of the first 2 songs kind of sounded recycled, like it was the same track you used from last year, or at least a very similar one.
Made it. I told you before that.
Yeah, you said it. You told us, yeah, it's basically the same beat as last year. It's all good. That was very fresh, very new. You could hear the reflections of Kendrick there.
Oh, yeah.
I applaud it all.
Thanks.
They've been playing in Vegas for 5 years, dude. 5 years.
All right, let me tell you the truth. We had a good time in the studio
This
that
is actually
night.
their 6th season
Yeah,
in Vegas.
We had a good time in the studio that night, and we made the cover art and everything. So I don't know how it just got past.
Well, if you were high and drunk in the studio, it's terrific. But
yeah.
then you did an intro
Yeah,
for it.
but you
in
did the
this
intro.
studio.
Let me
You did the intro
explain.
here
Sheesh, let
on
me
Friday.
explain. I was just so caught up in hurrying up and making this because I couldn't do it. I looked at the cover art and it still didn't click on me until when I'm driving home and Landfill, somebody puts in a group chat, "Hey yo, they playing Las Vegas," and I was like, "Oh!" And then I called my boy
Then he
on the
started
phone.
looking for stuff to have an argument against us.
That was Saturday. Because somebody brought it back up.
He started trying to make up stuff now.
Yeah, the text thread was a wild scene with the fighting.
And I was lit on Saturday too, so I was trying to just get my point across.
You didn't.
The song was awesome, though.
I know, I lost.
The song was great.
They've been playing in Vegas. This is their 6th season in Vegas.
Yeah, and I think for the final album, I might as well just keep it Oakland. Just a funny little blemish of the season.
That's fine with me. I almost think the Raiders have been in Vegas too long to still say Oakland. The Chargers only going from San Diego to L.A. Like, I'm not even mad at people that still call them the San Diego Chargers. Just because they're so soulless in L.A., you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they don't really feel like they belong in L.A. Like, I don't know. I think the Chargers have been in L.A. longer than the Raiders have been in Vegas, but that's really damn
All right,
funny.
so
When did Chargers move to L.A.? What do we think? I'll let everybody guess.
Was that 2015?
Exact same time as the Raiders went to Vegas.
Oh, really?
So if you remember, they played in the actually, I'm sorry. So 2017, they started playing in LA in the MLS stadium.
Yeah.
And then the SoFi opened in 2020.
Did they move the year after the Rams did?
I don't think so. I think SoFi opened and they were both there.
Because I didn't think that Jared Goff ever played in St. Louis.
I don't know, because remember that Hard Knocks his rookie year, he didn't know which direction the sun came up.
Yeah.
That I covered a game at the MLS stadium. Covering an NFL game at an empty MLS stadium was one of the most unique experiences of my life. Like you could hear the quarterback audibly. It was unbelievable. It was cool because you were so close to it, but it was not ready for NFL action. SoFi's super dope though. Great song, Jeff. All right, phone lines are open. We're doing credit pies when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Commanders start off the week with a win, 41-24 over the Raiders, scoring 60-yard run from Jeremy Nichols, Marcus Mariota, touchdown run and touchdown pass. That one to Luke McCaffrey. Bill Krosky-Merritt, TD plunge, and former Virginia Tech star Jalen Lane went 90 yards for a score. Head coach Dan Quinn on the young players.
It's proving that they're ready, and they're wanting to establish that to their teammates. You can be counted on. I can't remember the exact play, but there was a blitz pickup by Bill against a very effective blitzer. A tough matchup, tough one to go. Stood in, hit it just exactly, like you would draw it up to do it. That takes confidence to go and be there. Pass protection sometimes as a running back can be tricky and overloads and who's where.
Kansas City Chiefs beat the New York Giants 22-9 in the Sunday night game. Monday night features Detroit Lions at Baltimore Ravens. Chargers running back Najee Harris is out with an Achilles, and Cardinals lose running back James Conner to an ankle. Nationals beat the Mets 3-2. Two spectacular catches from Jacob Young and a two-run shot from Nassim Nunez.
Here's the pitch, swung on, hit in the air to deep left center field. Nimmo going back at the warning track, at the wall, leaping, and it is gone. Goodbye.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. The Associated Press top 5, Ohio State, Miami, Penn State, LSU, and Georgia in college football. Number 8, Florida State at Virginia Friday night. Maryland got 6 votes in the poll. The ACC fined Syracuse $25,000 for faking injuries against Clemson. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Curl, The Fan.
It's a little higher. High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the Eastern Seaboard. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Commanders kicked a little ass yesterday. Let's enjoy ourselves. Jason Holcomb on Twitter sent me his credit pie for the big win. 30% for the O-line, 20% for the offensive skill position players, 30% coaching. Cliff was on one, and Witt was great. 10 for the linebackers and 10 for the DBs. Everybody eats. DQ gets his own pie for taking that hit and keep on ticking. I like that. DQ deserves a ton of credit.
Yes, he does.
Let's go to these phones. Richard Montgomery. Mike, what's your credit pie look like?
Hey, JP. Good to hear your voice. Before I get started with my credit pie, I have to ask, when you went to BCC, you were talking last week about ballerinas and tutus.
Yes.
Were they the BCC ballerinas when you were there?
The Barons, sir. And I'll have you know that terrible ass field at Richard Montgomery is where I first hurt my left ankle. It's been a problem my whole life. So
I'm so sorry.
I got no love. What is it, the Rockets?
Me of that.
What the hell is Richard Montgomery? The Rockets?
Anyway, guys, I happen to be a character coach at a local high school here in Fredericksburg many years ago, and we focused on the head, the heart, and the spirituality of the teams. And I've heard you guys, my credit pie goes to both you guys, you, B. Mitch and JP. You guys set such a good example on the radio to young men, to other folks that listen to you guys about the importance of chemistry, about fellowship, about the positiveness in all situations. And whether the team is playing well or playing bad, you guys always find a way to spin positiveness, and I appreciate that, not just because I'm a former football player, but also an athlete who appreciates the message you guys send. So my credit pie goes to both of you guys.
Thank you.
And if I have a football player I'd like to recognize as a credit pie, I want it to go to Jeremy Reeves. that hit he made on that running back late in the game was just unbelievable. Stopped him in his tracks. So God bless you guys. Appreciate what you do, and thanks again.
Thanks,
All right,
brother.
man, appreciate you.
I occasionally I say some out of pocket stuff. I didn't think the spirituality coach would be on my side, but I'll take it. Landfill.
Yeah.
I can use whatever I can get
need,
right now.
You need all you can get.
800-636-1067. Phone lines are open. Let's go to Ed in Potomac. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's
hey,
up,
look,
man?
it's always good, not much, driving from Connecticut back home to Maryland. But you know what makes the drive from that so much better? When you're winning and you win a football game the way we did yesterday, I don't think I've listened to one single song all the way down. I've been listening to 106.7 The Fan since the Junkies came on and since you guys came on, because it feels good to just keep talking about a winning organization, and that's what we've become. Since last year, we have gone 16-7, including the playoffs. So it just feels good to be back to almost 10 games above 500 as an organization, almost 10 years. But anyways, to my credit pie, I'm going to give 25% to the offense, 25% to defense. I'm going to go ahead and give 10% to DQ for taking that hit, because, damn it, if that was me, I'm in concussion protocol. And 30%, I'm going to give to Jalen Lane. And here's why he's getting a big chunk of that pie, because this is my pie, but I'm going to split it up. But he's going to eat majority of this pie. Here's why. When the game was 20-10, they needed a play. Okay, they needed a play to essentially close that game out. I know they scored more points, 2 more touchdowns, but he running that 90-yard kick return back and doing what he was essentially.
Oh, no. There he is.
He closed that game out. He closed that game out for them, in my opinion, and put a statement on it.
All right, baby. I'm with that.
Appreciate it, man. Good call. You kind of cut in and out, which sucks, but thank you. Bones is in Southeast. What's up, Bones?
Hey, what's up, B-Miss? What's up, JP? Shout out to my main man, Jeff. Hey, look, check it out, man. I'm going to get 25% to the offense, 25% to the defense. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get 25% to the special teams. I'm going to get 12% to the coaches. And that other 13%, I'm giving it to Jeff Walker for putting that Donnie Blaze song out, man. Irregardless if he said Oakland or not. Just the effort, man. You get 12% for the effort. Thanks for taking my call, man. Love you guys, man. Peace.
All right, Bones.
Thank
Be cool,
you, Bones.
brother.
Appreciate you, man. Let's go to Zeke in Southeast. We're deep in Southeast today. What's up, Zeke?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's
hey,
up,
love
Zeke?
the show, man. Hey, listen, first of all, yeah, I'm the same way. You guys get off of Jeff, man. We still call them Bama's Oakland. Until they win something, they the Oakland Raiders, man. Jeff, you right. They Oakland. And,
Yeah, they just
I
playing
wanna
Vegas, though, for 5 years now, Zeke.
It's all good. Hey, but my credit pie, you got to give at least 55% to the special teams. I think at one point in the game, they said that our special team, we had more yardage than the whole Raiders offense. Was that true? I think that's what they said.
Oh, yeah.
So 55%, you got to give to the special team. They played an outstanding game. The other 20% I'm going to give to that defensive line, man. I'm talking about Gentry. He had nowhere to go. Every time you look, man, they plugged the holes, and they had my boy running around like he didn't know what to do with the ball. So that's 75. So another 15% I'm going to give to the offense, because we put up 40 with a backup quarterback. And then I got to get a rest to DQ, man, because, I mean, he took that hit, and I just knew he was going to protocol after that. But he got up, man, and ran the rest of the game, so I appreciate him. So, hey, Victory Monday, guys. Let's go.
All right,
keep it going.
You know, he probably should be in protocol. They just don't have no way of putting the coach in it.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Zeke.
That's what it is.
And,
all right.
And I mean, knowing DQ, there's no chance he wasn't going back out there.
Oh, yeah.
No chance.
He's like, he'll see what his players trying to tell him. Man, coach, you tripping, man. I want to play.
Landfill, what's your credit pie look like?
I'm going to give 5% to Dan Quinn for taking the hit. 15% will go to all of the coaches, including Dan Quinn, in addition to that, but he gets 5% special on his own. I'm going to go 30 to the offense. Then we'll go 25, not to the special teams, to the return game, because because there were some parts of special teams that were not good.
Yeah.
But the return, good. Good. And then I guess, what's that, 25% left? The other 25% goes to the defense.
They played well, man.
They did.
They played well.
They did that.
So for me, part of me wants to go straight up 33, 33, 33.
Got to be 33 and 1/3.
Okay. Just offense, defense, special teams. Maybe you knock it down a little bit because Gabe put one out of bounds and missed the kick. I just thought it was true complimentary football. The vibes in that locker room were really, really cool afterwards. You could tell everybody was happy with how they had played, and it was like a true team effort. And I like when you get that. Specifically, I thought Mariota was really, really excellent.
He's outstanding.
And he's just such a good guy that you're like happy for him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
got emotion after that game.
Yeah. And it's funny, when he did his press conference, I was like, so he talked about how grateful he was for his team to believe in him. He talked about how happy he was for McNichols. I think McNichols and Mariota were in Vegas together years back, not Oakland, Jeff. But, I just...
He gave you the one finger salute, dog.
Getting explosive plays all over the field, I thought helped so much. If you want to go through and do it, McNichols, McLaurin, Lane, Debo, Luke, the O-line overall, I thought was really, really good. They got really good play all over the field.
They did.
And it makes a world of difference when you're able to do it. You know what I mean?
100%, brother.
And I think that's why it was one of these games that everybody contributed all over. Defensively, I thought Wagner was great. Armstrong was great.
Mm-hmm.
The interior guys, it didn't exactly pop for them, but they
clogged up stuff all day.
Kinlaw was really good. Yeah. Genty's a talented back, and he was finally able to get a little bit more than he had in the first couple games, but Genty never really got going in that game. I thought they really had to respond, and they did, and I think that was so impressive for this thing. Genty finished the game 17 carries for 63 yards, 3.7 a pop. I made a point. I think I tweeted this out yesterday before the game. As you see, specifically the sack and the pressure production from all over the D line, and people are like, well, what about Frankie? What about Frankie? Witt said last Thursday that teams are starting to handle Frankie differently, where he used to just kind of get chips, or he would get he wasn't necessarily the focal point of the defense. Mm-hmm. Now defenses are focusing on Frankie, and I think we got to keep in mind
somebody else got to step up.
That's probably opening stuff up for other guys. Yeah. I thought
he was on plays yesterday. I didn't think he was wasn't doing anything. I think he was on plays yesterday.
I thought Debo was such a tone setter on that first kickoff return. Debo deserves a lot of credit to me in this game. Let's go to our guy, Chris, in Fredericksburg. Chris, what's up, man? What's your credit pie look like?
Yeah, man, I thank you for the call. It's actually going to be 35% for the special teams, man. And the rest is just kind of settles in where it's at. And B. Mitch, you can speak on this, man. There ain't nothing like a crowd when that special teams kick off, man. Mm-hmm. I love the fact that, it wasn't our offense inspiring our defense. It wasn't our defense inspiring our offense. Special team made its own name. And the running backs by committee as well, man. I don't see anything wrong with that. We got strength in different size, different speeds. Jeremy McNichols, man, let's give him some love too, man, because this guy stood out amazingly. I think he's done a great job the past couple of years being our playmaker when we need him. But when his name is called, he's ready as well, man. I definitely want to give a shout out to Joe Witt Jr. as well. I don't think he gets enough love, man, enough credit for being that solid warrior and commanding that front line. When we control that line of scrimmage, when we control that that front, man, it sets the tone, man. And we're there with that violent attitude that we always have known to be. So it's just a pleasure to see that our identity is there, regardless of whose name is called, whatever number is there. The identity has been set, led by our Commander-in-Chief, Dan Quinn.
All right, brother.
There you have it.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for the call. I mean, DQ, it's funny how I think the fan base has really turned around on DQ. I think the way he coaches, he pours his guts, his heart, soul. He's willing to be vulnerable, which a lot of football coaches are way too ego-driven to allow for that.
Mm-hmm.
It was the win they needed and the win they got. And I think it's cool. Like, looking at this schedule now, you got Atlanta next week. Atlanta got their ass kicked yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw any of that.
I just a little bit. But
30-0 to the Panthers.
You bench your quarterback and you bring in Kirk, and he did absolutely nothing either.
I mean, it was mop-up time at that point. Penix completed 50% of his passes. 18 of 36 with 2 picks. It was just bad. And then they go to Kirk at the end of that thing. I would think it's going to be Penix again next week, don't you?
I would think so.
But all of a sudden, you got Atlanta next week. Maybe you get to 3-1. We're going to eventually have the Jaden conversation. Will Jaden be back this week? We'll see, right? Like,
if he's healthy, he's back. If he's not, he's not, because that's why you have a legitimate backup. Just in case something goes wrong, you can trust in him. And then I was on the show before the game, and they were like, what do you think is a reason that Mariota will be good? I say all of his teammates have confidence in him. All he did was produce last year, and they felt the same way this year. So great things happen for him.
Let's go to our guy, Deacon in D.C. Deke, what'd you think yesterday?
Oh, man, big ups. Big ups to the coaches for letting the puppies play, you understand, without putting any restraints on them. A big ups to Debo for setting the mood of the whole game, and a great big ups to all of the people that came out yesterday. Even though we came off of a loss, they still performed.
Yeah, totally.
I don't know about that place kicker, baby.
Yeah, you ain't the only one.
Appreciate you, Deke. Thank you, buddy. Phone lines are pretty full. Keep calling in. 800-636-1067. Got this from Big John on Twitter. Says special teams 40%, O-line 25%, Mariota 15%, Revo 5%, DQ 10, Cliff 5. Great team win overall. Great building block.
Revo's an absolute beast, bro. He will knock you chock off, bro.
Tone setter, man. Tone setter. Cody Betts, our old producer turned tech executive, he tweeted, Landfill, it's only fair. Nobody has credited the alumni yet. Crazy how fast people forget about their impact.
Yeah. What the hell?
I mean, he's right. I'm upset that it took 5 years for the alumni to start doing enough to help the team win. But now that they're doing it, thanks. Thank you, guys.
About damn time.
You're a damn fool.
Phone lines are open all day. We do need to get into a little bit of a conversation. Did Washington look great because of the Raiders, or did Washington look great because of Washington? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token for tonight's game as the Ravens take on the Lions. Derrick Henry, anytime touchdown. Lamar Jackson, how about an anytime touchdown for him? And Amon-Ra St. Brown, let's go with an anytime touchdown as well. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration or max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Great home win for the Commanders, beating the Raiders 41-24, 174 yards on the ground in the first half. Marcus Mariota, a touchdown pass and a touchdown run. 90-yard punt return for Jalen Lane, 60-yard run for Jeremy Nichols. Commanders are now 2-1 at the Falcons on Sunday. Nationals defeated the Mets 3-2. Two spectacular catches from Jacob Young. The ACC has fined Syracuse $25,000 for faking injuries in the 34-21 win over Clemson. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Alltrex windows, Monterey Storm windows, Provia doors, all apply. Thewindowman.com. Select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales, already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. Byron Curran on The Fan.
Love you. Shout out to our man, the myth, the legend, AD, Ahmet. Victory Monday. Brought in some banging burgers and wings and brisket. Always a great Victory Monday when AD comes to the city. I want to take this credit pie from my man Marcus in Brandywine. What's up, Marcus?
What's going on, guys? How are you doing this morning?
What's up,
This
bro?
afternoon, sorry. Good. Hey, listen, man. Defense played well, special teams played well, but hats off to Cliff, man. He dialed up a great game from Mariota. He wasn't too conservative. He stuck with the run, and he was getting the ball out of his hands really, really quickly. So, Mariota played well, but I really feel like that game was coached extremely well. Like the play calling in that game was really, really good. So I got to give my props to Cliff, man. He made some decent adjustments this week.
There you go. Thank you, Marcus. Cliff was good. Everything was good. Thanks, dude. I just saw this stat from Sam Monson. Dorrance Armstrong is leading the NFL in total pressures and pressure rate through 3 weeks. Got 18 total pressures, and he's averaging a pressure on 1 out of every 4 plays. 25% pressure rate.
Last year, he started to get that little rhythm, and then I think he got a little nicked up. But Dorrance can go, man.
For sure.
Yeah, he can go.
He's been playing really, really well. All right. Landfill has it on here, and Landfill's job is to ask questions, and if you know Landfill, at times he can be a little bit of a bleep hole.
Big time. He's a humongous one sometimes.
So Landfill posed this question. Why did the Washington offense look so much better this week? Was it changes on the offensive line? Was it Mariota playing well? I'm not even going to read that question, Landfill. I'm just not even going to read that. Or was it because the Raiders suck? I think defensively, Washington's pass rush was really good, and I think it's because they played well, but the Raiders' O-line is really bad. That tackle's got to be I'd love to see PFF grades on that dude, and I'd be curious if he's not at the bottom of the list. Offensively, I think they just played their game, and I think their game is very, very rhythmic, and they were able to get into the rhythm, and that carried them through. The Raiders' defense is not terrible. So offensively, I think they deserve the credit.
They played to their strengths yesterday. And I think, I don't know if I mentioned this to you, I talked to somebody else. Sometimes when you have a quarterback of Jaden Daniels' ilk, coaches draw up game plans so that because they know they have a superhero, and he has to be a superhero every play. But every once in a while, when that person leaves, they draw up a game plan to have everybody involved where it helps out the quarterback. I believe you do the same type of game plan with a Jaden Daniels in the game, you can get you get more out of him, where so many people are helping, and he has to be that great guy every once in a while, not all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I think that's part of why things look so whatever, because I always say, I don't care. Like, I know when we mentioned it earlier, and Logan said, like, you give a Tom Brady or like a Josh Allen. Tom Brady had a lot of damn support. His offensive line was damn good. He had consistent receivers that will always be there for him as a liability. The running game was good with the Patriots, and the defenses were good, and the special team would help him out. So it wasn't all about Tom making everybody good. Tom ain't have to be a superhero all the damn time. Now, when it came late in the game, he get that done for you, just like Pat Mahomes. So I just think that it's the way the game plans are drawn up sometimes. Some people, you just forget. Still a player. I know he's great, but hell, you don't want him to be great all the time, because if you try to be great all the time, he's going to get banged up.
Got this from Can I Borrow $1 on Twitter. He said, I'd like to say we look good as a team because it's us and not because the Raiders are atrocious. I think it's 2 to 3 weeks too early to judge until things start to shake out as far as good teams versus bad teams. I agree with that. I do think we're starting to see some bad teams. I think the Giants are a bad team. But the reality is, beat the bad teams and beat the brakes off them. That's exactly what they've done. If you want to say the Giants and the Raiders are bad, cool. They've won by 4 touchdowns between those two teams. Like,
hey, bro. All I know is every
good
week,
teams are supposed to be bad teams.
Every weekend they're playing against a professional football team. Am I right?
Yeah.
The guys on those teams get paid too. If you whip their asses, I don't care if people say, oh, they're not playing well. No, their chemistry is not right yet, but they got all professional athletes. And sometimes your team just happened to make the other team look bad. Because we had already written Green Bay up as the next best thing. They lost yesterday to Cleveland. You know why? Cleveland got a good defense. And then all of a sudden, when Green Bay's offense wasn't working, their defense got a little messed up, didn't they not? Because everybody wasn't clicking. So maybe, just maybe, this team can be as good as they were in week 1 and week 3. It just maybe got caught up or overlooked stuff a little bit when they went up to Green Bay.
I think Green Bay was a bit of a buzzsaw. It's a primetime game. They're honoring Sterling Sharp at halftime. I also think Parsons controlled the line of scrimmage. What Parsons was able to do for them changed things. I'm not shocked that Washington made some changes to their O-line after the Green Bay game. They couldn't run it. Jaden was getting beat up all night. Like, teams are allowed to evolve over the course of a season. I always say a football season is a living, breathing organism that changes throughout.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not entirely convinced the Raiders are terrible. I don't think they're very good, but they have some dudes that matter. Brock Bowers, you wonder if he was healthy in that game. Would that have made a difference? Like, specifically, the play Will Harris broke up in the end zone. That was a really good throw from Geno, and Bowers ran a good route. He physically wasn't able to go high point it, which I wonder if when he's healthy. But you know what happens in the NFL? Guys are beat up. And Harris made a great play and knocked it away. I don't think you have to be dismissive of that win because the Raiders don't seem to be very good. You're supposed to beat the bad teams. And what did they do? They beat them by, help me with the math, B, 41-24.
17 point, bro.
Yeah. In their 2 wins, they've won by 17 and 14. That's pretty good.
Hey, man, you can't choose your family, and you can't choose your opponents. You just beat them when they show up.
Right.
I mean, let's be real.
Whoever it is. Jeffrey, where do you land on the Washington has looked good, but they're beating bad teams stuff? Because you know it's going to be a talking point.
I'm not going to lie, JP. I was actually thinking about this morning, and I feel as though how do I say this? we're like a step behind good teams, but we are ahead of the bad teams. And when we moved in our power ranking last week, when we dropped a couple of places, I wasn't mad about it or anything, because we know this team can go out and win. We know when we play bad teams, we're going to go out there and beat them. And we know when we play good teams, there's a possibility we're going to go out there and beat them. It's not like the old Washington where teams were looking to, turn their season around, get their first win like the Detroit Lions or anything like that. It's not an automatic W in Washington anymore.
Like if they go to 3-1 this week after playing Atlanta, their 3 wins will be against Atlanta, Vegas, and the Giants. Is that bad? They're 3-1. Like at some point, it's like just this constant goalpost moving.
But the thing, like I'm saying, Jay, Green Bay lost to Cleveland. Okay?
Yeah.
Green Bay beat us. You can't look at the team because they hadn't played well a week or two, because at any given week, any given Sunday, you can lose to anybody out there. They lost to Cleveland, dude. So why are we going to sit up here and not think that we can be this team as shown what they've shown in week 1 and week 3? I mean, the questions get thrown out there, but you are playing pro teams every damn week. They're first rounders. They're potential Hall of Famers on damn near every team out there. So when you beat them, you beat them. Because if you were to lose to them, people damn well will destroy you. So when you go out and handle your business, why should that be questioned?
I also think, to me, what stands out as a good team beating a bad team is that it's not close. Vegas cuts it to Vegas ties it up in the second quarter, and that seemed like a real eye opener.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, all right, let's put our foot down and kick their ass. Yeah. You know what they did? Literally, McNichols put his foot down, went 60 yards, scored. They get the field goal at the end of half. Like, I don't know that it matters when they're playing what team is good, what team is bad. You saw results yesterday all over the place that kind of show the any given Sunday nature of the NFL. Miami was dead to rights, right? They gave the Bills a tough game on Thursday night.
That's what I'm saying.
Arizona or Niners, like, who do you believe in from that? A 16-15 final. That was largely a defensive battle. The Colts are 3-0. Are people having this debate? Are the Colts good? Or are they just playing bad teams? The Colts have the best point differential in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Colts are 3-0 and have outscored their 3 opponents by 47 points. Think about it. That's almost 50 points in 3 games. That's really freaking good. Can I tell you my thought with the Colts? Just as an aside.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're cruising. I think that division's bad. I think they're going to be in a good position. And, man, I can't wait to bet against them in the playoffs. Just file that in the back of your head. Speaking of betting, one of the boys had a hell of a betting weekend. One of the boys got rich this weekend. We'll tell you who it is, and they're going to share their betting secrets when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley going around the NFL at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Sometimes the boys get hot. And when you're hot, you're hot. And when you're not, you're not. And the homie Landfill, Jim Andrew Mullins the 8th, Professor Landini, whatever you want to call him, the homie Landfill is hot. Landfill. You said the words, I'm so good at betting right now, I even made money on Sam Darnold.
That is correct, yeah.
Sam Darnold's like your nemesis.
I can't believe you bet on Sam Darnold.
Pretty much, yeah. I don't have faith in the guy. I think he's overrated. I expect him to start sucking at some point this season, but yesterday he came through for me. Barely, but he did it.
All right, so let's run through your whole card. Because if you're betting Sam Darnold in the late window, means you're up money and just letting it fly. You were like a sailor coming into port with his paycheck at a roulette wheel.
Yeah, so I've been, so full disclosure, I woke up at 12:55 yesterday, so I didn't really get in time for the 1 o'clock games.
Okay.
So
hey, man.
I was doing some live betting. I got
what's the unit these days?
We're not gonna discuss unit sizes, but I was up about 10 yesterday.
10 units up.
Yeah.
Oh wow. All right.
So I went 3-1.
In the 1 o'clocks.
No, I only made 4 bets yesterday. I was 3-1. I got touchdowns from Kieran Williams, anytime touchdown, winner, big
what was
winner.
That paying?
It was plus 313.
Wow. All right.
Then I had Sam Darnold 2 or more touchdown passes, winner, plus
that had
250.
to be plus 8 million.
Plus 250.
Still.
They did crush the Saints, but I think Darnold only actually had 2 touchdowns, which is a little annoying.
What made you want to bet on Sam Darnold? Just playing the Saints?
I got a 100% boost during that window.
Okay.
So I bet on Darnold. And then I got the Chargers. My only L was the Cowboys, who somehow lost to the Bears. I didn't realize the Cowboys were terrible. But that was a no sweat bet. So I was basically 4-0 if you look at it that way. But really, it was only technically 3-1.
Wow. Congrats, dude.
Thank you.
Big weekend. And it's not even, when you're betting those like anytime touchdowns, those like higher odds, it's not even worth to me looking at it as like a 0-1 or 1-0 because you're you're playing these odds that are very different. So I'd say you're more, considering the record there, I'd have you at like 5-1.
I also, and here's the crazy thing. So
you didn't bet the Commanders game at all?
I didn't, no.
Okay.
But I had been previously this whole season's been doing very well for me. I've been making a lot of money by betting against Arch Manning and the Longhorns because he's overrated as hell. But then I decided after last week, the tide had kind of started to turn, and now he was overhated. So I would bet on the Longhorns to cover this week, and they did, of course. So that was a big win for me there.
Gotta like that. I had a really good betting weekend last weekend. This weekend was kind of a chaotic one in the Finley house. So I didn't have a lot of action for me. I did hit Tulsa Friday night, which I really liked. I wish I had hit that for more and taken the money line, but I didn't. I put a bet in Saturday night. I finally got to sit down at a television Saturday night at like 9 o'clock, and I was like, show me something that's on because I'm betting on it. I'm going to sit down and relax for a minute and bet. And Indiana, Illinois had just gone to halftime. Did you catch any of Indiana, Illinois, B. Mitch?
Nope. I saw the score, though.
Yeah. So
they beat the hell out of them.
They sure did. At halftime, this thing was 35-10. And I was like, all right, I think Illinois is going to come back in the second half. Surely it's not going to go this one-sided. I took the Illinois Fighting Illini +4 in the second half. Now, second half bet, it's 0-0s, man. I got a whole new ball game here. Do you know what the final score was of the second half of Indiana, Illinois, Brian?
Just the second half?
Just the second half.
Illinois didn't score, did they?
Nope.
So they beat them by like 30, 40?
28-0.
Damn.
My +4 did not cover. And then last night, you guys know I am loyal to a fault in all capacities. What did we have last night? Kansas City Chiefs traveling to New Jersey to play the Giants. Giants are +6. It's a night game at home. A lot of points. That's a system pick, folks. And when you believe in a system, you got to play by the system. And I put that bet in. And when I found out that, yet again, Brian Daboll was going into a game without a kicker. Now, this was a little bit different. I guess the kicker got hurt during warmups. The Giants are so bad and so dumb that I, in turn, am bad and dumb for betting on them last night, B. I know in a million years you would not have bet on the Giants last night with the 0-2 Chiefs coming to town.
But you did.
Why, Brian, you're a Giants fan. Did you bet on the Giants last night?
No, I did not. I bet on Tyquan Thornton to get 40 yards. And that hit.
He might be emerging. That might be somebody to watch there. Chris Russell's in the building. Sure, it has nothing to do with the fact that Ahmet brought a bunch of food in.
Oh, yeah, he heard that. He drove in fast.
I bet no matter what happened, Rooster's ride in, his commute was worse than everyone else's.
Yep.
Somehow that's what always seems to happen. We're going around the NFL when we return. A lot to discuss, a lot of crazy-ass results yesterday. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders now turn their sights on the Atlanta Falcons after crushing the Raiders 41-24. Jeremy Nichols' 60-yard run, 90-yard punt return for Jalen Lane. Marcus Mariota, 2 of 7 through the air, a touchdown run and a touchdown pass. Head coach Dan Quinn on how he got it done.
I knew we'd support him like crazy. You just knew it. This teammate, what he is, very much quintessential Marcus. Aggressive, run pass stuff, to go, scrambling, being aggressive. He felt very much in control of it. I was pleased with the line in terms of the run game to go. Okay, would he stay consistent and not have extra things to go? And man, he's just so steady. And I thought that's exactly where it was. I was super proud of him.
Kansas City Chiefs beat New York Giants 22-9. Monday Night Football, Lions and Ravens at 8:15. Nationals put a dent in the Mets' run for the playoffs 3-2 thanks to 2 amazing catches from Jacob Young. Tonight, Mackenzie Gore against the Atlanta Braves on the Fan at 7:15. Capitals beat the Bruins 5-2 in preseason, sending Milano 2 goals. ACC fined Syracuse $25,000 for faking injuries in their win over Clemson. Ohio State, Miami, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, top 5. Number 8, Florida State at Virginia Friday night. Maryland gets 6 votes in the poll. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, go to baldinos.com. Byron Curl on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Commanders got a big win yesterday, but it was a wild day of football across the NFL, especially in the 1 o'clock window.
Man, we had all kind of. We had a 95-yard punt return for a touchdown, a 90-yard punt for a touchdown. You had a bunch. You had field goals blocked and returned by big men.
Listen to this. So, 8 games were within 1 score in the fourth quarter yesterday, and 7 games were decided by 8 points or fewer. All by teams that recorded the game-winning score in the final 3 minutes of the fourth quarter.
Damn.
So the Browns, the Jags, the Chargers, the Eagles, the Steelers,
Red Zone was
the
on
Niners,
fire yesterday.
and the Bucks all won within the last 3 minutes of the game.
So Red Zone was on fire yesterday then, right?
Yeah, oh, for sure. The Bucks, Tampa, I mean, just a wild-ass game yesterday. You see the clip of
I saw it.
Aaron
AG.
Glenn?
Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying about Red Zone. If you watch that happen on Red Zone, you're like, damn, they must have won the game. They lost the game. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like Shanahan used to like that too, though. He loved watching the highlights.
Right. So the Jets, man, I mean, credit to them. The Jets were down 23-6 early in the third quarter and started coming back. The Jets got a Tyrod to Garrett Wilson, then Tyrod to Lazard. Then they blocked a field goal, ran it back to take the lead 27-26 with 1:50 left.
Mm-hmm.
And then Baker and the Bucks go back down the field. McLaughlin hits a game winner to win it 29-27. This is wild to me, B. Tampa's off to a 3-0 start.
Yeah.
They're the first team first modern era team to record a game-winning score in the final minute of the fourth quarter in each of their first 3 games. They've won all their games like this.
Mhm.
I mean, if it happens twice, like, all right. 3 times in a row is pretty nuts, I think.
Mm-hmm.
By far the most painful game for Commanders fans was the Eagles and the Rams. Washington and Philly, there's a lot of football left. You don't want to get too worked up about records or any of that right now. But the more losses you could throw on the Eagles, the better it'll be for Washington.
True.
And in that game, Philly was down big.
Yeah.
Philly got down 26-7 in the third quarter. And then it seemed like, now they just lost Kellen Moore. The dude that's now the offensive coordinator is Sirianni's buddy from way back. That offense looked awful. And you'll say you love it about Philly. To me, it is what makes Philly Philly. I'm not sure that I love it. You got the defending Super Bowl champions, 2-0 to start the season, booed off the field at halftime at home.
Yeah. You saw they came out in the second half and played better, right?
I mean, yeah.
They were getting their ass kicked.
They gave up a touchdown on the first drive of the third quarter.
Yeah.
Offensively,
They
they
probably
started
got booed
playing.
then, too.
Offensively, they started playing way better. I kind of think Jalen Hurts just said bleep you to the play caller and started doing his own thing because nothing was going downfield. And Landville, I think you may have said it. I heard somebody point out what the Eagles figured out in the second half of that game from a passing attack. Jeff, did you say it?
Wasn't me.
There's a Washington tie here. A.J. Brown, one of the most physical receivers in the NFL, arguably the most physical receiver in the NFL. Philly kind of remembered that Emmanuel Forbes was covering A.J. Brown. And A.J. Brown just turned the game around completely. I mean, Philly, it was 26-7. Philly scored three straight touchdowns to make it 26-27. They take the lead. They go for 2. They don't get it. Jalen Hurts was really, really good in the second half. The whole, is Jalen Hurts good discussion is so incredibly stupid.
Mm-hmm.
He's good, period. And then the Rams move the ball into position for a game-winning field goal in the link, take down the Eagles. If you're the Rams, you were in the link in January with a chance to take down the Eagles in the playoffs, and you came up short. If you're the Rams yesterday, you're in Philly with a chance to take down the Eagles, and the field goal gets blocked. The big fella, Jordan Davis. And for me, as somebody that was sitting on the Rams plus 3.5, fine. That's life. But then the big man rumbled 61 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah.
To cover.
He was rolling, though, dog.
And I don't know that I'm mad about this or not because I can understand why in the moment those guys did what they did. The Rams field goal team gave very little effort at chasing him down. If you watch, he was moving, but watch the replay from the All-22.
He was moving, but he had a host of people, of his own people right behind him.
Well, and the way it bounced worked out perfectly for him in that it bounced away and then right up into his arms. So he had a full head of speed, whereas the rest of them were kind of trying to run back the other way. Whatever. What do you make of Philly's 3-0 start?
I mean, they're 3-0. That's the only thing you make of it. They didn't play great in all the games, but they won the game. That's we just talked about that. What do good teams do? When they don't play well, they find a way to win. Did we not say that?
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. And, the Rams helped them out.
So let me ask that question. Your 3-0 says a lot.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of 3-0 teams, though, B.
Yeah, a lot of them. But
the Niners did enough to win yesterday with Mac Jones.
You will see as they move forward what they are, what they really are. You will see that as you move forward.
So, obviously, the Eagles-Rams game was just completely nuts. I think the most shocking result yesterday, though, was the Packers 2-0 going to face the Browns 0-2 and losing. Now, that game, I liked the Browns with the points. I had that. I did not think they'd win. I thought they would just listen, Cleveland plays really good defense. Myles Garrett is on a mission, and the rookie they drafted, I think he's out of Michigan, the kid Mason Graham, is just really, really disruptive in the middle of that defensive line. Offensively, Quinshon Judkins, the rookie out of Ohio State, showed a lot for the Browns. The Browns, I don't know what to make it. The Browns just are not a serious football organization to me.
Hey,
and I hate that for
they
my
beat Green Bay.
My friends that are Browns fans.
They find ways.
What do you make of the Packers? It was 3-0 at halftime. Packers are able to get it up to 10-0 in the third quarter. Then the Browns get a field goal. Then they get a touchdown. They block a Green Bay field goal to win it. Or no, it was an interception, rather. Jordan Love throws that pick. They're able to nail a 55-yarder to win it.
The Browns kept fighting, and the Packers were feeling good about themselves. They felt like, oh, we got this. They can't beat us. But they never quit. And where it's in 10-0. So the defense like, look, they're not killing us. We just need something from your offense.
They got just enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Funny little story on the side here. So I just got a tweet from Ziggy that said, I was really happy to hear that Landfill did not want to discuss his unit size. Got to pause that one. That's fair, Ziggy. And
we're going to pause very much. Thank you, Ziggy.
But I thought it was pretty funny.
It was funny.
So I dropped it into our text thread because I wanted us all to enjoy the merriment. Except I realized I dropped it into my all ears text thread, which has people from NBC on it and Heather McDonough. And sorry about that. Oops.
Bro, do you not look before you post?
Not always.
Well, you need to. Or just stop posting stuff that can take you the wrong way.
HR issues.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's too old to still be doing stuff like that.
It wasn't a post. It was a text.
I don't care. You got the wrong person on that text.
G-Mitch stepped in.
I'm being real, though. Listen,
I feel like I'm about to get yelled at for taking pens.
I'm going to Louisiana to talk to kids about conflict resolution.
I don't think this is a conflict.
I would tell them the same thing. Think twice before you do something. I tell JP think twice.
I didn't do anything
I
wrong.
told JP think twice for the last 10 years. You know what he does?
Always double check before you hit send. Always. That's got to be a
the
rule.
One that sent it. I'm the mediary. I'm the.
Ziggy sent it to you.
No, Ziggy sent it to the universe.
But you're sharing it with people in the business world.
Did you just do retweets or not endorsements?
Retweets are not endorsements. Jeffrey.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff. I'm going to give you a minute to explain the controversy.
Yo, there are two Commandantes.
It's only one. The one that looks like the Joker every once in a while, that is drunk, that sounds like he's drunk as soon as he wakes up, that's the Commandante. The other guy trying to take somebody else's name.
Yeah, dude,
Do you think somebody's clout chasing Commandante Tequila's
Yeah,
clout?
he's running around with Commandante on this thing.
I've only seen one person with Commandante at that stadium. And
The Joker.
That was our boy. But
They
then
gave
I
us
seen
all
it
his-
on
all his
Sunday.
trash when he decided
I
to
said,
drive.
oh, man. And then what made it even funnier, somebody that listened to the show said, oh, Commandante Tequila. And in my head, I'm like, that is not Commandante Tequila.
No, it's not.
Now, Commandante Tequila did send us presents.
Yeah.
He
trick
sent us
golf
all
balls. I got Titleist written on the outside of the box.
handmade golf balls. If you're watching the chat, you
Hello.
can look at this. Commandante.
What's in the ball?
Yo, me and B play enough golf.
These not handmade balls.
To know the difference between a real golf ball and a fake golf ball.
He bought them. I don't know if they're going to explode or just do some weird stuff.
But since
You can have 'em on
Commandante
it.
Tequila sent us fake golf balls, I think everybody got some, right? Landfill, did you get Commandante Tequila's balls?
He's like, Landfair ain't going to the golf course.
All right, but me, Jeff, and B all got him.
So Jeff going to hit him in the alley tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if they blow up, Jeff will blow up.
I don't think it's like explosives. I think it'll like make a big pop, right?
I don't know. If it was the one with the bullet in it, then I wouldn't let you hit that one, Jeff.
Jeff,
you ever hit that one? There's a golf ball that has a bullet in it, and you put it to where when you hit it, it sounds like a gun, and it flies.
I have not done that.
I've done.
I'm not really interested.
I did it at Raspberry Falls.
I can't do that. Just my luck, the ball will hit my foot or something.
No, fool. You're not hitting it hard enough for it to even go off.
I kind of agree with Brian. So tomorrow, Jeff's going to hit an explosive golf ball.
I don't know if look, they sound like they got sand in them.
Do you remember? This was, I think,
It might be
years
fried
ago.
tequila, you say?
We had the controversy about who the real Telly was.
Yeah.
Remember there were two different dudes named
That
Telly
solved
that would
itself.
call in?
That solved itself. They just stopped calling. Both of them.
I don't know that I'm prepared for a battle of the Commandante Tequilas. That just it doesn't sound like there's a lot of upside.
Well,
in
you
that.
know what? Sometimes we have topics that we sound like we damn Commandante Tequila. So you know what? We're gonna have to let the people let it battle out. Who was the real one?
We'll determine who the real one is by who sends us the more trash from their house.
Well, we know the real one is.
I don't know.
We got tour soft golf balls that feel like they're ping pong balls.
It's a weird world. It's a weird, weird world, especially when you work in the circus like us. What you thought of the Packers yesterday at 9 a.m., is it significantly different today after the loss to the Browns?
No,
For me, it isn't. Like,
to
weird
me-
things happen.
To me, I know weird things happen in the NFL, but teams that are good don't allow that to happen for the most part. If they are at that level that we thought they were after they beat the Commanders, they wouldn't have lost that game to the Rams, to the Browns. They would have kicked their asses. So they're not. They were riding off of an emotional wave of all of a sudden, here we go. Micah's in town now, and they're balling. They've come back down to earth off of that one.
Sure. How about a team that Washington will see in 2 weeks that I think looks quite good, man? The Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
There are now 6 teams at 3-0. Bills, Colts, Chargers, Eagles, Niners, Bucks. 3 in each conference.
Even that last game against the Chargers, last game that they played, who were they playing?
Denver yesterday?
Denver. I felt like Denver screwed up too much. Denver should have won that football game.
I don't disagree, but this is going to be very, very hard to overcome. Not saying it cannot be overcome. Chargers are 3-0.
Mhm.
All 3 are division games. So through 3 weeks of the season, they're already up 3-0 on the AFC West.
Mhm.
Like, that's a big deal.
It is.
That's the first time
Remember,
that
they
has
played-
happened
they played-
since
they-
2006.
They play the Chiefs again.
Sure.
Well, if the Chiefs beat them, boom. Then they come back, they're going to play against Denver again.
They're going to play all 3 of them
But
again.
they're going to be in Denver this time, right? They were in L.A. yesterday, weren't they?
Yeah, well, the Chiefs game was in Brazil.
Yeah.
The Vegas game was in Vegas, and yesterday was their home opener.
So I think that they're going to have to really, really make sure that they handle those games because the Raiders are going to be going to L.A. But they got to go to Denver and they got to go to KC.
Yeah. There was a former Washington quarterback that got a win yesterday.
Carson
A
Wentz.
big win.
Wentz.
48-10. Vikings over the Bengals. Wentz threw 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, but that was a defensive game right there, bro. The defense
Totally.
won that for them.
I mean, the defense was phenomenal, but honestly, offensively, Minnesota did enough to, like, the Bengals were god-awful.
Yeah.
God-awful.
And they're going to be like that without Joe Burrow as the quarterback.
This kid, Isaiah Rodgers, deserves credit. He had an 87-yard pick 6, then a 66-yard fumble 6. The play he made on the sideline to get the football is like hard to comprehend. It was really incredible. Minnesota's going to have to ride this out till J.J. McCarthy's back. I don't think you're going to get two defensive scores every week. It's a shame the Bengals ownership is so cheap because they should trade for Jameis or trade for Kirk Cousins.
Ooh.
Like, just trade.
Minnesota, you saying?
No, I'm saying Cincy.
Cincinnati?
You know Burrow's out a while.
Yeah, they should go get them more.
Your only path to wins is to be explosive offensively.
Yeah, because their defense sucks.
Yeah. I mean, Jordan Mason yesterday had a $116 and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Carson Wentz threw for 2 touchdowns. Like, that was a embarrassing result, I think. What do you make of the Houston Texans? CJ Stroud starting 0-3. Stroud just looks all out of sorts, dude. Last year wasn't great, but they still won games. This year, nothing looks right.
Mm-hmm. Can't block games. They can't block.
Dude, he missed yesterday. I watched some of that, and it was that offense looks awful. They can't run, can't pass.
You can't run the football. Quarterback not gonna look good.
Yeah, dude. Did you watch any of it yesterday?
Just saw a little highlight.
He did not. Like, the same dude we saw from 2 years ago when Stroud was phenomenal was not the person that was out there yesterday. Trevor Lawrence didn't look very good either. Like, from a quarterbacking perspective, it was a pretty ugly game. But, I mean, for CJ Stroud was such a tactician with the football, and for him to throw the second pick late, I was just kind of blown away by it. I don't know. That Houston thing does not look good, man. And you could always turn things around. It's still very early in the season. But you get to 0-3, it gets very hard. 0-2 is one thing. Like, Kansas City winning last night and their pedigree and the players on that team, you can't discount them, period. But Houston at 0-3, I don't know. That thing looks ugly. Big game up the road tonight. Ravens, Lions. Let's talk through what we expect. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Virginia Tech is proposing adding an extra $229 million to its athletics budget over the next 4 years to help position the Hokies to compete with the top programs in the ACC. They are also going to hire a new football coach for next season. Good to be home for the Commanders as they overpower the Raiders 41-24. Commanders 174 on the ground in the first half. Marcus Mariota 207 through the air, 1 touchdown run, 1 touchdown pass to Luke McCaffrey. Monday night features Lions and Ravens tonight at 8:15. Nationals are in Atlanta against the Braves at 7:15 on the Fan with Mackenzie Gore to the bump. Nationals beat the Mets 3-2. Jacob Young with 2 spectacular catches in center field. Duke's Kara Lawson has been named the next head coach of the United States women's basketball team. More college football. Maryland receives 6 votes in the AP Top 25. Ohio State, Miami, Penn State, LSU, and Georgia are your top 5. Number 8, Florida State at Virginia on Friday night. ACC has fined Syracuse $25,000 for faking injuries in their 34-21 win over Clemson. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Ignorance is bliss. Be making me laugh in here at my own demise. The other game I wanted to at least make mention of, Brian, Patriots turned the ball over 5 times yesterday.
Not going to win that game.
Ramondre Stevenson had 2 fumbles. 2 fumbles on 6 touches, I would add. I'm sorry, 7. He had 4 carries and 3 catches and fumbled it twice. Can that dude play for you anymore? Got a history of fumbling, and then you do that yesterday.
I mean, he can play with you. Hell, Tiki Barber had the worst fumbling issue in the world.
But he was also really good.
Well, Ramondre Stevenson just a couple of years ago was very good against us.
Yeah, he
when
sure
we were
was.
up there. So the thing about it is they got to figure it out, teach him something better. If he doesn't get it corrected, then give him his walking paper.
Antonio Gibson had a fumble, something that may not shock locals. Drake May had a pick and a fumble. The Steelers, I don't think are good, but they were able to win that one on the road in New England.
But they're winning games.
All right. I'm going to tell you part of this stat line, and you tell me the last part, B.
Okay.
Your boy, probably your favorite quarterback of the last 20 years, Aaron Rodgers, in the black and gold, went 16-23 with 2 touchdowns and a pick yesterday. Pretty good game, right? What do you have A-Rod's passing yards at? 16-23 with 2 touchdowns.
16-23 for 168 yards to 181.
139.
Damn. Yeah.
You talk about nothing going downfield.
Yeah, nothing going downfield, but see, I'm at the point sometimes.
It's not even that efficient.
It's 16-23. It's okay, but it's when did you throw those passes? Was it a 3rd and 1, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 6s? You know what I mean? They're winning.
I mean, what
it's not
matters,
all because of him.
What matters is he connected with Calvin Austin for a 17-yard touchdown late in the 4th quarter to win the game.
70% completion.
I mean, if you think about the Steelers' past 2 quarterbacks, Rodgers versus Russ, Russ was terrible last night. Did you watch any of that?
I watched. Lady was terrible. But most,
I'm not sure he was good early.
For Russ, see the thing, but you got to realize that offense is nothing but try to give Malik Neighbors the football. That's their whole offense. And Malik Neighbors knows that Russ will throw you that damn deep ball that'll fall right in there. And guess what? Every time Russ is dropping back, you know who goes deep? Malik. And Russ throws it to him.
Well, what really didn't help them last night was not having a kicker.
Oh, they did that last year.
Yeah.
See, those are fireable offenses. 2 years in a row, you go into a game without a kicker. You shouldn't be a head coach in the NFL. Point blank.
Dude, how long does Daboll get? I pulled up the Giants' schedule last night.
The end of this year, he's gone.
Do you think it'll just be Mara doesn't want to have to fire somebody in season? Because, dude, they get the Chargers in LA they get the Chargers at home in New York next week. Week 5, they play the Saints. If they don't get that win over the Saints, then it's Eagles, Broncos, Eagles, Niners. Like the Giants, I don't think they're going to beat the Chargers on Sunday. You never know. I get it. That's a west to east, 1 o'clock game. Like I get that there will be some reasons maybe you like the Giants there. If they get to 0-4, then they play the Saints week 5. They are desperate to win that game. But you know who else?
Where they play the Saints at?
New Orleans.
They better not eat.
Well, dude.
In the wrong neighborhoods.
The Saints are going to be 0-4 and desperate to win that game, too.
Yeah, but everybody in Louisiana already gave up on the Saints.
I think everybody in New York's given up on the Giants.
Except Daboll.
I'm just saying, assuming they lose to the Chargers, if they don't beat the Saints, the next 4 are all against teams. They got 2 against the Eagles, 1 against the Broncos, 1 against the Niners. I mean, that team could get to 0-9.
And you know what? I would be cheering for it. Only person here care about what the Giants do good is White Brian. You seem to be on White Brian's side now.
I'm not.
I don't care less what they do.
I'm just fascinated to watch it unfold. White Brian, when does Brian Daboll get fired?
After the Saints game.
So you think they lose to the Saints to drop to 0-5?
Yeah, I think he doesn't put in Dart when he should, and Mara gets sick of him.
Is it possible?
Dart might go in the game and suck.
Yeah. Like, what if Dart's not good, and that's why he's not getting in?
What did he just look good in preseason because they went at it like we did when we went to Osaka?
Even if he's not good, when he comes in and they run the little read options or anything, they get more yards running the ball because you have to at least account for Dart's legs. So he does something.
Okay.
I think they should make Daboll the owner.
I think Daboll.
He wish they could too. Maybe he'll be able to stay around because he's about to be gone.
I think he's trying to slow play the Dart thing to like
use that as
get
his,
longer to lose.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody else that we had in this coaching staff.
Yeah, sure does. I mean, we've seen these operations unfold. Giants are just a mess, but I think Rodgers is better for Pittsburgh than Russ is. Russ was. That thing is a mess, man. I do want to get to Monday Night Football because this matchup tonight. This matchup tonight should be really good. Ravens-Lions. In Baltimore, you start looking at some of the numbers involved for this thing. I think just from like a watching standpoint, this is going to be a heavily watched football game. The Ravens are 4.5-point favorites. Both teams are 1-1. The Lions got smoked week 1 by the Packers. The Ravens lost a heartbreaker week 1 to the Bills. Both looked really good last week in home wins. Which week 1 loss hurts more, B? The Lions getting smoked or the Ravens coughing up a big lead late?
I think the Lions, because I think the Ravens are a much better team than the Lions, I think. Well, we'll find out tonight, I guess.
Yeah. If you start looking at some of the player props in this thing, they got Jared Goff at about 260 pass yards, Lamar at 230. Rushing yards, Derrick Henry at 87.5, Jahmyr Gibbs at 57, Lamar at 45, David Montgomery at 37. Keep going down. I kind of want to bet this. Which way you got this, B? Jared Goff over under half a rushing yard.
Oh, Lord. I mean, you flip the coin, do what you want to do, dog.
Receiving leaders in this thing, they got Zay Flowers at 72.5, Amon Ra at 69.5, Jamison Williams at 49.5, Mark Andrews down at 33.5. One I like is that kid Tesla for the Lions, the rookie wideout, 17.5. He's a big play dude. If he gets a catch, I kind of think he will get there.
Okay.
Anytime touchdown scores, you got a lot of options. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of action on Lamar and Derrick Henry to score tonight. I can't wait to watch that game. And I wanted to go up there, not going to be able to, but that stadium will be rocking. Baltimore does it right, especially in prime time, especially in a big matchup like that. The only other couple things from around the league I wanted to mention, we'll get to this more tomorrow when we talk about the best 3-0 teams, the worst 3-0 teams. What do the Colts have to do for you to take them seriously? They're 3-0.
They're 3-0. Who they beating?
They beat the Titans yesterday, and they beat them down pretty darn good.
Who else?
They beat the Broncos at home, week 2.
That made me open my eyes.
Yeah.
Then again, this year the Broncos are kind of like showing me a little bit of Sean Payton-ness. Sean Payton can show you amazing things one year, and the next year it changes.
Confident man. And week 1, they beat the Dolphins bad, 33-8.
Okay, they should beat the Dolphins. I mean, if I'm going to believe in the Colts, it needs to continue because that's Danny Dimes up there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he can wake up anytime. That pumpkin can just pop quickly.
They go to L.A. to face the Rams next week. That'll be a tester.
Yeah.
Then they get the Raiders at home, the Cardinals at home. I don't know. I think the Colts, division-wise, are looking pretty darn good in a pretty bad
Yeah, it's
NFC
only 3
South.
weeks into the season, Jay. It's 14 games left.
For sure. And Danny Dimes is now Indiana Jones.
Okay.
We're going to make some bets when we return on B. Mitch and Finley.
You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 4 matchup between the Washington Commanders and the Atlanta Falcons. So visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
B. Mitch and Finley 106.7 The Fan. Listen to this crazy stat, B. So this Terps quarterback, Malik Washington, is legit. He can play. Big, strong kid, can make all the throws, looked really good in Wisconsin. Terps are off this week, and then they host the Washington Huskies. Maryland versus Washington is a Big Ten game, Landfill. Who would have thought? 3:30 on October 4th, so the following Saturday. You'd like to think that game gets sold out, and it's a really good crowd.
Is that Maryland?
The Terps are playing some ball, yeah.
Right.
Malik Washington, the Maryland freshman quarterback, has thrown for 1,038 passing yards.
How many games?
4.
All right.
The most for any power conference true freshman since Arizona State quarterback Jaden Daniels in 2019, who threw for 1,073. It's kind of a crazy, funky coincidence. All right, it's that time of the day. Time to make some bets. We got football to bet on. I'm sure Landfill's looking up some darts odds. Let's do it. All right. Dude, just looking at scores, the Falcons were shut out yesterday. If Washington's defense looks like they did yesterday against Atlanta next week, that should be pretty damn one-sided. All right, we got football tonight. We got to make some bets. What do the boys like? Landfill's red hot. Won't tell us his unit size, though.
I got a bet. I'm taking this one here completely. Landfill going to take a nap today.
That's minus 25,000.
I don't know. I might not.
Bull crap.
I'm taking the Ravens, though.
Taking a Jahmyr Gibbs anytime touchdown.
I'm taking a, anytime touchdown. Big boy.
Derrick Henry?
Derrick Henry.
Minus 230.
Is minus 230?
Yes.
Is it really?
Yes.
Has a minus 230?
Jahmyr Gibbs is the minus 130.
How about Lamar?
Lamar, you can do. Lamar is a plus.
All right, give me Lamar. Anytime touchdown.
Derrick Henry to score a touchdown is minus 230.
What's his plus minus rushing yards?
I got to pull it up. Rushing yards is,
I think it was about 90, like 88.
What's Lamar's?
I got to look. It's just showing.
I got you. Henry is 90. Lamar is, I don't know. This is a dumb. I've got the if you bet him. I think Henry was 88 and a half. 87 and a half for Henry.
Give me Henry.
46 and a half.
I want
for
Henry
Lamar.
with the yards over and give me Lamar anytime.
Landville just took the Ravens. Landville's out here just playing it straight, trying to pick winners.
He's on fire, he said.
He says he's on fire. He also says he might not nap, which is shocking.
He said he's on fire. He ain't buy us no lunch today.
Yeah. What is that? Landfill?
He got the White Brine betting.
You can buy us lunch
20
tomorrow, Landfill, because AD came in to celebrate a victory Monday. White Brian, what do you like tonight?
Rashad Bateman, 40 yards.
White Brian, what's your unit size these days?
JP, stop asking men that.
Still the same.
Still the same.
He answered.
That's good. You've been married a while now. For the uninformed,
You are straight idiots.
In
CK, I think you all need to give me some type of pay for this I deal with every day. I deal with a bunch of idiots.
In betting parlance, you talk about the unit as how much is your regular bet. So whether it's $5 or $500, it's a unit, and you can track how many units you're
and based
up or
off
down
the world
over the
today,
weekend.
everybody under 32 years old always think you talk about one thing, and that's what the whole world revolves around.
Betting.
No.
White Brian's unit size is incredibly small, B. Mitch. Don't make this about me. Landfill chooses not to disclose his unit size, as is his right.
Oh, boy. Ooh.
Listen, I have a job to do, damn it.
Oh, man.
White Brian, I'm getting the Lions at plus 5.5. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Never seen a plus sign I don't like. All right, give me the Lions. I think the Ravens win, but I think Detroit keep it close. Lose by 4, we all get rich. Thank you to Logan Paulson for joining the program today.
Yep.
Thank you to everybody that called. Fun day, fun game yesterday. Thank you to AD for a Victory Monday lunch. Thank you to Landfill for not disclosing his unit size. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Pause. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Breaking news from college basketball. Jeff Borzello and Pete Thamel reporting that Bruce Pearl is expected to retire as head coach at Auburn. Stephen Pearl is expected to take over as head coach for the upcoming season. Virginia Tech has proposed adding an extra $229 million to its athletics budget over the next 4 years to help position the Hokies to compete with the top programs in the ACC. They also have a crucial hire at football coach coming up. The ACC has fined Syracuse $25,000 and publicly reprimanded the school for faking injuries in their 34-21 win over Clemson. The AP top 5 is Ohio State, Miami, Penn State, and LSU, plus Georgia. Number 8, Florida State at Virginia Friday night. Maryland received 6 votes after a big win over Wisconsin. Duke's Carol Lawson has been named the next head coach of the United States women's basketball team. Good day for the Commanders on Sunday, beating the Raiders 41-24. Commanders roll up 174 on the ground just in the first half. Marcus Mariota, 207 through the air, a touchdown run and a touchdown pass. Nationals beat the Mets 3-2. Jacob Young with a pair of amazing catches. They're in Atlanta tonight, wrapping up the road trip against the Braves, starting a series there at 7:15 with Mackenzie Gore getting the call. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Yeah, Monday. What's up? Welcome in a Victory Monday on Grant and Danny here on 106.7 The Fan. We will take you up to 6:30, 4.5 hours to discuss a big old juicy fat Commanders home win as they blow out the Raiders by 17 at Northwest Stadium. Jay Gruden is on the show at 5. We will have some special guests who helped contribute to the win, we believe, along the way as well today on Grant and Danny. 2 home games, 2 wins in Landover by 15 and 17, sandwiching the debacle in Green Bay. But it is a 2-1 record.
Yep.
The Commanders are pretty much right where they should be through 3 weeks. They are dealing with a bunch of injuries, Danny, but they are persevering despite those injuries.
They are indeed. Sometimes it's got to be a Jeremy McNichols play. Sometimes it's got to be a Chris Moore third down conversion. That's football, dude. That's the life in this league. Everything you wrote down on paper of we're going to have this, we're going to have that, we're going to have this, we're going to have that. The league scoffs at that. They tear that paper up. The next man has to be able to step in and do something with your stars, with your leaders, with your guys that are that you're going to count on down in and down out. But listen, you've played 2 bad teams, and you've done what you're supposed to both of them. That's a good sign, honestly, at this stage, with everything that's going on.
Yeah, and both of those teams, while we can say that they're bad, they're a combined 1-5 on the season. So, sure, they're bad. Before they played the Giants, everyone was telling us how good the Giants were going to be and how surprising they might be in the NFC. And they've been in every single one of their games, by the way. They went to overtime last week. They gave the Chiefs all they could handle till the fourth quarter last night. They're not terrible. This is not the Titans or some team that's going to pick first or second in the draft. They're competitive. The Raiders, similarly, beat the Patriots in week 1 and looked okay doing it. They played a primetime game a week ago, and in a cross-country travel short week, looked terrible. No doubt, but I think that's probably more like a 7-8 win team than a 4-5 win team. But they've got some major flaws, and Washington exposed them. Their offensive line is not good. Their tackles are not good. And defensively, as we talked about all day in our preview on Friday, they give up a lot of opportunities in the passing game. They had actually been exceptional against the run. That was the strength of this defense and maybe the strength of this team to this point in the season. And you wouldn't have known it watching the game yesterday, because they got gashed by the Commanders for 201 net rushing yards. Marcus Mariota ran for 40. You mentioned the 60-yard touchdown by McNichols where he was almost tackled 3 or 4 times. He went for 78 yards. Chris Rodriguez goes from inactive to the first guy on the field to get all the carries for their first 2 drives, including a 5-play touchdown drive to open the game where all they did was run. He has 39 yards. Krosky Merritt had a touchdown and 26 yards. And then Deebo Samuel got 3 carries for 18 yards. So they ran for over 200 as a team, just shoved the ball down the Raiders' gullet yesterday. And I thought the plan from Cliff Kingsbury was incredible. You don't have John Bates as your top blocking tight end. Ben Sinnott did some really good things. Colson Yankoff helped them. But they basically said, Trent Scott, we're going heavy. We're going extra tackle. We're going heavy personnel. And they presented some problems by doing that. We saw a gadget play early in the game on a direct snap to Deebo with Zach Ertz next to him in Wildcat. We saw a read option go for 23 yards. Now, Mariota fumbled, his only mistake of the day. He was splendid. But Cliff was in his bag early on as a run designer. And I thought it opened everything up. The perfectly timed shot to McLaurin in the second half, based on all the stuff that they had shown and run in the running game in the first half, leads to the 56-yard catch that should have been a 57-yard touchdown.
Thought it was a touchdown, yeah. Same thing later in the game when the whole world thought they were running and Luke McCaffrey's just jogging free and clear for a touchdown. The timing of it. I mean, play calling is as much a science as it is as an art form.
Yeah.
And that was art yesterday, I felt like, where everything is related to something. It's setting you up. It's challenging every blade of grass, making sure you got to cover and be accountable. You know, Deebo Samuel early, and by the way, tone of the game gets started. He damn near takes it to the house on a kickoff. It's something that scares the hell out of me. I don't know that I'd have the huevos to put him back there every time, but you see why they do. That's an offensive play as far as they're concerned, and that sets up their opening touchdown drive. What a difference he made early on. Just getting him the football, even if he only had like a handful of touches in the game, but it felt like more because his presence. You could see the Raiders are going, okay, where's number one? We've got to make sure he's accounted for as he's going in motion. Or there's a fake to him in the backfield, or there's a couple that do go to him and they have to swarm. He demands accountability, and you could see the impact.
Basically put on ice for the whole fourth quarter, too.
Yeah.
So the reason it felt like he was more involved than he was is because for 3 quarters he actually was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in the first half of the game, their offense went through him. He had a bad drop. In fact, all 3 of Mariota's incompletions in the first half, he was so damn accurate and pinpoint with his control and command. Between the numbers, the middle of the field in this offense shined in this game from a throwing standpoint because Mariota was just on it, man. The 3 incompletions in the first half, a drop by Deebo.
I mean, right in the chest, should have been picked off.
That should have been a first down. A drop by Jalen Lane on a throw into the end zone. Now, it wasn't an easy play. He's got a defender right there. It's a back shoulder ball, but it hits him. He should catch it. And then a throwaway that he basically spikes at the feet of Zach Ertz when he's about to get sacked. He didn't have one actual throw to a receiver that was not completely accurate and exactly where he wanted it to be in the first half of the game. And then he only had 3 incompletions the rest of the way. So it was 15 of 21 with what turned out to be 4 drops because Terry dropped a pass
McLaurin had one now.
he should have caught. So it would have been 19 of 21 passing for around 250 yards and 2 touchdowns in terms of like the ball out of Mariota's hand and what should have happened. And on top of that, the 23-yard read option looked like he was at Oregon. The 40 rushing yards on 6 carries. He was incredible again. This is now 3 times that this guy has played under Cliff in this offense. Last year, when he comes in after a drive against Carolina and he hangs 40 on the Panthers. Then week 18, game 17 against the Cowboys, where at halftime, worst offensive performance over a half.
Yeah.
All last season, Jaden gets sat, not because of how they're playing, but because they're getting ready for the playoffs and they need their MVP at quarterback to be ready for the postseason. And Mariota comes in and lights it up. 15 of 18 down the stretch, runs all over the place. They come back to beat the Cowboys. And then this game yesterday. It's why I wasn't doing the hysteria thing all last week that everybody wanted to do. Now, if you tell me that Jaden Daniels is going to miss 6 to 8 games, now your season is derailed. You know, now that's a big problem because over many weeks the flaws get exposed or what have you. But for a game here, 2 games there, couple games, Marcus Mariota is very, very capable in a quarterback-friendly offense. When you're a dual threat, Kingsbury does not get enough credit for what happens around these parts. He had a hell of a successful season last year. Could have been a head coach if he wanted to this offseason. He basically said, I'm good thanks to the New Orleans Saints who wanted him. He'll get a job this offseason, but this should be the tape he sends out there.
Agreed.
But this was a Mona Lisa for him. And with Mariota and no Bates and no Noah Brown, they didn't miss Jaden Daniels in this game. Over the course of a season, would they? Obviously. You know, you go from maybe 11 wins to 7 or 8 wins or whatever. But yesterday, there was not a single second at any point where you missed Jaden Daniels. That's how good Marcus Mariota was.
Agreed. And the scheme and design of it, I think, is, to your point, if you have this skill set, even if it's not all the faders turned up to maximum, like Jaden Daniels can do with some of the downfield stuff, you do enough of these all right, you covered this, so I reach around and punch you that way. You covered this, so now I uppercut here. It's the constant probing and bothering of the defense where they have to account every single, for every single option. It's all short. It's all quick. It's all, it's that Zach Ertz 7-yard catch. Oh, that's annoying. It's this run off of this different look. It's this keeper. You have to respect every fake because the quarterback might keep it, or this guy, coming across the formation might keep it. It's a pain in the butt to play against him, and you get tired of it, so everybody starts creeping up. That's when the shot happens. That's when the Terry McLaurin happens. And it's not as if Mariota's dropping dimes like Peyton Manning in his prime or some splendid world-class passer, but when someone's wide open with 7, 8, 9, 10 yards of separation, he'll make that throw. That's just fine. To McCaffrey, to McLaurin. That's not what they majored in. They majored in everything else, and they were able to take a couple of those easy shots just because the Raiders got so sick of having to cover their gut for all those punches that they constantly were throwing at them. Stayed ahead of the sticks for the most part, even with some of the penalties. That was an in-control. Our offense and our guys are better than your guys. Just give it time.
So if you go back to the Thursday night game against Green Bay, the first thing that we talked about after that game was how badly they got outcoached and how they weren't prepared and the plan wasn't very good, it didn't seem like. And the Packers' plan was way better. This game was the inverse of that. This was the antithesis. They dominated the Raiders from a coaching standpoint. All apologies and respect to Pete Carroll and company. I mean, Kingsbury took Patrick Graham's lunch, and on the other side of the ball, Chip Kelly got worked by Joe Witt. They just had a better plan. Now, I'm going to give the Raiders an out because you had 5 days to prepare, basically. You played on Monday night and then flew across America, whereas the Commanders didn't play since Thursday. So you should have a better plan. You should outcoach them. You should be more rested, more prepared. And all of those things were true. There's no doubt about that. But the Packers had a bunch of extra days. They were playing the Cleveland Browns, who played last weekend. They lost that football game. They took them lightly, probably. But you don't just get to roll the football out and do it, is my point.
Yeah.
And so you give credit to the coaching staff, to Dan Quinn, who took the big bump on the sideline, did his press conference with the dried blood and
how about that?
The goatee yesterday. And but I thought it was a good day for the coaching staff in general. And then you're right. The players just better than the Raiders players. The guys that you worried about really having a chance to take the game over. Max Crosby was mostly not noticed. He did have a sack and 7 tackles, so it was like a fine statistical game.
Yeah, he is incredible, by the way.
He's a great player.
Yeah.
But you just don't let him beat you, and he didn't yesterday. Genty's going to be a star. I really believe that. Like, he's impossible to tackle by yourself in the open space. He's powerful. He's got unbelievable balance. He's just an incredible talent. But the amount of 0-yard and 1-yard runs that he had early in the game, where he was hit at the line of scrimmage or behind it, I think it was probably 7 or 8 times.
Well, I counted it. So 3 yards or less on 12 of his 17 carries. Of those 12, so stay with me, of those 12, 9 were for 1, 0, or negative.
So he had 9 runs of a yard or less.
Yes.
I mean, that is
more than half of his 18 carries.
That's staggering.
He had 45 carries on 3 burst runs where to get the Raiders
45 yards.
Yeah, 45 yards.
Yeah.
What did I say? 45 carries?
Sure,
I botched that. He had 45 yards on 3 burst runs. And give the Raiders credit for establishing that run. That was really important. I guess Pete Carroll can sleep great. But he had a run of 16, 18, and 11. Other than that, 14 carries for 18 yards.
Yeah.
I will take that every single time, please and thank you. But you're right. You could see it with him. The talent's there.
Twofold story here. 2 things are true. Commanders did an amazing job against the run, number one. The Raiders cannot do anything up front.
All true.
Like, their offensive line stinks on ice, and to have drafted Genty where they did, which I think ultimately will be a good decision, but to now have him working behind that offensive line is a real tough deal.
Yep.
Because you're getting next to nothing out of him. When he gets a little bit of space, you can see it becomes 18, it becomes 14. Those are the 3 runs you talked about, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of the time, he's just getting buried in the backfield. And a 1-yard gain came because he broke a tackle.
Yeah, he made 6 guys miss.
2 guys miss. You know, it's crazy how little room he had. But this was much closer to the other home game than it was the Packers game.
Yeah.
In terms of Javon Kinlaw's import, Deron Payne was very noticeable, the defensive line being really, really good. And you know what's a bad combination is a line that doesn't protect very well and tackles who just don't hold up in pass pro, and a quarterback who loves holding the ball. I mean, Geno Smith is a ball holder. Now, to his credit, there were probably 4 or 5 plays where I thought he got sacked, and then he would come out of the pocket.
And he wiggled out of it and completed the ball, yeah.
And that's a Geno thing, but also, let's finish. Let's find a way. We're not, high schoolers at our first after prom. Let's finish the job here, right? But Bobby Wagner, 2-sack game, could have had a 3rd sack. 11 tackles for him. Dorrance Armstrong had a sack in this game. Von Miller got his first solo sack as a Commander. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, essentially on like a hustle play, made a shoelace tackle for a loss of 1 or 2 as Gino was running upfield. But it was 5 sacks, way more pressures than that. Overall, I think if you're a Commanders fan, you've got to be really, really pumped about the plan and the execution from a pass rushing standpoint. One of the things I noticed watching the Raiders leading into the game was how bad they were with their running backs picking up oncoming defenders, like linebackers and stuff. And I had kind of made the comment, Joe Witt's got to find a way to scheme that up. Well, how many times did you see Wagner coming downhill on a delayed blitz or just mugging the A-gap and coming straight ahead and needing to be picked up? And I thought in some ways he kind of took the game over in that capacity.
A couple
early.
moments for sure.
He was their best defender by far in this game.
2 tackles for a loss, 3 quarterback hits to go with the 2 sacks, kind of to your point. And some of the times I couldn't tell if it was designed delayed blitz or he was reading something going, okay, this running back is not leaving, right? He's not going out for a pass, so maybe that could have been my responsibility. I'll just go knock him into the dirt and on my way to the quarterback. Either way, it was working like gangbusters. I thought Luvu was more active than he's been.
He was definitely better.
You
Still
noticed
not
him.
like last year's Luvu where he made 2 or 3 huge impact plays, but it was by far the best, most noticeable game he's had.
And I thought Payne was good again as well up front.
So good.
Yeah.
Wasn't perfect defensively. They have a problem with a concept that clearly the Raiders saw on tape against Green Bay and went back to. And it's like that 3-by-1 look where you get someone coming across the field on a crosser or drag, and they're in like man, some kind of a match thing where like their DBs are turning and running with receivers kind of against the grain. And then this like crosser from the one side of the 3-by-1 or sometimes the 3 side, like will come across the formation and linebackers pick them up. In this case, it was Bobby Wagner on Trey Tucker. He cuts it upfield for that wide open touchdown. That's the same thing the Packers crushed them on. They had another issue with that on that bootleg to start the game on the 45-yarder to Jacoby Myers.
Yep.
They're going to see a lot of that, so you better find a fix, and you better find it pretty quickly because they're getting gashed on that, whatever that conceptual look is. The other concern, I guess, defensively would just be the injuries are piling up, man. And this is early in the year, and hopefully they're minor. And I'm sure all these guys are not going to miss the Falcons game. But at one point yesterday in the secondary, you had Antonio Hamilton, who most of us would not recognize if he was sitting in that chair right now, who just got called up from the practice squad, on the field with like Tyler Owens, with Jeremy Reeves.
Reeves got a bunch of snaps, yeah.
With Noah Igbenogany. That was their secondary because Lattimore was on the bike, did not have a concussion, but was being tested for one. Amos left the game. Percy Butler got hurt. Will Harris got hurt. Sounds like his is pretty serious. Rappaport saying he broke a bone in his leg. But, I mean, almost the entire secondary, like, save for a couple of guys, was hurt at one point. People were like, man, the Raiders are really moving the ball. Yeah, no kidding, Gino ended up with 290 and 3. Like, how many of those were in the fourth quarter against their practice squad? You know what I'm saying? Like, that was part of it. But I know the Falcons were horrendous yesterday. Michael Penix threw 2 terrible picks. They got shut out by the Panthers. They brought Kirk in the final 2 minutes of the game. But they still have weapons. And I would think a Drake London, Darnell Mooney, Ray McLeod who can route you up, Bijan Robinson as a pass catcher, Kyle Pitts with speed on linebackers. Like, you gotta worry a little bit about all those weapons if they're missing a bunch of guys in the secondary.
Yeah, without question. Even if they were all healthy, I'd worry about that just because they haven't covered great yet.
I would have if I hadn't watched the Falcons play this year, and they're so terrible.
Fair enough.
So against the Washington starting defense, I would say you're going to be okay. But against whatever that was in the fourth quarter yesterday, I think pretty much any team's going to move the ball through the air.
I think that's fair. Yeah, and right now it's not what Washington does well, and there's multiple reasons for it. Injuries, I think, are a huge factor. But again, even if everybody was right, I don't know that that's their strength.
They did sign Darnell Savage today. I don't know if you saw that. University of Maryland product, safety, played with the Packers. He's available on September 22nd, which is moderately telling. But if he could give you something, that's a huge bonus. And now we'll wait and see if he does. I mean, there's a chance Preston Smith and Darnell Savage will both be playing for them in a bunch of snaps on the road in Atlanta this weekend.
Yeah, that's certainly, again, as you write it up, but this is what happens. I mean, sometimes it's whatever the weekly. I heard Ross Tucker on one of the pregame shows talking about this, where I think he had the Dolphins game, for example, and he's like, the Dolphins were already kind of weak at secondary, so of course that's where all their injuries are. That's the kind of thing that happens, is when it rains, it pours. It's like, okay, what? Remember years ago with it was 2012. Hazlitt's going, what's your name over there? Can you slide up 2 feet because you're my safety? Guys are introducing themselves at certain points. He's got guys that you're meeting on Monday, playing on Sunday.
There was a famous moment where he was trying to get Jerome Murphy's just a random guy that I remember.
Right.
But his attention, and he's like, and he couldn't think of his name. He's been there for like 72 hours. And he was number 45, and he just starts yelling, 45, 45, and the guy looks over, and he's like telling him what to do. It's 100%. It's a thing. You know, you're shaking hands while you're out there. One other thing, before we get to game balls and gassers. So last year, if you remember, we had Luke McCaffrey on the show a few times, and we told him, because his favorite thing to do for his birthday every year growing up was like chocolate lava cakes from Chili's, which is also my favorite chocolate lava cake in the world.
Okay.
They do a really good job with chocolate lava cakes. They like freeze the hard frozen ball of ice cream, vanilla ice cream a la mode, with the molten chocolate lava cakes that is very warm, and the chocolate melts. And as you cut into the very soft, moist lava cake, liquid chocolate, like a volcano, just kind of drips out beautifully, right? I've always said Chili's has as good a chocolate lava cake as you'll find. And then when Luke told us that that was his favorite chocolate lava cake on the show as his cheat meal, we kind of became best friends.
Right.
But if you remember, the point last year, early on, when we learned this, was when he scored his first touchdown, at some point we thought it'd be in week 5 or 7 or 9 or 11 or 13 or at any point.
Any point, yeah.
We would all eat chocolate lava cakes. And he did yesterday. And so I'm just wondering if anybody on the show has a plan to eat any chocolate lava cakes or to go to Chili's or to get together, or should we talk to Luke about maybe meeting him up in Ashburn and getting chocolate lava cakes this week? Does anyone have any interest in a chocolate lava cake Luke McCaffrey touchdown celebration?
So good for you for remembering, because it had been so long ago since we made that agreement.
I mean, it was literally last September when we decided we would do it, and then it became pretty clear that there was no touchdown happening.
Mm-hmm.
But fast forward a year on 9/22/25,
yeah,
it's time to eat some chocolate lava cake.
If you're not going to get me to argue against Fellowship eating chocolate lava cakes. Like, you're not going to get me on the opposed side, is my point.
So do we want
So what's our next step?
Well, I'm going to touch base with Luke to see if he wants to take part in this or not. Okay.
He can just send us a video, or he can meet us.
Well, if he wants to take part, then we'll come out to him in Loudoun County, and we will eat chocolate lava cakes with him this week. If he doesn't want to take part, or he's too busy, or he's just like, yeah, I really don't want to spend any time with you guys.
Right.
That's fine too.
Yeah.
He could do that, and he can go eat his own chocolate lava cake, and he could maybe send us a video of him doing that, and then we'll all get together and or have someone bring in chocolate lava cakes. But I think we do need to pay off what is a 1 year in the making, long-standing show promise.
Good for you for remembering that.
That we would all clank spoons and eat chocolate lava cake with ice cream when Luke McCaffrey scored his first touchdown. That's all.
Yeah. Seriously, good for you for remembering.
If you expect me to forget about chocolate lava cake,
It's not going to happen.
You're expecting the wrong thing.
Like, if I was to pick someone that was going to remember about chocolate lava cake,
yeah,
it would be you, I think.
The fact, too, that he said Chili's was where he would go. Because Chili's is such a random place.
Yeah.
Like, I'd never been to Chili's in my life because there's a pepper on the sign, and I assumed it was for Mexican food. But then I had a buddy who I lived with at one point, probably 15 years ago, who was like a Chili's mark. And he would always go. And one time I met him at the Chili's bar, like late at night.
And you couldn't believe what the menu was?
And I was like, oh, this isn't terrible. Like, this is some American food here. Like, there's a appetizer thing where you can get 3 cool, like,
The 3 for all, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, this is amazing. But then I saw the chocolate lava cake and I got it, and I was like, oh my God, this is the best I've ever had. And so I became a chocolate lava cake mark at Chili's for a long time, ever since. And then when Luke said it, it was like hearing the Beatles for the first time. Like, who else knows about the Chili's chocolate lava cake? Luke McCaffrey does.
Luke does.
Game balls to the best, gassers to the worst. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny, the Commanders, for the second time blow out a team at home. They've won by 15 and 17 in Landover. They're actually 9-2 in their last 11 home games. More importantly, 2-1 to kick off 2025. Let's hear from you next. 800-636-1067. Who gets your game ball? Who gets your gasser? This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Raiders yesterday 41-24, improving to 2-1. Now they set their sights on the Atlanta Falcons, who come off a loss to the Panthers yesterday 30-0. News for the team today. The Commanders are signing safety Darnell Savage. Will Harris is going to be out for a long time with a broken fibula. Other injuries around the NFL, 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa going to be out for the season with a torn ACL. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb has a high ankle sprain that could be a 4 to 6 week injury. Chargers running back Najee Harris out for the season with a torn Achilles, and Cardinals running back James Conner out for the season with an ankle injury that's going to need surgery. Monday Night Football tonight, Lions and Ravens will kick off at 8:15. And in baseball, the Nationals take on the Braves tonight, 7:15, right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes on Chris Sale. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Chris Moore in motion, straight ahead run. And tough yard, still on his feet. Jeremy McNichols. I don't think they're going to get him. And he is in for the Washington touchdown.
Chris Myers on the call on Fox yesterday. Jeremy McNichols breaking tackles en route to a 60-yard touchdown run. The last time a running back for this organization ripped off a 60-yard run, Danny, do you know who it was?
A 60-yarder. See, wasn't Brian Robinson, so it's before him. Did Alf do it?
Alf never did it.
Chris Thompson snuck away once.
Darius Geis.
Geis? Oh, in that game where everybody ran for 150 yards against Carolina? Was it that game?
Yeah. If I had to guess, I don't remember what game it was, but you don't see home runs like that. And that one wasn't like he just kind of ran away from people. It was everyone thought he was tackled and he ran
4 different times. Yeah, it was amazing.
But the running game in general, this is what they dreamed about with Brian Robinson in San Francisco and Austin Eckler on injured reserve. They still have 3 guys they really trust. And at different points, Chris Rodriguez, very good. Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt had some really nice work. And it was Jeremy McNichols who hit the home run, 60 yards to the house yesterday. Time for some game balls to the best and gassers to the worst. 800-636-1067 is how you can join us to give out a game ball or a gasser. 800-636-1067. Danny, you get to give out the first game ball.
Cliff Kingsbury, take a bow. Take a moment. Use your really deep voice and say, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Everybody eats. You get a carry. You get a touch. You get a nice highlight play in this game. He was masterful, I thought. Always ahead of where the defensive coordinator was. Always outguessing them, outsmarting them, getting guys in really good positions to accentuate their strengths.
The return game was remarkable. First kickoff of the day. Deebo Samuel, 69-yard return, set them up just outside of the red zone for what was a touchdown. That's 7 special teams points as far as I'm concerned. Then Jalen Lane rips off a 90-yard punt return for a touchdown. They said he was the best return man in the draft. He looked like it there. He's been really good early this season. That was their first punt return touchdown since Jamison Crowder in 2016 against the Ravens. It's been 9 football seasons. Let's go to Toki Altizer for the latest on a 90-yard punt return for a touchdown from Jalen Lane. I mean, Toki, how steamed up were you? Because Jalen Lane, you've marked out for since the moment they called his name.
So I got to be honest, we're watching it here in the studio, and we see a flag fly. Now, I assumed it was on the Raiders because I saw somebody run out of bounds right away, and I was like, I assume that's on the Raiders. So it was a little bit subdued, but it was almost like vindication because I knew this guy could do it. I saw it happen all the time at Virginia Tech, and to see him take it to the house, I was like, please just make the punter miss. You can't get tackled by the punter. He made a miss, and it was almost, obviously jubilation, but it was almost like I knew this was going to happen at some point. Glad it finally happened.
Confirmation.
Yes.
It was. You were just like, I'm not surprised. That's what Jalen Lane does.
Can I just say real quick, the idea that a Washington fan assumed the flag was on someone else when something good happened, That's the innocence of youth right there. Everybody's sitting there going, ugh.
Well, that's
Come
why we
on.
were all very quiet.
Yeah.
A lot of us were still thinking like, oh, there's a block in the back or a hold somewhere. But I'm like, I'm
There
hoping
just
it's that
has to
Raiders
be.
guy.
So I didn't see the flag, and I thought the reaction in the crowd was weird. The players were all going crazy, but I was like, it felt to me like people were not as excited as they should have been. And then I realized, like, oh, okay.
They
that's
see the
why.
laundry, yeah.
But I thought unless there was another penalty, I felt really good about it because, as you said, it was obvious in real time. This dude's just running downfield the entire duration of the play out of bounds. I thought that had to be the flag, but you never know, I guess, until they pick up that hanky. And then, by the way, on the return game, really quickly in terms of this game ball, so you have Debo 69, you have 90 from Lane, and then you have Luke McCaffrey had this gigantic hole. He fell. He tripped on like the 25-yard line, but again, the blocking was there for what would have been another 50, 60, God knows what, return from Luke McCaffrey. So whatever Izzo was doing yesterday against the Raiders, he had them schemed and sliced and diced.
And their coverage, I thought, was really, really good, too. Give me another game ball, please, Darius. Marcus Mariota needs to be said. I think 3-4 drops in there. Otherwise, he's, 15 for 17
Well, he would have been 19 of 21 in the game without the drop.
Yeah, so there you go. The only mistake, we talked about it, is probably not necessarily the fumble itself, but cutting back inside when maybe there was an opportunity to either get down or kind of go skew towards the sideline. But I think once you're in the secondary running free like that, you're thinking, I could score right here. So I understand that. Ended up being like a short punt with a return. So that's a bummer, the fumble, but everything else, I thought he was splendid in this game.
Terry McLaurin back in the mix. He did have a drop, and the quad ends up getting dinged. So now we've got to wait and see what happens there. I mean, if he's injured and misses a few weeks, that'll bring up the old conversation that we said would happen if he suffered a September injury. Although it feels like it was kind of quirky, like he was reaching for the goal line while being tackled, and that's the play he suffered the injury on. I actually thought it should have been a 57-yard touchdown.
Should have been a touchdown as far as I'm concerned.
Instead of a 56-yard play that got him to the 1. But he leads the league in being basically yanked down at the 1-yard line. If you go back to last year, it's kind of tough luck, like what happens to him. But it was just 3 catches on 4 targets. So it's not like he was overly involved. But 74 yards, the big explosive play when they needed it. You have 74 yards in every single game. All season long, you end up with 1,258 yards. I mean, that would be basically a career high for Terry McLaurin. So I'm going to give him a game ball for yesterday.
Bobby Wagner, thanks for coming to the game today, buddy. What I love is going through a box score, right, or Pro Football Reference and different spots, and I like seeing numbers in all the different columns. How about 2 sacks? How about 11 tackles? How about 6 solo tackles? How about 2 tackles for loss? How about 3 quarterback hits? He was everywhere. He was Roy Kent from Ted Lasso. I love it, Bobby Wagner.
Matt Gay missed another field goal, and this time it wasn't 50-plus, which has been the bugaboo for him in his career. It was a chippy. It was sub 40. This was a 37-yard kick. At that time, he was 1 for 4 on the season. Now, to his credit, he made from 46 and, impressively, from 56. So he's now 3 for 6 on the season. Still not a good batting average. But the 56-yarder and the 2 for 2 to finish the game saved his bacon. Worth noting, he missed from 56 initially, but Pete Carroll did the thing that I don't understand why any team does, where he calls the timeout so late that a kicker gets a practice kick. You cannot convince me that a professional athlete getting a practice kick does not help you more than it hurts you. So regardless, he misses from 56, then he gets to try again. He makes from 56. He was 2 for 3 in the game. But he also, sneaky, people forget this, he kicked the ball out of bounds immediately to start the game after Washington's first touchdown.
They hate momentum, or he does.
They're up 7-0, and then you kick the ball out of bounds, which he did a couple times in the preseason as well. So I've got 2 very negative moments for the kicker yesterday. That's too many.
Dorrance Armstrong, another sack. They've played 3 games, and he has 3 sacks. So that's an average of... That's 3 divided by... 1 sack per game. Dorrance Armstrong continuing his strong play from the end of last year and in the postseason. He's going well.
Let's hit the phones, 800-636-1067. Sean's in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it, guys. I love the Roy Kent reference. Thank you for that. Everywhere, every effing where. But yes, no, I appreciate. I think it definitely goes to McNichols in a moment in the game when you needed something big and a guy that's going to get more touches, especially with Eckler not being there. I think that's a game ball right there. And then, Matt Gay, you can't miss 37 yards. You can make 56. That's extra, but you can't miss the short ones. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Love that call. Two reasons. One, it was 10-10. Washington was better than the Raiders were. And yet, they kind of messed around. You missed the chip shot. You had a turnover. You penalized yourself away from stuff. A game that you're winning and should be winning by a lot. You're not. It's 10-10. The next drive, that's when McNichols changes the game right there. That play and I think the Jalen Lane play were kind of the two where you went, whew, okay, now we're breathing easier. But that was a massive momentum shift.
Scott's in Locust Grove on Grant and Danny. What's up, Scott?
Hey, I forgot to prompt your guy, but I am a long-time listener and a first-time caller.
Well, that means Jim Zorn gets
Jim
to greet
Zorn
you.
is sleeping. Give me a second. We got to wake him up.
Jim,
Jim,
are you ready?
Jimmy!
No.
Jim!
All right, Scott, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. You kind of stole my thunder, Grant. But
You don't get to be unprepared and then just cut him off
He
in the middle of his
interrupts the
point.
guy. That's not right.
Rude, Jim. Rude.
Rude guest hotline.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah.
But my game ball, like I said, Grant kind of stole my thunder. My game ball goes to, I guess it's Larry Izzo. I didn't even know his name, but the special teams coach. I think he figured something out. There were holes every single kickoff return. There's a huge hole, even the one Luke McCaffrey, like you said, slipped on. So I'm sure that teams will figure out and look at film and figure out what he figured out. But
yeah, I mean,
you get the
gigantic,
game
like
ball and a pay
drive a
raise
truck
from me.
through it. type
Totally right.
holes,
And
too.
remember, the preseason, their coverage units weren't very good. They started off each of those games with big returns against them. They've been dynamite in that area as well.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Let's go to Kenny in Falls Church. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, Ken.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Amen.
Game ball has to go to Mariota. This guy has been outstanding in this offense. He's going to be a starting quarterback somewhere next year. Do you guys agree with that?
Well, I think he's going to try. I mean, he tried this offseason. It didn't work out. He wanted Indianapolis. They chose Daniel Jones, who's been, by the way, incredible. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the league through 3 weeks this season. But here's what I could see. Wherever Cliff goes, I could see him bringing Mariota with him to help implement and instill the offense. And then you figure out, like, what's the quarterback situation? If they don't have a QB, maybe you draft a guy and you develop him behind Mariota. Or if they've got one, maybe you just bring Mariota in as your backup or whatever. But I could see him rolling with Cliff because I think they have a good rapport. I think he really, really likes the offense. Next, I want to give you a crazy Dorrance Armstrong stat. Absolutely crazy. And we will tell you what happened around the NFC East outside of the Commanders yesterday. You're listening to The Fan.
They don't blitz often, but here they come. Geno Smith will be sacked. Von Miller. That's what he does, even in his 15th year.
Yeah, that's been a decade and a half, but when Von Miller sees the Raiders, his eyes light up. He thought he was a Bronco again yesterday, beating up on an AFC West opponent.
He and Brian Arakpo could have some nice conversations about that.
Arakpo, greatest game of his life. 4 sacks against Jamarcus Russell.
More sacks against the Raiders than against, I think I got this right, than against the Cowboys and Eagles combined in his career.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Commanders 2-1. 1 game back of the Eagles, who got a win yesterday over the Rams. Let's go around the NFC East with the 3 other tilts from Sunday in the NFL. Philly is, I would say, the Chiefs of last year, but they're kind of the Eagles of last year, too, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk about unimpressive for 3+ quarters, but they just find a way. It is moderately exhausting. Like Jalen Hurts finally had a decent statistical day, 226, 3 through the air. Saquon Barkley's been mostly shut down, 18 for 46 yesterday, 2.5 per carry. The Rams can do that. That's a good defense. They led this game 26-7 in the third quarter. It was early third quarter, but still, they got a 10-yard catch and run from Kyron Williams, Matt Stafford touchdown pass. So with 14:06 to go in the third quarter, it was 26-7. And then the Eagles got going. Jalen Hurts to Dallas Goedert. Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown. Jalen Hurts for Devontae Smith to take the lead. They are up by 1 point, 27-26. The Rams get the ball back, march down the field to kick what looks like a chip shot, easy game-winning field goal. They're going to survive and win 29-27. And Philly blocks a kick. It's Jordan Davis, their gargantuan defensive tackle. Scoop and score 61 yards. And what was hilarious about that play was they get a cover off of it. Because the line in the game, I think, was 3.5. So whether they were going to win or lose outright, like bettors watching this game all day felt great about the Rams. Because they were catching points. And then all of a sudden, based on a block kick and a 60-plus yard return at the horn, the Eagles actually cover and win by 7. Pretty amazing day for Philadelphia.
Block kicks on consecutive drives. I mean, how? That does not happen in this league, and then it happens. Now, Philadelphia deserves credit, kind of as you said. They remembered, oh, that's right, A.J. Brown's a monster. He is unstoppable, especially, by the way, when he's being covered by Emmanuel Forbes. That's right, that Emmanuel Forbes. I would throw to A.J. Brown also, because that is what we like to call in the business a mismatch. So this is eye of the beholder type stuff for Philadelphia. However you want to look at it, you can. To me, this is they were sleepwalking through 3 quarters and were getting beat by a really good team and came back, and it was really impressive they came back, but it's also they were getting smacked and had to have 2 blocked field goals at the end of the game to win it. However you want to interpret it, you can.
Yeah, I don't think the Eagles are as good as maybe the national narrative, where they're going to be 1 or 2 or whatever in power rankings. Like, I got to give them credit. I think they're winners. I think
19 of the last 20 games.
Jalen Hurts is a winner for what that's worth, but I think you can hang with them. I think you can play with them for the most part. Let's move on to the Dallas Cowboys, who fell to 1-2. They got bludgeoned by the Bears. The Cowboys have major defensive problems. They have one of the worst defenses in the NFL right now. It's almost like trading Micah Parsons is backfiring on them. I mean, this has been gross on that side of the ball. Here's where they rank right now. 31st overall. They are 32nd against the pass. They are 27th at sacking the quarterback. This is a problem. And yesterday it was the Chicago Bears lighting it up. Caleb Williams looked like a stud, looked like a 1-1 pick. Ben Johnson had them dialing up trick plays, a flea flicker that worked.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
How about this from Caleb Williams? 298-4 yesterday. And then Ben Johnson, after the game, gave a hell of a speech for a guy who's not a leader of men, just some nerd who's a loser. I mean, he really had the boys rallying in the locker room. Bears get their first win of the season.
Anytime you could trade away Micah Parsons for a guy that played a little over half the snaps and had 1 tackle, I think you do it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're like the 3-dimensional chess.
They also got 2 first-round picks, but Still a terrible trade.
Yeah, but you don't get to tell me that you're going to be better on defense because we're focused on stopping the run.
They did do that.
Yeah, how's that working out for you? Yeah, they're bad, and a couple bad. One interception was terrible by Dak. Another hit his receiver in the hands, and CeeDee Lamb left the game.
The one in the end zone at the end of the game
was just horrendous.
I'm guessing that's the one you're talking about.
That was one of the all-time. I could have done that. Like I could drop back in a game and throw an interception.
Did
like
he
that.
not see Edmonds?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's not as if Edmonds isn't one of those shorter linebackers either.
No,
That's that 6'4" monster.
It looked like he was playing catch with him.
Jermaine, hey, buddy, this one's for you, pal. Just lobbed it to him
So
easily.
was the last one, but this one is too.
Yeah, my God.
2 interceptions.
Gross.
But for the Bears, the 65-yard Hail Mary touchdown to burden their rookie wide receiver. Adunze scored a touchdown, had a 2-touchdown game earlier in the season. And it was very quiet for DJ Moore, 4 for 21, but he scored as well. Cole Kmet caught a touchdown. Didn't you think Williams looked really good?
I did. Looked comfortable, too. I mean, just flying around, using that athleticism, commanding the line of scrimmage. Looked like a guy that's getting comfortable in that system.
And then lastly, the Giants fell to 0-3. So Russell Wilson, bad week 1, probably not all his fault. Kind of a systematic failure. Amazing week 2 to stave off the calls for his job. And then a terrible week 3. I thought he just gave them very little chance last night. 18 of 32 for $160 with a couple bad throw the ball up in the air and hope for the best interceptions. Then what he did at the end of the game, like throwing a bunch of balls into the seats that gave no receiver a chance.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I didn't get that at all. They lose 22-9 to an unimpressive, listless offensive Kansas City team. By the way, Travis Kelce looks washed. He was getting bumped by Andy Reid's belly last night.
Yeah.
They were angry at each other. But he was 4 for 26 with a long of 13. Kelce just looks completely washed.
I would be a terrible owner. I tweeted this last night at Funny Dandy, Grant H. Paulson. I would have fired every person associated with football with the Giants if I owned the Giants last night. Just so embarrassing. You have one player that scares teams, one player that's any good on offense. He had 2 touches. The other guys, there's a lot of Devin Singletary in there. Way to go. What are you doing? I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if Malik Neighbors didn't have all of the touches. If I'm going down, and I am going down, by the way, it's going to be with my one good player being so tired from having the ball in his hands that he needs breaks.
Well, they did double him all night long, so I get that he wasn't going to have a big game. But yeah, you'd like to, throw him a screen.
Do
at some
something
point.
else, man.
Try something
Fix
else.
it.
There you go, a 1-2 record outside of the Commanders in the division, so they were able to gain ground on everybody but Philadelphia. Next on G&D, how about the running back usage and plan working for Washington yesterday and major changes to the O-line? One of the moves that happened on game day, completely unexpected. We'll talk about it next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank. In the NFL, the Commanders improved to 2-1 with their win yesterday over the Raiders, 41-24. Today for the team, they're signing safety Darnell Savage after safety Will Harris suffered a broken fibula in yesterday's game. Other injuries around the NFL, 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa going to be out for the season with a torn ACL. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb expected to miss some time with a high ankle sprain. Chargers running back Najee Harris going to be done for the season with a torn Achilles, and Cardinals running back James Conner out for the season with an ankle injury that's going to need surgery. A couple more injuries. Giants running back Tyrone Tracy is expected to miss some time after he left the game early last night with a dislocated shoulder. Browns offensive tackle DeJuan Jones is going to be out for the season with a knee injury that's going to need surgery. Monday Night Football tonight wraps up week 3 of the season. Lions and Ravens at 8:15. College hoops, Auburn head coach Bruce Pearl expected to retire. His son Steven expected to take over for the year. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game set against the Braves tonight, 7:15 right here on The Fan. A rematch of last Tuesday's pitching matchup. Mackenzie Gore set to take on Chris Sale. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Mariota throwing and open is Terry McLaurin. They wanted the deep shot. They got it. And touchdown, Washington.
Or did they? They did not. Seemed like they did. Maybe they had a different angle. They ruled Terry McLaurin down at the 1. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt plunged into the end zone 2 plays later for a touchdown. McLaurin did the heavy lifting. Commanders, big winners. That was Chris Myers on the call on Fox as we welcome you back to Grant and Danny, presented as always by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So I told you that I had a crazy Dorrance Armstrong stat for you.
What was that?
We are 3 games into the NFL season, right? So we're now talking about being right around like 17% of the way down this year, believe it or not. Dorrance Armstrong is leading the NFL in both total pressures and pressure rate. 25% of his pass rushes have resulted in pressures through 3 weeks.
How about that?
These are categories normally led by guys like Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons or Max Crosby. And those guys are high on these lists, as you would predict. But Armstrong, who has 3 sacks through 3 games and is on pace for 17, who has had a 9-pressure game going back a couple weeks ago to the Giants opener, leading the NFL in total pressures with 18 and pressure rate at 25% through 3 weeks. We said all offseason it's going to have to be pass rush by committee. They're going to have to dial some things up, and they certainly did yesterday with blitzes. Bobby Wagner had a couple sacks coming from the second level. But Armstrong has been fabulous in the early going, and I think it's mostly happened very quietly. Hasn't been a ton of fanfare to come with it, but he is playing his butt off right now for Joe Witt and Dan Quinn.
Because there hasn't been that, to your point, that sack, fumble, scoop and score or kind of crazy play. Just as you said, very workmanlike. Getting him off the field on a third down here and there, but he's noticeable, man. Like, and they're doing a good job of not overworking anybody on that defensive line. It's a rotation. They're sort of doing hockey shift style, and everybody's been able to give their best, and everyone's pulling the rope. He's been really good for a while.
All right, I'm setting a timer in 120 seconds, in 2 minutes. I am going to get back into the Commanders' win yesterday because I want to talk about their running back usage and the changes to the O-line. But very quickly here on this Monday after a game, the Nats took back-to-back games from the Mets yesterday, over the weekend rather, but the second straight was on Sunday. And in that game, Jacob Young made 2 unbelievable catches in center field. One where the ball goes off of his glove as he crashes into the fence and he hacky sacks it, kicking it as it's about to hit the ground, back up into the air to catch it. and the other where he actually goes over the wall to rob a home run. But what's funny about this is the Mets are now tied for the last wild card spot. And there's a very real possibility, because they're going into a series now with the Cubs, the team they're tied with, the Reds, goes into a series with the Pirates, that the Mets could miss the playoffs. And a big reason why is going to be their losses down the stretch in a couple series against the Nationals, including back-to-back losses over the weekend. Yesterday, all their media and their fans were making fun of Jake Irvin's ERA and how he had pitched all year long, and then he goes out and shoves. Then they go to Mitchell Parker, who pitches 3 2/3 innings. The guys with quite literally, the two worst earned run averages in baseball as starters this year were the two pitchers the Nats used to beat them on a day where Jacob Young had 2 ridiculous catches. If the Nats keep the Mets out of the playoffs, you're going to look back at that game, and it's going to be Jacob Young who did it.
Mets folks are apoplectic. A couple of my college teammates were livid in the chat yesterday. Livid about it.
So funny to me.
Yeah.
And it's kind of what we're reduced to now. It's what we care about, right? That's what
we're already down. If we can ruin your thing, let's do it.
The other thing is the Caps played their first preseason game yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe that's happening already? We're already here. 4 goals in the first period yesterday for the Capitals, including 2 from Sonny Milano, who missed the majority of last season with an injury, and 1 from Hendrix Lapierre. Lapierre is a really, really important player this year. Connor McMichael, Alexi Protas last year made huge leaps. Lapierre ended up in the minor leagues and just kind of taking a step back. That's an important guy to monitor in camp. But a 4-goal first period, big deal for the Capitals that their young kids were playing better. Milano looks healthy. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But 120 seconds is over.
There we go. You did it.
Here we go. O-line changes. Let's start there for the Commanders yesterday. What did you make of going with Andrew Wiley at right guard, which meant benching Nick Allegretti? We knew that was going to be the case on Friday.
Yep.
And here's what we didn't know. A change at left guard. Brandon Coleman, the 3rd-round pick last year, who played okay at left tackle, who got kicked inside the guard so that they could trade for Laramie Tunsil, who struggled a bit in the first 2 games, but I certainly didn't think it was benchable levels of bad, ends up getting sat while healthy, a scratch, deactivated, so that former 7th-round pick from a previous regime, Chris Paul, could start over him, and then they go out and they run for 200 yards, and they keep Mariota clean for the most part.
I was stunned. So when I first heard he's inactive, I said, he caught a bug, or there's something we don't know about, or whatever.
He actually missed practice time with a shoulder injury this week. So when I saw he was inactive, I thought, something flared up. Like they said he was fine, but clearly he wasn't, and something went sideways, and there was a regression. But immediately, and to the team's credit, because this is not really how they operate in any way under Adam Peters, they put out there, simultaneous to saying he was out, that this was not health related. Now, they weren't like outing him as if he was, being benched for a, missing curfew or something.
Right.
But they literally were like, coach's decision. This is not a health thing. I thought that was fascinating. So right away, everyone's like, what?
Huh?
You're benching Brandon Coleman for Chris Paul? Well, it worked.
Sure did.
That was the best they played. How much of that is the Raiders? I don't know. How much of it is the best matchup that they've gotten? Because you played the Giants front and the Packers defensive line, which is a bunch of badasses, 1st and 2nd round picks. I think that's a factor. I bet you Brandon Coleman would have had his best of the 3 games too. But Chris Paul responded. Andrew Wiley responded. They ran for 174 yards in the first half yesterday.
Yeah, the Wiley substitution made sense to me. I thought he would start at the outset, but I think maybe they were kind of keeping him in reserve in case they needed to use him at swing tackle or something to that effect. But I think now they said, okay, we've seen enough in a good direction, maybe from Connerly, which I don't know, what their data indicates in that regard, but they feel comfortable enough, or maybe that was a way to help improve things for Connerly's to have Wiley next to him. So that's what I anticipated happening. So that switch, no big deal to me. Allegretti's your backup kind of at every interior spot, no problem. The Coleman decision, again, not just to say we're going to swap and have Chris Paul, we like the matchup, but inactive so that Ale Cahoe could be active, or whatever the decision was there. That was really surprising me that he'd be inactive, not a play away, not playing at all, like not eligible to play. That to me is the big leap there.
Linnell said this to me, and what I said to him is, and I don't know if it makes more sense when I say this, but if he's not starting, then there's no reason to have him up. You only get a limited number. I think it's 3 backups basically along the offensive line that you're keeping up anyway.
Mm-hmm.
They need to have...
So Scott was going to play no matter what.
Yes, they need to have multiple position flex. Allegretti's your backup center and guard. And then you have an extra offensive lineman generally who could play tackle.
And was Fant up? yesterday? Because he didn't play, obviously, but
Yes, Fant
so that was the
up.
third guy. There you go.
So, and he's your swing tackle.
Mhm.
But the other thing is, Wiley could kick outside to tackle, and then you could put Allegretti in at guard. Or Wiley can play guard. Either he could basically play 4 spots on the offensive line. Allegretti can play 3 spots on the offensive line. Coleman would only really be able to replace Laramie Tunsil or the left guard spot. There's not really a flex there to him. He hasn't played any right guard. He hasn't really played any right tackle. So as soon as you decide he's not starting, like Chris Paul as an example, is not going to be up, generally speaking, right? You're either starting or you're not up if you're those guys. So I was not surprised he was deactivated in the sense that
once that he wasn't starting.
If you would have told me he was getting benched, then he's not playing. But I was shocked that they moved on from him because he's their guy. They just took him in the 3rd round. I mean, this is we've claimed him as one of their wins, one of their victories, and it just changes the sightline on what is he. I'm out at training camp a few weeks ago, and I got people telling me he's on the Cosme trajectory, where he was an okay tackle, but you move him into guard, and he's got a chance to be a Pro Bowl level guard. Maybe they still feel that way. Maybe that's eventually where this thing goes. But right now, he can't start over Chris Paul in their minds. That's what we learned. I actually was in the post-game press conference and asked Dan Quinn about benching Brandon Coleman point blank. This is what he said.
We really made, as competition, the biggest part of it. We made both spots at guard with Nick and Brandon. They're a big part of what we do, but that is the central theme of where we're at. And so we're still in the early days here to get going, and competition's part of who we are in all ways, in all shapes and sizes. So inside at guard, hey, we're going to go a different way. That doesn't mean where we're at for, I'm not making any statement or message. Trust me on that. This is what we're doing right today. And we'll keep digging, man. That's what competing is about. And you just keep battling to find it. And we'll continue to do that.
So that's ongoing. That's not like a one-game reset. It whoever continues to win that competition is the guy.
Yep. Both spots. Yep.
Meaning, right guard's up for grabs too. This week it was Wiley over Allegretti, but if Allegretti outperforms him, here's what I really like about this. It's so easy to preach competition when you're getting your guy on the field for someone else's guy. When you're elevating your 4th round pick or your 2nd round pick or whatever, hey, we compete around here. When you're benching your own guy for someone from the previous regime, it just means a little more to me. There is a credibility and a legitimacy to talking about being the best.
You're actually
mattering.
walking the walk, yeah.
Absolutely. And again, would I have benched Coleman after 2 games at a new position? Probably not. Because we've talked a lot about Josh Connerly and whether they should sit him for a week or 2. And it ended up, I think they got by without Max Crosby having been a major issue or concern. But my point is, if all that matters is winning this football game this Sunday, you could reset him. They're going to tell you it's only been 2 games. His good is better than Coleman's good. Talking about Connerly. I think his bad was probably worse than Coleman's bad. Maybe they would disagree with that. But it's certainly more noticeable because he's on that island at tackle, whereas Coleman's inside and it's just not as obvious. But man, they must have been really frustrated to make this change. They don't do that with their young guys. Who have they benched that they drafted? Who have they demoted effectively? So I just think it was a telling thing. I really do.
Yeah, I smell what you're cooking there. I mean, again, they haven't just said, okay, Ben Sinnott, the job is yours, or Luke McCaffrey, you're getting more reps. And although he broke out this week, but Chris Moore signed from anywhere, USA, has more looks and more snaps through the first 3 games than McCaffrey does. So you're right. I mean, you are practicing what you preach. Doesn't matter how you got here. You're here. And once you're here, we all need everybody to be buying into this thing. And so guys know, and guys are getting rewarded for the good behavior, so to speak. But I don't know. This is one of those things where I'm going, they won the game. Hard to argue with the results. Who knows, some of the nuance there. If it's just that the Raiders aren't particularly good. They'd been pretty good against the run, though. I'll say that. Well, Washington knocked them around in that regard. But I don't love the idea of not being as patient with Coleman when you couldn't have been more patient last year. You had an opportunity to go out and sign somebody or shore up that left tackle spot, and you left him out there on an island and said, fare thee well, young man. I thought he held his own. And now he's adjusting to a new spot. Wouldn't you like him to grow into something? But maybe you don't have time for that as you're kind of competing, hopefully, at the highest level.
Looking at just some of the grading from PFF from yesterday's game, Chris Paul, and again, this is one metric, doesn't tell you a whole lot, had a really, really good game. For the season now, they've got him as an 86 grade, but yesterday against Vegas, they've got him as an 85.4. Run blocking was the highest on the team. Pass blocking was really good. So they very much liked what they saw. 0 pressures. I'll say this, too. Mariota helps the line a little bit. And this is something when Jaden gets back in there that I think this was not a problem as much last year, but in the first 2 weeks of this year, it is not an area where he's thrived, in my opinion. Ball's got to come out, man. He's got to get rid of the football quickly and quicker. And Mariota did that. There was a decisiveness. Their quick game was on point. How many times did you see, I'm not even sure what they would call it, but those little stick routes where in like a zone, a guy runs like a 7-yard turnaround hitch route where he just is right there, flat-footed, looking back at the quarterback. It's Terry McLaurin. He hit a couple of those too, or Zach Ertz or whatever. And like on those plays, Mariota knew where he was going with the ball. He gets to the back of a 3-step drop, and the ball's coming out of his hand. And it just makes your life so much easier when you're not holding the ball, where you know exactly where a guy's going to be in his drop, where he's not dropping to a depth he's not supposed to. I thought he made the life easier for the offensive line yesterday. And when Daniels gets back in there, ideally this weekend against Atlanta, but whenever that is, he needs to turn the fader up on that. Like, that is something
Agreed.
I'd like to see him do more of. Take that out of the veteran that you just got to watch play. You're better than him in every way. No one's going to say you're not. But that doesn't mean you can't learn from guys who've just been around for a long time.
For sure, yeah. And it can be helpful to get a second sort of different perspective on something. Going, hey, look at that. Now,
and you made so many plays last year, too. Like some of the amazing plays all year long you get praised for, or in the offseason that show up on your top 100 sizzle reel, like where you keep the ball and you roll to your right and you find Terry for 60. That gets in your head and you start thinking about making big, awesome plays. Whereas, you know what passing is just on time. Being a step ahead of the defense. And especially in quick game, boom, 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 boom. Mariota does not hesitate.
No, and in a lot of cases, I think maybe that was the desire against Green Bay, for example, but everything's taken away. So there's always different ingredients to it and variables, but I think in general your point's right, where sometimes it doesn't have to be the $1 million profit. It could be the 50 grand profit. You know what I mean? Like sometimes there's something just available to you, and as you can, it's all down and situation dependent too. You can't on a check down on the first available thing on a 3rd and 15 in a crunch time moment. That doesn't help you to get 4 yards. But yeah, there are probably more opportunities just to cash in something and kind of stay ahead of the sticks, which they did a good job of a lot last year.
If you guys want to hop in, you can. 800-636-1067 is the number. Looking forward to hearing from Dan Quinn at about 3:30 when he addresses the media today. Got a lot of updates to get on injuries. Not sure how helpful he'll be in that regard. But speaking of which, the Commanders have placed a player on injured reserve and have signed a veteran, former high draft pick, and a former starter to their active roster. We'll give you the details on that next as soon as we return on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Raiders yesterday to improve to 2-1. They won 41-24. Some news today for the team. Commanders safety Will Harris was placed on injured reserve. He's going to be out at least 4 games. In turn, the Commanders have signed safety Darnell Savage. Some injuries around the NFL. 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa going to be out for the season with a torn ACL. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb going to be out for some time with a high ankle sprain. Running back injuries. Najee Harris out for the season with an Achilles injury. James Conner out with an ankle injury. And Tyrone Tracy expected to miss some time with a dislocated shoulder. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Lions and Ravens kicks off at 8:15. Baseball, Nationals and Braves tonight, 7:15 first pitch right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes on Chris Sale, a rematch of last Tuesday's pitching matchup. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
First and foremost, just thankful and grateful for just an unbelievable group of guys. Belief is so powerful, and those guys from Monday were just, hey, you got this. And I think that instilled confidence in me to just go out there and just kind of play my game. But it was cool to see kind of all 3 phases come together, and it's a great stepping stone for us as we move forward in the season.
Marcus Mariota, after his most recent excellent outing, he's 3 for 3 in getting to play in this offense for Cliff Kingsbury. And yesterday, he was on point. You take the 4 drops out of the equation, that would have been a 19 of 21 passing day for well over 250 yards for Marcus Mariota with a couple of touchdowns. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on The Fan. 41-24, Washington pummeled the Raiders by 17. That means, Danny, they've played 2 home games. And for all of our listeners that go out to Landover to Northwest Stadium, they've seen them beat the Giants by 15 and the Raiders by 17. 2-0 with a plus 32 differential at home this season. Take the Thursday nighter in Green Bay out of the equation for a moment. Just what you've seen live and in person if you haven't made any road trips.
Yeah.
That leads to wanting to go back to the stadium, wanting to be there. They've sold both of those games out. They announced this past week that their season tickets are no longer available. Anybody who wants to hop in this year, the allotment that they had for this season have all been sold. When you're 9-2 in your last 11 home games, that happens.
Exactly right. And you covered where I was going to go. I saw that tweet per the team as well. 9-2 in their last 11 home games, which is a stark departure from what it used to be. You've seen many 2-9 stretches, I believe. You could zoom in on any year and a half stretch, and you've seen them lose a whole bunch at home, probably in embarrassing fashion. So you take your home field, as you said, send your fans home happy. You can't win every game. It's not statistically possible, and nobody does. But that sort of thing helps build something where when you pay that money to go to that place in person and all the expensive beer and the outrageous parking costs and everything that goes with it, and you leave a happy customer, that's how you build something.
Yeah, if you have a fun, good experience at the stadium, pretty quickly, I would assume, you're going to want to go back. Whereas if they were 2-9 in their last 11, and those stretches have happened for sure around these parts, it's not as fun to pay the money and to go out there and to spend the entire day and get the babysitter for a couple $100 and to be out at Northwest Stadium for 7 hours or whatever it is when you account some tailgating and the length of the game. Let's get into the injuries that the Commanders are dealing with right now. They are bountiful. So on offense, John Bates hopefully comes back for Atlanta, top blocking tight end. They ended up running all over the place and not needing him in a 200-yard rushing performance. But he's one of the better blocking tight ends in the league. Noah Brown not available. I know there was some concern about the receiver position without him. Luke McCaffrey, a career game with a touchdown and 50-plus yards and 3 catches in the fourth quarter. Now you've got Terry McLaurin dealing with a quad, so we'll see what Dan Quinn has to say about that when he talks to the media here this hour. But that's all on the offensive side of the ball. On defense is really where I think you got to worry more, because it's all isolated in the secondary, man. Marshawn Lattimore came off the field, was checked for a concussion, apparently didn't have one, so hopefully no change there. They lose Will Harris, who's been placed on injured reserve with a broken bone in his leg. Trey Amos, their second-round pick and rookie, left the game with an injury. And so at one point in time, because you lost Harris, Amos, Percy Butler, they had Tyler Owens, Noah Igbenogany, Jeremy Reeves, and I'm trying to think of who the last one was. Antonio Hamilton out there in the secondary because they were missing 4 guys. Today, they have signed Darnell Savage, Danny. Savage, for people that don't remember, he's a 28-year-old former Maryland Terrapin way back when. He was drafted by the Green Bay Packers early. He was actually the 21st pick in the draft back in 2019. Bit of a disappointment considering that. Only got the 1 contract, didn't get an extension in Green Bay. They did pick up the option and keep him around for a 5th year. He was basically a full-time starter with the Packers throughout his rookie contract. Then he went to Jacksonville and started in 2024. Only played a couple games in Jacksonville the beginning of this season, and was on the street after having been released. So he had not started and had basically played special teams twice. But Washington's now bringing him in for depth at safety.
Yeah, he was a starter in 2024 in Jacksonville, and then last year, only a couple games, part-timer, and sort of that was that. So, yeah, you're available towards the end of September for a reason.
He started 13 games last year for Jacksonville.
Yeah, in 24, yeah.
The 2 games were this year.
Right, what did I say? Did I
think you were saying he played 2 games last year.
Oh, apologies. I probably misspoke. Yeah, but last year was a starter, and this year, not much doing, was a part-timer this year is what I was trying to say. I'm sure I said it wrong. But you're available at this point in the year, not because everything's great, but beggars can't be choosers. I mean, they have so many injuries at this point. One is a little bit longer term. Will Harris gone for at least 4 games. It's probably more. Again, it's not like I've done the exam, but it sort of sounds like that. We talk about broken bone somewhere in the leg. Guys are beat up at this point, and it seems to always kind of get concentrated in one spot, and this is the spot at the moment.
The broken bone is one where you hear that in the leg. It sounds like the Ovi thing, like what Ovi dealt with and came back very quickly. And you never know, right? Like hockey and football are fairly similar in terms of the violence and the physicality and some of that stuff. Skating, being on ice and basically on the razor blade, it's a little bit different. But not knowing what I don't know, Dan Quinn's going to speak in a minute. It just depends on how much of a fracture there is, I would guess. Like if it's a hairline thing where, yeah, it's a break, but maybe it is 4, 6, 8 weeks, something like that. If it's a really bad fracture, then the lengthy recovery can linger, and next thing you know, you don't have him for the majority of the rest of the season. I do think that's a huge loss, though. They brought him in to be Jeremy Chin, and he had a great camp. I know there have been a few moments against the Green Bay Packers and in this past game where there's some communicational stuff maybe that doesn't go perfectly, but I think whatever they were going to become as a secondary, he was going to be a big part of, and one of the reasons why they got it right, because he's a talker on the back end, and him and Bobby Wagner communicating well in the kind of the back 7, so to speak. So I felt good about him after just watching him in practice. He's also a really, really good dude. I talked about this after the Dietrich Wise injury. Mm-hmm. This is one of those things as I get older and around the game longer that matters to me. These true professional guys that are just mensches, like decent human beings, and then they suffer these injuries. It stinks because he signed a deal coming over from New Orleans where you're trying to find the next place you can stay for 5 to 7 years and indoctrinate yourself into a program and become someone that Quinn and Witt feel like they can't live without. And it's just harder to become that guy, so to speak, when
it's derailed after 3 weeks.
Yeah,
totally, absolutely. So it stinks on multiple levels, the human and for the team as well, because he's solid. I mean, I think the idea that he would be super dynamic and force a bunch of fumbles and intercept some passes and sack the quarterback here and there, it's kind of not his game. I don't think he's more of a glorified linebacker, box safety, coming downhill, make a couple of tackles. I don't know if he was great in coverage. I think he was better maybe than some thought, but not a world beater in that regard. But he was their starter. And so now, all of a sudden, it's more Jeremy Reeves than you planned on. I mean, it's not quite to the Reed Doughty level, but you're getting there. Reeves will be on the field a whole bunch. I actually thought he was pretty good in the game yesterday. Owens is just a freak of nature in terms of build. Someone that's that big and that fast shouldn't be, but there he is. But how refined is he as a safety? We're going to find out. I mean, it's one of those things where your best laid plans, again, you get punched right in the mouth, and how are you going to account for it? What are you going to do? How can we cover in the sense that both how do we cover receivers, but also how can you kind of account for that, right? Does that mean you blitz even less for a team that doesn't seem to blitz a ton, as is their want, right? So now, what's the balance there to not get exposed, but also kind of be solid enough to get the ball back for this offense? Because they're one of 3 teams with no turnovers yet.
0 takeaways. Ball is life. That's kind of what they preach. Now, the really good news for them is they don't turn the ball over very much either. Marcus Mariota's fumble, I think, was their first turnover of the season. And then it turned out that the rest of the way, they didn't have any. So they're -1 for the year because they have 0 takeaways and they have that 1 turnover through 12 quarters. If you're not going to get any takeaways, I guess you can make that work by never turning the ball over. It's like a hitter who strikes out a lot. If you draw a lot of walks and you have power and you get on
even,
base,
I guess.
Then it all works itself out, James Wood style. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'm so happy that the team looked how they looked, man. You just want to look strong, and you want to be able to say with certain competition, just like we're the better squad, we're not going to mess around. For my money, man, I think Amos is my number 1 corner, and that was kind of, for me, that was decided for me last game. I don't know if you remember, they had a bad breakdown on a deep shot that Love threw. Even so, I think Von Miller threw his hands up like, "We're not set. I want to call a timeout." They didn't acknowledge the timeout, and he just heaves the ball. And to have a rookie be able to say, "We don't know what's going on, but I have the makeup to say I know I'm going to get deep and I'm going to knock this ball out." And for him to make that play without having maybe certain coaching, or I'm not a defensive back or coach, but that for me was like, wow, that's eye-opening for a rookie to be maybe in a situation that a team said, we're going to go after him because they don't know what's going on. I really enjoyed that. And I think if with his skill set, if they allow him to really trail number 1s at this point, I think he could pay dividends for that entire room, much like what they're trying to do with Connolly. You say, well, he's got the skill set, just roll him out there. And I think his ability to be smooth in certain spots, you can't beat that. And I think I want to know how long before the organization just looks back and say, you know what, if we reshuffle this deck a little bit, even with Revo coming in, I knew he was going to come in and make a big play. I was like, oh, he's going to hit somebody before this game
But
is
he's
over.
just so physical.
That's what it does, yeah. Appreciate
kind of Energizer Bunny. I love what they've got in Amos. I'll double down on that. People were frustrated yesterday that he didn't pick that pass where they were like playing popcorn. There was 2 DBs there. And it's like, how on earth do they not come up with an interception? But when you watch that play back, that's really good DB play. He's got great coverage. He's reaching around the receiver with his palm toward the quarterback, kind of bats the ball up in the air to himself to give himself a chance. Now he's being yanked to the ground. Might have been Jacoby Myers. I don't remember who it is. But he's basically being pulled to the ground at that point. And instead of being able to intercept the pass, he can't. Otherwise, I think he picks the ball off. But he basically played it to himself. It was awesome.
Great play. Yeah, all I ask for my defensive backs is that you're in the neighborhood where if there's the slightest off tick, where the slightest, misplay by the receiver, or because listen, the league is built to allow passes to be completed rather. I mean, guys do it at a 65% clip. It's almost like that the league average is in the mid-60s. So more often than not, it's to your disadvantage. You need to be there. It's like you already used a baseball analogy. It's like a hitter. All you can really do is wait for a mistake. Guys throw 100 with 19 inches of run, or guys throw hammer breaking balls that are faster than fastballs were 15 years ago, or splitters or cutters. Everything's nasty. You just wait around and take advantage of a mistake, and that's what cornerback play is to me. That's what secondary play is, and he's right there. And that's kind of all I can ask for is that you're in that position. Whether you come up with it or not is one of those 50-50 type propositions.
800-636-1067. We'll have the lines open for you after a Commanders win, a second time in 3 games at home. There are questions about the secondary, about Terry McLaurin's quad. Let's hear what Dan Quinn had to say about those injuries as soon as we return next. Plus, we'll get you a double play on G&D on the Fan.
Chris Moore in motion, straight ahead run. And tough yard, still on his feet. Jeremy McNichols. I don't think they're going to get him. And he is in for the Washington touchdown.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll get to our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. In just a minute. The press conference of Dan Quinn today came and went. He said that Jaden Daniels is day-to-day after missing week 1 with a knee injury. That's via Ben Standing. Well, it wasn't week 1. Typo. Week 3 with a knee injury. So that's all Quinn had to offer until Wednesday. I don't know why they're doing this day-to-day thing. They did this last week, but here's what I know. When the injury was sustained, nobody was really expecting that he was going to play this past week, and then they did the big charade that went all week long. I've always thought the Atlanta game is more interesting, which is coming up Sunday. I think the way Marcus Mariota played, the way the offense looked, and the fact that you're going to be a road favorite going to Atlanta buys you a little more time to be very, very careful here. So while they made it seem all week long like he would almost certainly play in this game, and the big question was last week's game, I'm not convinced of that. I think there's a very good chance that Mariota starts for the second time in as many weeks against a former employer. This one would be even more personal for him because they benched him and then he rolled out and they kind of assassinated his character on the way out the door.
This feels like a revenge game situation.
A little bit. But am I crazy to say that how well he played and how much the offense cooked when your quarterback is wearing a knee brace the size of a freaking bookshelf? I don't know if you guys saw the pictures of the videos yesterday of Jaden Daniels. He was wearing big, baggy sweatpants. Mm-hmm. But I was kind of
to get around the knee brace
as best I could at some of these freeze frame pictures that were out there. I mean, he's got a huge, huge knee brace on, obviously. I've not seen him in person wearing a knee brace in a locker room or anything like that. But he walked on a video that I watched on Twitter through the bowels of the stadium yesterday with a massive knee brace on. I'm going to assume he's not playing until I hear otherwise. In terms of this week, I'm just talking about this football game.
No, I smell what you're cooking. I still, it's happening. Time is a flat circle, dude. We're doing the quarterback and the knee brace thing. 106.7, the knee brace. It's all over again. But yes, I understand why they're doing day to day to a degree. They love their subterfuge. They love thinking they know something that the rest of the world doesn't get to know, et cetera. But I am with you in the sense that there is a sigh of relief that the offense was able to function, right? That they did pretty well. Damn well, actually, I would say. But if you'd lost that game when you're 1-2, now you're kind of looking at the clock going, okay, NFC team coming up here. This is the team we might be competing with for the playoffs. They're not playing well right now, but maybe that 9-8 type window, that 10-7 window.
I wonder if that's part of it too, Danny. Like the Falcons get shut out by the Panthers, who aren't good. They lose 30-0. Penix is playing terribly. He gets benched because he throws 2 horrible, day 1 interceptions. It's such a week-to-week league that you should base none of your decision on how Atlanta looked last week. Because you only have to go back to the game before that on Monday night against the Vikings, and their defense looked like it was
85 Bears.
Buzzsaw.
Yeah.
So they could very easily come out at home, play an inspired game, and beat you. But I'm not saying the fact that the Falcons look so bad should be a factor. What I am saying is the fact that it's kind of how I felt about the Raiders game, honestly. Like the fact that you should win without Jaden Daniels allows you to maybe be a little bit more aggressive in demanding his being 100%. Mm-hmm. And the win you got, now being 2-1, buys you a little bit of time as well. Yeah, you're right. If they were 1-2 and they lost that game, maybe there is more of an urgency. You're not, though. You're 2-1, and you're playing a team a lot like the 2 teams you've beaten, frankly.
Yeah, we talk about this with sports all the time. Think of the opposite of this in 2019 for the Nationals. They started off so terribly. We basically said at the time, if you'd like to have a season, you have to go on an unbelievable run. You've left yourself no margin for error. Well, it turns out they did and all went great. But the reverse is true. If you start off well, you build yourself a moat, right? Where let's say for the sake of argument, you start off 4-1, 5-1, then you can drop a game or 2 and still have a season. They did that last year. We saw it, right? When Daniels was banged up with the rib and he wasn't himself, you lose 3 games in a row. And you can have those, let's rally, Dan Quinn getting everybody rah-rah'd all together. But you built yourself a nice little start, something that was sustainable enough where you could afford, quote unquote, to drop a game or two and still have a really nice season. They set a win total that hadn't been reached in 30 plus years, despite a 3-game losing streak last year. Just gives you the idea of how important it is to bank a win or two. The fact that you did that make just everything breathes a little bit. Everybody breathes a little bit easier. Just makes everything more, or a little bit less urgent.
Other Dan Quinn notes. He mentioned that Will Harris did, in fact, break his fibula. So that's the same bone that Ovi broke. Dr. Tobes, I was just conferring with, says it's the bone behind the shin, non-weight bearing. This is the one you want to break? I guess you don't.
If there is such a thing, yeah.
Hold on, Obama style. Let me be clear. You don't want to break any bones, I think, right? We could say that. You don't want to break any bones. But if you're going to break a bone in your leg, you want it to be the fibula. So maybe he comes back sooner than it being like a season ender type deal. He's on IR now. Obviously, you could return players from IR. And Quinn also said today that Marshawn Lattimore did clear the concussion protocol, so it shouldn't be any kind of lingering issue for him moving forward. So that's some help in the secondary. Time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
So you and me, that's GP, and I'm old Randy Douye. We do our co-pair maneuver. These guys have been unbelievable, supporting us for so many years, and I've had a nice little breakthrough recently. But they had left over at my last visit, GP. They had like an open house over there at the Alexandria location, and they gave me an idea that I had never used before, and I'm a huge fan now. So I drink, and you can see this on the YouTube chat, I drink a lot of the afternoons. I do some iced coffee, and I'll mix it with our protein drinks, right? It's sort of a way to, curb a craving, have a little snack, get some extra protein in, et cetera. I do that all the time. I thought I was an innovator, but that's been done before. Here's the new bit that I am all about. It feels downright luxurious. So you take whether if you use a vanilla powder, you would use chocolate, right? Because I know you're a big chocolate guy. And you mix it with one of those like bubbly non-soda sodas. One of the brands is Bubbly or LaCroix or something like that. You mix that together. I'm telling you, it tastes like a luxurious like Italian soda or like an orange creamsicle if you've ever had something like that. It's like dessert. It's my new obsession. So I've done that a couple times, and it's now like, okay, special treat. Look at you. It's my new hotness. I'm asking you, as a friend and compatriot, joining me on this journey, GP.
Yes.
Give that a try. Try one of those sodas that, frankly, aren't that tasty, right? Just by themselves, it's like the soda substitute that people trying to be healthy will drink.
Yeah.
And you mix the chocolate powder in there, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, this is actually pretty damn good.
So I'm willing to try it. I will give it a whirl.
Give it a shot.
What if you made one for me?
I will do that for you.
Next time you bring yourself in, you bring one for your guy.
I will do that for you.
And I'll just give it a whirl and see what I think.
I'll do it for you.
Because it's just one of those things I don't even know where I would start. But it sounds easy enough. I just got to figure that out.
I did two different ones. So I had an orange Michael Bublé soda. Bubbly is the name of the brand. And that was the orange creamsicle, which is amazing.
I think I'm out on orange creamsicle.
You would never do it
Yeah.
just because you don't understand stuff. And it's delicious, incredible. The second one I did was the Pamplemousse, the most popular Le Croix. I did that one.
Okay.
And that was delicious also. I don't know what that was like. That was its own thing, but I was very happy with it.
By the way, LaCroix people love LaCroix.
They'll talk about
Don't
LaCroix.
they?
Yes, they do.
It's not quite like on the level of CrossFit, but it's really close.
There's a lot of crossover there too. No pun intended. I
It
didn't mean to say.
probably is,
Yeah.
actually. The LaCroix guy and the CrossFit guy are often on the Venn diagram.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up with you?
The
LaCroix?
inner circle, the
Yeah.
same guy. Let's go blitzing next. The teams in town you care the most about. Plus, here we go. This will be fun. After the blitz, a little after 4:25, Jalen Lane's on the show. Punt returner for your Washington Commanders. Hashtag Hiahoki. 90-yard punt return for a touchdown yesterday. We'll talk to Jalen Lane coming up in about 30 minutes right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Commanders improved to 2-1 with their win yesterday over the Raiders, 41-24. Some news today for the Commanders. They're signing safety Darnell Savage as safety Will Harris was placed on injured reserve today with a broken fibula. He's going to be out at least 4 games. Jaden Daniels, update from Dan Quinn today. He called him day-to-day. Also said that Marshawn Lattimore is good to go and cleared concussion protocol. Other injuries around the NFL, 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa going to be out for the season with a torn ACL. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb going to miss some time with a high ankle sprain. Running back injuries, Chargers running back Najee Harris out for the season with a torn Achilles. James Conner also out for the season with an ankle injury. Giants running back Tyrone Tracy left the game early last night with a dislocated shoulder. He's expected to miss some time. Monday Night Football tonight, Lions and Ravens going to kick off at 8:15 to wrap up Week 3 of the NFL season. College basketball, Auburn head coach Bruce Pearl expected to retire. His son Steven expected to take over for this year. Rockets guard in the NBA, Rockets guard Fred VanVleet has a torn ACL. He'll miss the season. And in baseball, the Nationals begin a series against the Braves tonight in Atlanta, 7:15 first pitch right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes on Chris Sale. Buy one, get one 40% off and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com. Ultrex windows, Monterey storm windows, Provia doors, all apply. Thewindowman.com, select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales already quoted, projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will help you to draft a will, put together a last testament or a living trust, medical power of attorney, whatever it is that you need. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We are covering the NFL. We'll go all around the league. And the Commanders this segment in the Beltway Blitz, but we start on the diamond. Spencer Nussbaum of the Washington Post joins us to get things going. How about those Nats? While everyone was paying attention to football in town yesterday, they took back-to-back games from the Mets. The Mets are no longer in sole possession of a playoff spot because of it, and Jacob Young single-handedly was trying to get them eliminated yesterday. Pretty fun scene for Nats fans.
Yeah, the whole thing I kept remarking yesterday was just, I mean, that's the most meaningful baseball that we've seen the Nats play in a long time, and they absolutely stepped up. You mentioned the 2 Circus Jacob Young catches. After the game, you said there's nothing better than quieting 40,000 fans, which I thought was awesome. And then, yeah, just, I mean, you look at the effort all around. It was Jake Irvin and Mitchell Parker stepping up, guys who have really struggled this year. It was Jorge Alfaro, a backup catcher who hadn't played in baseball in 2 years, stepping up. It was Nasim Nunez, 5'8", 9 homers in the minors, hitting his 3rd this month. It was all these wacky things. It was a $250 million payroll disparity. So yeah, it was a really cool scene to see out there in Queens.
You mentioned Irvin and Parker. As you said, not good years for either of those guys. Good to see both of them throw really, really well to, as you said, kind of ruin the Mets' day. What's their future for both of those guys? Prognosticate looking forward with Josiah Gray presumably coming back. You add in Cavalli, and you start to look at some of the potentials for that rotation. What is their future for this organization?
Yeah, I think they'll be part of a battle in spring training for the starting rotation. I don't think either of those guys' positions is 100% solidified in the rotation next year, and I don't know with how they perform that it should be. I think Mitchell, again, just because you look at him moving to the bullpen early this year, he may be a little more on the outside looking in. And he was floated as a reliever even before he came to the majors back in spring training in 2024. So I think Irvin's probably a little more likely to make the rotation next year, but I don't think either of those guys are 100% in, and I don't necessarily think that either one is 100% out. But yeah, there should be some interesting battles at spring training next year.
Give Nats fans some storylines to track in this final week of the season.
Yeah, I think some of the biggest ones are obviously external in terms of following the GM search and following things like that. If we're talking purely on the field, I'm really interested to see if James can not break the strikeout record. I believe he's 8 away at this point, and it's looking certainly possible, which I know he does not want to do. Definitely, if he can get a little closer to 30 home runs, that'd be great too. But really avoiding the strikeouts is probably a top of mind. Mackenzie Gore, anything that he can do on the mound in his final start is obviously potentially final 2 starts is going to be massive. And yeah, I mean those are really the 2 biggest things, as they always should be. I'm curious to see if CJ can also finish the season out a little stronger. It's been a really kind of disappointing second half, but he's had a good past week or so. And I know last year was a bad second half as well. So if he can finish strong, that's definitely something I'm keeping an eye on.
Spencer, appreciate you, dude. Have a great week.
You too.
We'll see you, buddy. Hit that NFL Center, please. Okay, Mike Jones, the Athletic, joins us to talk about the NFL. Mike, I look like a horse's ass most days anyway, just by getting up and going about my day. But I'm telling everybody that'll listen that the Green Bay Packers are the best team in the NFL, and then they do what?
Yeah, you're not alone on that. But I think that we have to remember that Browns defense is really good. I mean, they do have some, in addition to Myles, Garrett, they have some real horses, and they have a lot of versatility and creativity. And obviously, they really gave that offense of the Packers fits. I thought that this was a game that the Packers were going to, pretty convincingly win and, improve to, be one of the few unbeaten teams. But it didn't happen. And it just goes to show you, but man, if they could ever get their quarterback situation figured out there in Cleveland, then they would be pretty tough. But that's the one thing that, ultimately holds them back. But that defense is nasty.
Mike, the Chargers also look nasty. 23-20 winners over the Broncos to get to 3-0. Herbert is playing at an MVP level, right up there with anybody, not named Josh Allen maybe. Amarion Hampton has taken over now as their focal point with the injury to Harris, and he had a combined 25 touches yesterday for over 120 yards and a touchdown. Quentin Johnson no longer looks like a bust. Keenan Allen looks like an awesome decision to bring him back. How about the Chargers?
Yeah, I mean, this is some great work that Harbaugh is doing. And the thing with Justin Herbert is he's just playing looser, I mean, we were wondering kind of, we saw promise of him, like, really good as a rookie and saw improvement. But then it was kind of like, when's he going to step to that next level? And this looks like this is it. He's running the ball more. He's, chaining his arm slot. He's just making almost just every throw. Like you said, basically playing better at the quarterback position than a lot of people, just behind maybe Josh Allen. It really, now they've got to win. They've opened the season with 3 divisional victories. They've got a little bit of a cushion there in that division. Now, obviously, it's a long season, and there's going to be a team in their division, probably Kansas City, that's going to make a little bit of a run. But to start the season off 3-0 against divisional opponents is huge for them as they're trying to finally take it to the next level after just kind of like teasing us a little bit and always falling short.
Tampa's 3-0 now, Mike, but they've led for, I think, 11 seconds combined. A number's approximate over those 3 games with their, their cardiac winning ways. Now Mike Evans out with a hamstring. Next 4 opponents, Eagles at the Seahawks, 49ers at Detroit. So, to me, this is one of those you get credit for coming back and winning, but that was probably the easier part of their schedule, kind of knowing what we know now. What do you make of them at 3-0?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, give them a lot of credit because they've got starters. They've been without starters. Their offensive line has still not had all their horses yet. Their wide receiver core has been limited, and now they've got another one. They have just not been at full force, but yet they've still found a way to win games. I think that Todd Bowles really knows how to push the right buttons, pull the right levers, position them. Baker Mayfield, his leadership and playmaking ability deserves a lot. But, yeah, it's going to be tough this next stretch that they're about to go on because they're so limited, and it's going to be a little while. But it just goes to show that Jason Light, one of the best GMs, why people respect him so much around the league, because they've got a lot of depth. They draft so well and have young guys that can step into key positions while their starters are injured, and they've been able to pull out some of these wins. But it's definitely going to be kind of a truth teller stretch coming up right here.
Mike, the Falcons were awful yesterday. They got beat 30-0 by the Panthers, who probably are going to win like 6 games. And in Carolina, they benched Michael Penix, who had just a dreadful game. So 2 parts here. 1, what do you make of Atlanta right now? And then 2, at the quarterback spot, I don't think they should bench Penix and go to Cousins at this point, obviously. But Penix has not been good, and they do pay Cousins $40 million a year or whatever. And before his injury last year, he was actually cooking okay at a 500-yard game in a win against Atlanta. Like, how long do you keep this leash for Penix when you've got a potentially very capable guy if Cousins is healthy waiting behind him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that you pull the plug. I agree with you. You don't pull the plug, just yet for him. But you do have Cousins there for a reason. They were not totally sure about Penix's, durability, but then also just, performance level. They know that there might be some hiccups there, and they need to start winning games. And so that's why they kept him, as far as Cousins goes. Yesterday was just unbelievable just how bad he looked, how bad they looked as a whole against the team that is not very strong, but they've got a tough stretch coming up here. It's Washington. Then they've got the Bills, the 49ers, who they're banged up as well. And then, you've got the Falcons, which that's, a winnable game right there. I think, though, that, you see how Penix does. And if you come out of that stretch there where you are just not getting things done offensively, you go back to Cousins. It's a young guy. It's a process. And so he's got to take his lumps. But at the same time, there's a lot of pressure on Raheem Morris and them to finally start winning some games.
Give me your read on that Steelers-Patriots game. Pittsburgh scored on their first couple of drives, and it felt like they went 3 hours almost in real time without finally scoring again, and they do to win that one 21-14. Disappointing loss for the Patriots there, I'd say. And for the Steelers, again, it feels like the Steelers. Unexciting, but here they are, 2-1.
Yeah, well, I think the thing that's most disappointing about the Patriots is that this was supposed to be Mike Vrabel is going to come in and run this thing more like a professional operation with more discipline than, what they had last year, at head coach. And basically they have more penalties. They have ball security issues, and they are, still not performing like a really disciplined operation. I thought there was still going to be some times that they were going to come up short, but I thought that they were just going to look better in the process, and that's not been the case. That is a tough defense that the Steelers have there, so that's part of the reason for their struggles. But, yeah, I expected better, but it is a process. As far as the Steelers go, yeah, I feel like this is just going to be another year where they're like 10-6, what are we now? 10-7, right around there. And they're enough to be interesting. And then they'll get to the playoffs, and against a good team, they're probably going to fall short. But they're okay, I guess. Like hoping on a prayer that maybe they can catch somebody at the right time. We're going to see games where Aaron Rodgers looks amazing. We're going to see games where he's really going to struggle and look like he's 42 years old. And it's just, they have a lot of inconsistencies and kind of some holes on that roster still, and that's why they're not ever going to be elite. And, it's going to be another kind of similar ending to their story, just a different tune.
Mike Jones of The Athletic. Thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
All right, see you guys.
By the way, 4 lost fumbles by the Patriots yesterday. 2 from Ramondre Stevenson, 1 from old friend Antonio Gibson, and then 1 from Drake May, a sack fumble where he was too careless with the ball in the pocket. But 4 lost fumbles.
That'll kill you.
In a 1-possession game, that is why they lost. All right, let's keep it moving. Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports is with us on G&D. Mitch, let's start with the O-line. I know you track those guys pretty closely. 2 changes at the guard positions yesterday, and they run for 200 yards. Mariota helps by getting the ball out quickly, but I thought they did a good job protecting him as well. Dan Quinn had to like what he see.
Absolutely have to like what you see. The Andrew Wiley move, I think, was coming, was expected. I was surprised he wasn't the starting right guard coming out of camp, but I do think they wanted to make sure that Josh Connolly was going to be okay over there at tackle before they moved him inside. The other side was surprising. I was surprised to see Chris Paul there, but I will say that you look at this front office and this coaching staff who have jettisoned a ton of players that they didn't bring in, and it's noteworthy that Chris Paul has stuck around mostly inactive, but on the roster since he's been there. They've liked what they've seen out of him, so it was good to see him get a little bit of a shine and go out there and play well.
They stopped the run really well. In fact, they've done that most of the year. Some of it happens later, of course, with some of the injuries in the secondary. But even before then, a couple of wide open guys here and there, some third and longs converted. Feels like pass coverage might kind of be their Achilles heel at this point, especially now with some of the injuries, Mitch.
Yeah, those injuries are starting to pile up. Bringing in Darnell Savage is going to be, just another guy. I think to help out that secondary, it's going to be incumbent on that front four to continue to get after the quarterback. And this front four has done a better job than I think folks thought they would do coming into the season. And Dorrance Armstrong has been an absolute beast. I think via PFF, he has the most pressures in the NFL and the highest pressure rate of any one individual defender there. So it's been impressive watching him go out there and play well. I think that's what everyone thought he was going to bring last year. And he's finally come to the field with it this year.
Jaden Daniels, do you think he plays against the Falcons?
Purely speculation, I don't think he does. I think when Dan Quinn spoke, about a half hour ago or so, he said they weren't quite sure what the plan was, the return to practice plan was, or they were still working on it. To me, I think that was kind of indicative of probably where they are with him. It certainly also helps to have Marcus Mariota go out and play as well as he did on Sunday, so you don't feel forced to rush Jaden back, but it's going to be a fun little stretch for Marcus here. If he has the Raiders today or this weekend, and then he goes to Atlanta, gets to play two former teams of his, he gets a little bit of the Marcus Mariota revenge tour.
Too bad the Titans aren't on the schedule the week after.
That would have been funny.
Mitch, years ago when I was playing high school basketball, a buddy of mine who was a great shooter, we'd do these shooting contests after practice, right? And it'd be competitive, and then he would make this motion. He would look at me, wait for me to get eye contact, and then he'd pretend to flip a switch. And then he never missed after he flipped a switch. I feel like Dorrance Armstrong flipped a switch 3/4 of the way through the season last year, into the playoffs, and he hasn't turned it off. What's going right?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I think he got – I don't know what happened at the beginning of last season where he was not quite as effective as you hoped he would be. But certainly this offseason, bringing in Von Miller and a lot of the things that Von has done, and not that Von gets credit for Dorrance Armstrong's success. I'm not going there. However, you do see those two working together. Von is so good at getting around that edge, lowering the shoulder, getting close to the ground, and using that speed. And you're starting to see Dorrance use some of those kind of speed techniques that Von has. And I wonder how much, having a guy with that kind of pass rushing experience has helped him out. But let's be clear, Dorrance Armstrong has been very, very good in the past. He's also been very, very good against the run. And to me, that's almost more important. We saw this Commanders defensive line get ripped to shreds last year against the run, particularly on the outsides. And to see Dorrance step up and set the edge the way that he is and be physical, not just use his speed and his athleticism, but his physicality as well, has been very, very impressive to watch.
Was that a Mitch Tischler Obama, let me be clear? Let me be clear.
Let me be clear.
There you go.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Attaboy. That's not bad at all.
Not bad.
Mitch, good having you on, buddy. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
Check him out, Monumental Sports. Mitch Tischler, that is your Beltway Blitz. Jalen Lane, who ripped off a 90-yard punt return for a touchdown. First one for the Commanders since 2016. He's going to join us on the show next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. So through my partnership with Fanatics Sportsbook, you've heard me talk about their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection. Injuries are part of sports, and it stinks when it happens. So I've told you about how I think it's really the best thing in the game that Fanatics Sportsbook is doing. So yesterday proves my point. Chicago, Dallas, star wide receiver from Dallas goes down right in the middle of the first half with an injury. Not only did Fanatics Fair Play void all affected straight bets instantly, if that prop was part of a parlay or same game parlay, the bet played on. No waiting around with your bets stuck in limbo. So I got the numbers here, right? Fanatics Sportsbook's Fair Play saved 21% of same game parlays. That is absolutely legendary. This injury would have made you lose pretty much every other sportsbook. So why would you risk your bets if you don't have to? Fanatics first half Fair Play all season long, every single game. I'm telling you, winning hits different at Fanatics Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Yesterday, the Commanders improved to 2-1 with their win over the Raiders, 41-24. News today for the Commanders: they signed safety Darnell Savage and placed Will Harris on injured reserve with a broken fibula. He's going to be out at least 4 weeks. Today, Dan Quinn described Jaden Daniels as day-to-day. Other injuries around the NFL: 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa going to be done for the season with a torn ACL. Cowboys receiver CeeDee Lamb going to be out for a little bit with a high ankle sprain. Running back injuries: Najee Harris out for the season with a torn Achilles. James Conner out for the season with an ankle injury. And Giants running back Tyrone Tracy had a dislocated shoulder. He's expected to miss some time. Monday Night Football wraps up Week 3 tonight. Lions and Ravens will kick off at 8:15 in Baltimore. In baseball, Nationals begin a series against the Braves tonight in Atlanta, 7:15 right here on The Fan. A rematch of last Tuesday night's pitching matchup. Mackenzie Gore takes on Chris Sale. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
And Lane is going to go back inside the 10. Here comes a flag dropped right away. And Jalen Lane gets past Cole, the punter. He's going to go all the way for a touchdown.
Chris Myers, a little better, please. A little more energy.
It's our first one of those in like 10 years, man.
A little more excitement. I've been waiting 9 years and 10 football seasons for that. Give me something.
So
I'm sorry we're bothering you.
Broke free, and no one's going to get him.
I'm sorry you had to call the play. Jesus, dude. Give me a break. I thought we were done with the Chris Myers extravaganza.
No, you're never totally free.
When you get to the NFC Championship game, you shouldn't have to deal with the Myers-Schlereth tandem on a Sunday. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. That was Jalen Lane's music. 90-yard punt return for a touchdown. Hashtag he a Hokie. And he is joining us now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. By the way, big show announcement in 1 hour today at 5:25. We're finally ready to make our big show announcement. So make sure you're listening in an hour. But we got business to tend to. Let's talk to Jalen Lane. Jalen, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
We're great, buddy.
We're doing better than that call was of your punt return touchdown. That was a hell of a play. You wouldn't have known it by the call, but it was a really impressive, amazing, high-energy play. You wouldn't have known it based on what Chris Myers did. But what did you think as the ball's coming down? Is it space? I mean, did he outkick his coverage? Like, it seemed like you had some real estate. Take us through it. What were you thinking?
Yeah, man. I knew the call we had. I knew we had a vice on the Gunners, so I was like, I wasn't worried about them getting down. I was just seeing what kind of kick it was, what kind of hang, and you know, he's a good punter, so when he kicks it good, he's gonna outkick his coverage, and you know, I felt like I had space, and then if you just look at it, man, I just had to make one guy miss. Everybody else was blocked up, so you know, sure I get the credit on the stat sheet, but my punt return team, they put in work for sure.
How soon after you catch that ball and you're matriculating up the field as you're talking about, how soon after that do you know, dude, I'm going to score? Like at what point in the run are you like, this is a touchdown? Like, when did you know?
It was right after I kind of got through that first little hole, and then I saw it was open field, and then the punter, I was like, oh, this is 6. So I just made sure I just outran it. I was like, dude, I got to hit the Jets if I get caught. Now, I'm not going to have the end of it from anybody. So,
what about the punter, though? What was your level of confidence? Because
he made a good effort, I thought, honestly.
Honestly, it was closer than I thought to him actually tackling you when I went back and watched it. How sure were you that he was not going to prevent you from your first touchdown?
I mean, you know, I'm very confident in my abilities, and like, no offense to any punter anywhere. I love Tress Way. But you know, we get paid to make people miss, and you know, that's one of the last people you want to let tackle you, especially on a big play like that. So You got to make it happen.
I'm just texting Tress real quick. You said punters are not really football players.
You can't see me.
That's what I preface. That's what I love, Tress.
What is you said a vice on the gunners? Like, what is that technique? What does that mean? You're just running them?
We got the gunners doubled up. We don't call it every play. It was one of those instances. We're trying to get a good return, just take the gunners out of the equation, essentially.
So the opposite of that, I would imagine, then is like isolation, man, like one-on-one with the gunner, and then you have more guys to try to block the punt?
Yeah, pretty much. We got a bunch of different schemes. Just in that situation, even one-on-one in my other returns, Noah and Ham, them boys, they did a great job one-on-one too. So, shout out to them.
Jalen Lane sorry, buddy. Jalen Lane with us here on Grant and Danny. It seems to be you guys on teams are really taking advantage in terms of returns. Obviously, your ability is evident. It's obvious how quick you are in the burst, getting upfield, et cetera. But both in terms of coverage and of returns, it feels like you guys are a little bit ahead of your opponents right now in terms of that. A, is that the feeling that you have? And B, where does that come from?
I think it just comes from just our standards that we set from ourselves way back in OTAs. The first meeting that I ever had with Coach Izzo was yelling fast and physical. That's what we're going to be. We're going to be a violent unit on all phases of the game. And, even back from week 1 to Green Bay and to now, you're seeing big returns. You see big plays on punt and kickoff, things like that. And, that's just kind of the standard we have for our team. And we know if we win that phase of the game, that's going to help us, get the win ultimately.
So I'm going somewhere with this, but I want to make this open-ended, and then I'll come back to kind of my point. What is your philosophy as a punt returner when you're returning a punt?
One, get the ball back for the offense. That's the number one goal when I'm back there. Whatever happens, if a bad kick, whatever, as long as we get the ball back, my job is successful. But, the cherry on top is, getting a first down or any 10-plus, that's cherry on top. And then the cake is, housing it and, making a big play like that. So that's kind of like my mindset when I'm going back.
Well, the reason I ask is because, to me, a great punt returner, and it's easier said than done because there's always different things going on in front of you, but it's the up the field, no wasted movement, no jab step, sideways stuff. I don't remember a punt returner here in a long time who catches the ball and immediately runs forward. And you seem to do that every single time. There's almost never lateral steps or sideways movement. I mean, is that just kind of the design and how it's worked out? Or is that like a paradigm thing for you that's your philosophy?
I mean, yeah, I've always kind of had that philosophy. I don't want to do too much side-to-side movement because in this league, man, everybody's fast, everybody's athletic. You go east and west, and they're going to end up making a play. So just try to put pressure on them. But also, it's kind of just a faith I have in the unit. Like, them boys, I got to give them all the credit because, they're the ones, rushing the line and blocking them and holding up the gunners so I can have the confidence back there to know I got space and know that, I can get vertical.
So I got another logistical kind of return question, and I'm going somewhere with this. Jalen, did you play hoops at all growing up?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I didn't play my senior year, but I played from a kid all the way through high school pretty much.
Were you good?
I was pretty good. I mean,
what was your career high in points?
Challenged.
Let's guess at what his career high in points in a game was.
He had a 38-point game once. That's Jalen Lane.
I'm going to say he scored 29 in a game.
Oh, that was both close. Actually, my best game, I remember this so vividly. 8th grade, I hit 4 threes. I ended up having 33 points.
Ooh, Danny was on it.
Yeah, it was pretty close.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's why I asked. There was one return where it looked like your blocker was on to your left. Okay, so he's on the defender's right side. And it looked like, so that's the side he's on. And it's almost like one of those screens where the defender's leaning so hard that you turn down the screen and went by him to the right. How much of that is instinct, I'm quicker, this guy's leaning, or how much of that is this is where the play or the return is designed to go?
I think that was mostly just kind of instinct and like that punt. It was a little shorter and didn't have much hang, so I had to run up and get it, and my momentum was kind of taking me there. And I didn't think it was a flag on Noah on that play, but you can't control the refs. But honestly, looking at the film, if I go inside of Noah, then they don't. I'm sure they don't throw that flag, and we get a 25-yard return right there. But there's stuff to learn from.
Jalen Lane, first punt return touchdown for the Commanders since 2016. If you're looking for a 90-plus yarder, you got to go way back before that. How old were you in 2016?
2016. Hey, what grade was I in? How old am I now? I was around 13, 14, something like that.
My God. You're in middle school the last time somebody returned a punt for a touchdown for the Commanders. Hey, when did this start? This is kind of a philosophy thing, too. So I'm old enough to remember you put your heels on the 10-yard line, and if the ball goes over your head, you're not allowed to go back in there to field it. And now there are dudes fielding the ball at the 4, at the 3, college, NFL, and it doesn't seem like coaches are upset. Like, I know punters have gotten better, and maybe that's part of it, but what are the new rules now, and when did it change?
Well, it's still definitely for us. We do heels on the 8 and don't back up, but it's just certain situations. If they're obviously on the 40 or 50-yard line and they're in a poop situation, then you're probably not going to get a return because they're going to be down there pretty quick. But in that situation, they were. I don't know what yard line they were on, but he just got a good kick, and if you got space, you for sure you feel like you can get past the 20. You might as well help with field position.
But I'm sure you see this, watching the NFL every weekend. There's dudes that are backpedaling to the 4 and catching balls. Or I saw one yesterday where a guy was back to the punter, tracking it like a center fielder running toward the fence. And he fields the ball at the 2, and it carries him into the end zone. You're like, what in the hell are you thinking? Whatever happened to heels on this yard line and don't go backwards? I don't know.
I don't know. I just think, field position just plays a big part in today's game. And, you got confident guys back there who feel like, they can make a play no matter where they're at. And I just feel like that's kind of, I see what you're saying. I feel like it's been a trend definitely over the past couple of years.
Jalen, how comfortable do you feel as a receiver in this league just yet? And where do you think, your journey is going to take you in that regard?
Yeah, I definitely feel comfortable. I'm definitely just trying to grow each and every day. I feel like I'm in a great room with Terry, Devo, Noah, Chris Moore, guys who've been in the league for a really long time and been doing it at a high level. So, I'm just, like I said, every day I'm just trying to grow. Just take coaching points, and Coach Ingram, he's been doing a great job as well, just helping all the young guys.
You had a chance yesterday on your first touchdown catch, kind of a back shoulder ball, looked like maybe could have made a play on it, would have been tough, but take us through that play. What'd you see?
Yeah, it was a double candidate. We tried to get them off sides, and they did jump, but I don't think they crossed the neutral zone. But
should have been called, by the way.
Marcus, he gave me a great ball, and at the end of the day, I got to come down with it. And we talked about it in film earlier today, but that's stuff that my mindset, the rest of the game, I'm trying to make up for that. I flush it in the moment because you don't want that to mess you up. I'm like, man, I got to make up, and it happened to be on punt return that I made up for it, but. That's just kind of my mindset going into it. And, next time I'm going to make that play. And that's how I'm just approaching that.
Well, the day was a net win. You more than made up for it with a 90-yard punt return.
What a moment.
Lane of the Commanders, kind enough to give us a few minutes on Grant and Danny. Hey, before we let you go, any truth to the rumor? So the guy that answered the call when you called in, Toby Altizer, we call him Hokey Altizer. He works on the Virginia Tech Network. He's been singing in your praises since they drafted you and screaming about you. So is there any chance to the rumor that Hokey Altizer actually was involved in some way behind the scenes in the big touchdown that took place yesterday? And does he get any credit for what happened?
I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue. If you've been out there, speaking it into existence, I appreciate you.
There you go.
Keep doing it.
That's Hokie's music.
That is Hokie's music.
I mean, Hokie was saying every week that this was the week you were about to rip a punt return touchdown, and it took week 3, and Hokie was. You should have seen him today walking around like Vince
like
McMahon.
he did it. You know what I mean?
He walked in with his Jalen Lane jersey on, telling everyone, "What did I tell you?" He was doing celebration dances in the end zone.
Yeah, tell him to speak that to existence this week too.
We'll tell him to keep chirping. Jalen, thank you. We appreciate you.
Way to go, buddy. Congrats.
Thank y'all.
All right, there you go. We're gonna put him on hold so Hokie can tell him just how good at football he is. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you to Jalen Lane. That was very cool.
Fantastic.
Nice
Again,
of him
what
to hop
a
on.
huge difference-making play that was.
Oh, they had just started to kind of calm their jets a little bit. The momentum was going away. The Raiders were starting to move the football against a banged-up defense.
Turned into a 3-score game right there.
And boom goes the dynamite. Just like that, 90 yards on a punt return. The return units for this team right now are just on another
They are
level.
humming, dude.
Kick return, punt return, Debo and Lane. What do we got to do to get Jalen Lane on a kick return? Get him in there for Luke every now and then with Debo.
To me, I know it's not the same, but it's similar. You know what I mean? Like,
give it a shot.
Kick goes a long distance. You got some space to run. Set up blockers and move quickly. It seems like something he could probably do pretty well.
So I know it's only 4:40. Okay, it's only 4:40.
4:40.
We have 20 minutes until 5, but it's 4:40 right now. At 5 o'clock, Jay Gruden, and then at 5:25, a gigantic announcement. A really, really Darius, do you have a drum roll, please? I'm going to give you a hint about the massive 5:25 announcement coming up on the show at 5:25 today. That's when the 5:25 announcement happens. The people will be steamed up. The people, they're going to be steamed up about this. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan.
As on the football field, Mariota just running it.
And here throwing it because he wants to close the game out, but instead McCaffrey will take it into the end zone. He didn't necessarily have to seal it, but when you have that chance, you don't want to pass it up.
Jay Gruden joins us in about 12 minutes. I want to see what he thought about what I perceive to be a masterpiece from Cliff Kingsbury against the Raiders yesterday as he schemed them up and Washington's offense sliced and diced Patrick Graham's defense. Marcus Mariota's got to be the story, though. As much as because of last year's 2 games, Danny, like we can't say that it was completely unexpected that he played well. You can't have the story all week being, oh no, what if Jaden Daniels can't go? Oh no, is this team screwed? What if Daniels is unable to play? What if he has to miss 2 games? Does your whole season get derailed? Like, that was the rhetoric from a lot of people. This notion that Jaden Daniels is a one-man band, he's a one-man wrecking crew, and that was the discourse for most of last year, honestly. Like, that they have a 12-win quarterback and a 6-win team. Yet, when Mariota played against Carolina, they scored 40. When he came in when they were down against the Cowboys, it leads them back to a win. And then in this game, they put up 41 points and 400 yards and 7.5 per play against the Raiders. But he's been just so efficient. That's what it is. It reminds me of like the good stuff when he was in Tennessee. When you'd look after their games and you'd see this happened a lot. It would be like 15 of 17 passing for like 188 and 2 touchdowns. And then you go back and you're like, oh, this is really well schemed. And like, I don't know if this guy's going to be a great championship level starter, but damn, this works. And he's running some read option. I mean, 40 rushing yards and what would have been a 19 of 21 game if there were no drops. What else can you ask of a quarterback, let alone a backup? And I know the Raiders' defense is not very good. I get that. But it's not like they haven't played better than that in their other 2 games.
Yeah.
A quote-unquote bad defense looked worse. Short week, cross-country, lot going for you. But you still got to go out and do it, and they did.
Precisely. I mean, to me, this started with Kingsbury, the run game. I know it's going to look like the running totals were a lot better than they were because McNichols rips off that 60-yarder when everybody stopped, and he deserves credit for that. But other than that, it was more workmanlike, where Rodriguez 11 for 39, and you kind of go down the list. I think Krosky Merritt averaged less than 4 yards per carry on his, but still it was doing enough, making people respect every part of it, effective enough to now the next look off the first look, which is off the second look, which is off the third look. And next thing you know, everybody's flat-footed and you're able to find some of those, not necessarily shot plays, although 2 of those happened for big gains. Should have been 2 touchdowns, one to McLaurin and then one to McCaffrey.
Yeah, 43 and 56 yards.
Right.
So that was 99 on those 2 plays.
Yeah, to me, everything else, though, is you're looking over there, I went right there. You're looking over there again, I caught you, I'm going here. It is the execution of the game plan, the working in tandem and symmetry, knowing what the weaknesses were and exploiting them. So the Raiders are, they're covering their eye, they get hit in the gut. They're covering their gut, they get hit in the nose. I mean, just this constant push and pull. I thought Kingsbury was masterful, and Mariota deserves a ton of credit for not trying to overdo it. The one time he does, cuts back on that long scramble, not a scramble, the design run, ends up fumbling. That's the only quote-unquote mistake. All you have to do is not do too much when you've got the advantage like they did yesterday.
Is there a plan, you think? Is there a mindset? Here's how they came out yesterday. Debo rips off the 69-yard kick return, so they start the game. They bring their offense out. 1st and 10 from the 27 in the huddle. They come out in the gun with Trent Scott reporting as eligible. So you've got 3 tackles, a tackle as a tight end, and you've got Rodriguez going off the right side behind right guard where Wiley's now playing for 5 yards. 2nd and 5 from the 22. You're already in the red zone with 2 yards. Chris Rodriguez off the left end. This is behind, among others, your tight ends that you're tapping into now, Sinnott and Yankoff. But he goes around the left end to the 8-yard line of Las Vegas for 14 yards. So you're 2 plays in. You've got 19 rushing yards, and it's 1st and goal from the 8. Rodriguez for 4, 2nd and goal from the 4. Rodriguez, a 4th straight run. They finally bow up a little bit. They bring their safety, Jeremy Chin, former commander, all the way down into the box to stop the run. 3rd and goal from the 2, and that's the first pass play they call. They go no huddle, tempo, spread, shotgun, Mariota snap, and then he immediately scrambled ahead for 2 yards. Uber decisive. Ball hits his hands. He kind of looks for a second, pulls the ball down, runs for the touchdown. So it was 5 straight runs, 4 called runs to Rodriguez and a pass play turned scramble, and a touchdown, 5 plays for 27 yards. And just like that, you're up 7-0 before anybody's broken a sweat. I mean, it was 3 minutes into the game because of the huge kick return and the quick drive. No Jaden Daniels. We don't even have enough time to worry about the offense with 2 new offensive linemen and a quarterback. You're already up 7-0.
You're not even back from your pregame hot dog yet. You're still waiting in line for your Coca-Cola Classic, and you're already up 7-0 playing some defense. Yeah, it's the – I think you put it very well, just that first touchdown that he scrambled for, if you're going to call it a scramble. This was I recognize what's going to be available here very, very quickly, if that makes sense. Like I think they sent out a number of receivers on the route. As you said, they went tempo, and as soon as there's kind of the Red Sea's parting, I don't have to sit there and pat the football and make one of those Kyler Murray scramble around for 19 seconds, maybe get in, maybe I don't. It's the instant I get 1 or 2 options covered based on the look, it probably means I've got openings. Like he went right away and you knew he was going to score.
Nikki Javala just tweeted this about the return game, which we've been talking about today, but she has a bunch of pretty good stats here. Washington field position after punts, own 35-yard line, third. I think that speaks to Lane as a punt returner for sure, but it also speaks to their defense getting off the field fairly quickly sometimes so that the punt is coming from, not the plus side of the field, not around the 50, right? So 35-yard line, third best in the NFL, starting field position post-punt. Tress Way's landed 58% of his punts inside the 20 and 33% inside the 10, which is top 5 in the NFL in both categories. Second in the NFL, putting punts inside the 10-yard line. Washington's yards per punt return, so that's Jalen Lane, third in the NFL right now, 17.7. Opponent average field position after punts, their own 17, number 2 in the NFL. Washington field position after kickoffs, so this is Deebo Samuel, 36.4 yard line, number 1 in the NFL. Washington yards per kick return, Deebo and Luke, 34.1. That's first in the NFL. Opponent average field position after kickoffs, it's your coverage unit, their own 29-yard line, 10th in the NFL. So, this is right now one of the best special team units in the league, and it's not particularly close. That goes without saying.
Yeah, the only hiccup, black mark, whatever you want to call it, is the old missing of field goals. A lot of those are happening.
For sure.
Other than that, ... that's the thing that people notice the most. I'm telling you, the returns and coverage units have been splendid.
Football coverage on the Fans presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games all season long, kicking off with a juicy Week 4 matchup between the Commanders and the Falcons. Sunday at 1. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started. We've got Ian Eagle and J.J. Watt on the call this weekend of an NFC tilt on CBS between the Commanders and the Falcons. So sign me up for that. Jay Gruden joins the show next right at 5 as soon as we return. And remember, at 5:25, a big show announcement. In fact, Darius, if you've got a drum roll, please, I want to tease with a hint what the big show announcement is.
Ooh, do you have a good hint?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have a drum roll,
if you have,
go ahead and play it whenever you can. Or don't. Either way. You guys are going to like it. You guys are going to Brooks
What could that be?
Jay Gruden next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders improved to 2-1 with their win over the Raiders yesterday, 41-24. News for the Commanders today, they signed safety Darnell Savage as their safety Will Harris is placed on injured reserve with a broken fibula. He's going to be out at least 4 games. An update on Jaden Daniels today, Dan Quinn called him day-to-day. Injuries around the NFL. 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa going to be out for the season with a torn ACL. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb out for some time with a high ankle sprain, but he didn't go on injured reserve, so maybe he can return in a couple of weeks. Chargers running back Najee Harris going to be done for the season with a torn Achilles. James Conner of the Cardinals out for the season with an ankle injury that requires surgery. And Giants running back Tyrone Tracy expected to miss some time after he left last night's game early with a dislocated shoulder. Monday Night Football tonight wraps up Week 3. Lions and Ravens will kick off in Baltimore at 8:15. In baseball, the Nationals begin a series in Atlanta against the Braves tonight. 7:15 first pitch right here on The Fan. A rematch of last Tuesday's pitching matchup. Mackenzie Gore goes to the hill for the Nationals. Chris Sale goes for the Braves. Last time out against the Nats, he went 8 scoreless innings, striking out 9. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live from our Navy Yard studios on Half Street by Nats Park. We're Grant and Danny, exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We do have a huge show announcement in about 20 minutes, a little bit after 5:25. So make sure you're listening at that time if you want to know what everybody's talking about behind the scenes here on Grant and Danny today.
It's 5 o'clock on a Monday, which means it's Jay Gruden time. On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 HQ, Ted Britt Lincoln and Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay Gruden on the Rude Guest Hotline. Coach, what's up? Good to talk to you again. How are you?
It's good to be here, Grant and Danny. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
We are chilling. No Jaden Daniels, no problem for the offense. They dominate the Raiders. Marcus Mariota was great. I feel like Cliff Kingsbury was in his bag and had a hell of a day. They come out with an extra tackle as a tight end because they're without John Bates. They run the ball right at the Raiders, who had stopped the run for a couple weeks. What'd you make of their offensive plan and Kingsbury's play calling without Daniels?
I thought it was great. We mentioned it last week. They got to make sure they get an extra tackle in there to help out in the running game, and they did that. And Trent Scott, man, I think he might deserve a game ball. He did an outstanding job at the point of attack. They helped, obviously, the right tackle, Connerly, quite a bit. He was only one-on-one on Crosby only a few times. So they did a great job. They moved the people around, the fronts around. They mixed it to run, the pass, the zone reads, quarterback design runs. Kept the Raiders on their heels, and Marcus was outstanding.
Crosby made an impact because he's great. That's what he does. He bothers you, disrupts things, and whether it's wrong holding penalty, had a sack, a couple tackles for loss, etc. But just in general, how do you think they did trying to negate him?
Oh, they did great. The sack he got was it was a tough protection. He tried to pull the guard and try to get out to Crosby, which is never a good protection. He just beat the guard over there, so to the quarterback. But overall, I thought it was outstanding. Like I said, the thing I like most about this team is, everybody participates. If you dress, you're going to play. Chris Moore had a catch. McLaurin, Bebo did some good things. All the linemen participated. Trent Scott, I thought Chris Paul had a great game at left guard, filling in for Brandon Coleman. Zach Ertz made some plays, and obviously McNichols comes in and has a big run. Rodriguez had 11 carries, and Merritt Krosky Merritt did a good job. So they all participated. They all did their part, and it was a great team win for that offense. And then defensively, same thing. I mean, these guys all played hard.
Jay, what do you make of the fact that Mariota's now played 3 times, dating back to last year? He played 4 quarters, missed the first drive against the Panthers, and they scored 40. He comes in week 18, game 17 against Dallas, leads them back to a win, was 15 of 18, was great. And then yesterday they score 40 again. I mean, he's been so good for them. Not thought of as a starter, though, but he's clearly a fit in this offense.
Oh, for sure. Now, they had a lot of help. They had a punt return for touchdown, a kickoff return to the 10, and a run up the middle that, the guy broke 4 tackles and scored a touchdown from 60 yards out. But, yeah, he's an outstanding player. He's a first-round pick. The only thing that's hurt Marcus is injury history. That's it. I mean, he's been productive at other places. My brother loved him. He had it for some time out there and loved him, and he's been a good quarterback. He just hasn't been able to stay on the field when he's had that long-term opportunity.
Jay Gruden with us here on Grant and Danny. So to that performance, I think there was 3 or 4 drops in the game. There's a throw. So pretty much he's, 19 for 21 in terms of throwing, how accurate he was, et cetera. Could have been a much more productive day for a day that was already pretty damn good. Did you see any differences? Anything that they were kind of scheming up differently just to make sure that he was comfortable, or did it just look like the normal game plan to you?
It looked like a normal game plan, other than, with Bates out, they brought in the extra tackle, brought in some big people a lot more than often. But yeah, they did a great job of keeping them in the pocket, and they weren't in very many tough situations. And when they were very conservative in their play calls. If they had 3rd and 12, they're probably going to call screen or something like that. But first down, second down, if they threw it, they had guys open, and Marcus made the right call. And they blew a coverage. Jeremy Chin blew a coverage for the Raiders, and obviously McCaffrey got the easy touchdown. So, I think it was a great game plan. They kept the Raiders off balance with the run pass and play pass and his own reads, and that's what Cliff's been doing all season, or since he's been here with Jaden. So it didn't change with Marcus.
What did you make? You talked about the contributions by committee all over the offense, but specifically in the backfield. Rodriguez goes from inactive to the first guy on the field, and he's the only guy that touches the ball for a couple drives. I mean, for whatever reason, Krosky Merritt, they're making him earn everything as a rookie. He eventually gets in there and gets some carries, but it was McNichols who hits the home run from 60. It feels like every week we're expecting Bill's going to carry the mail. He's going to get 20 carries, and it hasn't happened yet. But everybody's been involved. What do you think of how they're doing it?
I think that's a smart way to do it. I think he keeps these guys fresh, keeps them into the game. When their number's called, they have to produce. They have to feel like, hey, if I get an opportunity, I better make the most of this sucker. Otherwise, I'm not going to get another one. So it kind of puts a sense of urgency on their little asses, and they got to go out and perform, whether it's in pass protection or the running game or ball security, punt team, whatever it might be. These guys are all performing. None of them are going to be Pro Bowlers, but they all are very much have a hand in what goes on in this offense week in and week out.
Just sort of thinking of that with the kind of that 3-headed monster, so to speak. Is that something that you feel like is just nothing but hot hand, or is it matchup dependent, or is it it vary by player package, et cetera? Like, how do you think it's getting decided, and how would you decide it?
Well, I think Rodriguez is a little bit of a bigger back, more between the tackles. So when they bring in the big people, I think it naturally fits Rodriguez to be in there. And if you're going to spread them out, I think it's more for Krosky Merritt. He's got more juice, probably more elusiveness, and probably a little bit better in the pass game. I think McNichols has probably the most experience on the third down role, pass protecting, and doing some things of that nature. So they all have their own separate roles. I think if you're trying to pound people, it's Rodriguez. You're trying to spread people out, it's Krosky Merritt. And if you're trying to get a third down play, it's probably Jerry McNichols.
Jay Gruden with us on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Live on Grant and Danny after a 41-24 home win. The Commanders are 2-1. Jay, Dan Quinn took a big shot on the sideline. Everyone was talking about how his face was bloody and he was still at the podium, had the dried blood on the beard or whatever, but he hit his head really hard. It looked like kind of like when Tua has slammed the back of his head and goes into like the fencing posture. Have you ever taken a huge shot on the sideline that you can remember?
I have not, fortunately. I was very well aware of what people were doing, how close they were. I was trying at all costs to get the hell out of the way, but sometimes you can't because people are around you. But yeah, no, I avoided that stuff, man. My knees are bad, my shoulders are bad. I had too many concussions when I played. There ain't no way I was getting hit. I don't care. I could see it coming a mile away. The only time I almost got hit was on punt. Those flyers run out of bounds because you don't see them. You're watching the punt, and all of a sudden there's a flyer coming right at your face. Those are the ones that scare you.
We talked about this before when sometimes, guys like McLaurin, who'd started off kind of slow over the course of a season, weren't getting targeted a ton. And if the offense is humming, it doesn't really matter. You put up 30, 40 points. Who cares who's getting the looks? But if the offense is kind of sluggish, et cetera, how would you kind of handle this receiver room? Talking about the same way that we were doing just now with running backs in terms of getting guys looks to try to get them going. Again, no complaints. You put up 40-plus points, something's going right. But just in terms of getting guys into their rhythm and getting their seed legs underneath them, et cetera, is it something where you'd go, okay, it's just a feel? Is it a coverage look? Or is it, let me try to get Terry going, et cetera? How would you handle it?
Yeah, it has to be a feel and a coverage look. I think the quarterbacks, Jaden and Marcus, do a good job of taking what the defense gives them. And we're not going to force feed anybody because that's who you are. We'll get you the ball if that's what the coverage dictates. And that's what great quarterbacks do. They spread it out. And then when time comes, if it's a man-to-man look, you work your best matchup, or there's Debo outside against a corner, inside against a nickel, or whatever it might be, or Terry on the outside against a corner. So that's going to be up to the quarterbacks to make that decision. It's up to the receivers to get open and find those holes in zones, and then obviously win in man coverage. And for the most part, they've been doing that. I think there's still some room for improvement from the receiver room, and I think they'll get it as time goes on when Jaden gets back and rolling.
Would you be bringing in competition for Matt Gay? Missed his first kick yesterday from 37, was 1 for 4 on the season at that point. Ended up hitting from 46 and 56, but also kicked the ball out of bounds to give the Raiders some momentum.
Yeah, I met Matt on the golf course over at Creighton Farms about a month ago, and they had winter training camp, and he was playing golf. You guys said I had it easy on my player. It was Club J. I saw him on the golf course during training camp. I'm like, what the hell? But he's a hell of a nice guy. But yeah, I think that's something that got to be in your back of your mind. But he did make a big kick. You give him a couple more weeks, see how it goes. But I think he's a good, solid veteran kicker to have. I just don't know who you're going to get off the streets right now. I'm sure there's some people that are available, but right now I'd give him another week or two because he's got the experience.
They did also pay him a record amount of money for a 1-year veteran deal. I think he got like $4 million, which is guaranteed up front or whatever. So
yeah,
if you move on from him, you're paying him a bunch of money.
Yeah, when you get later in the season, you're playing and you got game-winning field goals. I wouldn't blink having Matt Gay kick a field goal for me right now. I know he missed one. Just got to get used to the turf over there on that field, and he'll be fine.
Jay, on the other side of the ball, Washington's defense, really good in some areas, maybe left wanting in others. What'd you make of that side?
I thought they played their ass off. I really do. They played hard. And Genty had a couple big hits. He only had 60 yards rushing. I couldn't believe he didn't get on a 2-point play, though. That was disappointing. And then the 4th and 1 they gave to some guy, some white guy I never heard of, which was disappointing as well. But I thought they flew around good. Bobby Wagner was everywhere. Luvu was everywhere. I think those guys did great. Vaughn got his sack. Jean-Baptiste got a sack. I never even heard of him. I think Payne was disruptive. He had a quarterback hurry and tackle for loss. And I think these guys play hard. I think Dorrance Armstrong played very well at defensive end, and Will Harris made some plays, and Lattimore was tight on some coverages. And, Sanistro got beat on a tough quarters beater that a lot of people run versus quarters, and he got beat. He took the blunt of the criticism there. But for the most part, I like the way their defense played.
Dylan Laube or Luby or something?
Laube.
Laube.
4th and 1. Dylan Luby up the tackle. Off tackle. No gain.
Yeah, give it to that guy as many times as you want.
Here we go. The pronunciation, L-O in caps. So that's got to be low, right?
Low.
So Lobe. Dylan Lobe.
Yeah, Dylan Lobe. Hey, Ashton, you stand over here next to me on 4th and 1. We're going to give it to Dylan Lobe. What the?
So you weren't impressed by Dylan Lobe, it doesn't sound like, Jay.
No, not when I got Ashton Gentry, a first-round pick standing next to me. I think I'd try to get him in there to run 3
That
yards.
makes some sense.
Yeah, 2 more yards than we did in the game.
Who was your best old player that you coached in terms of age? I asked this because Bobby Wagner at 35 yesterday was incredible. 11 tackles, 2 sacks, had a couple of other pressures, some TFLs, kind of took over defensively. What does it take at 35 to be that good in this league?
I don't know. He's really good, and him and Luvu together, they're a great combination because when they have a blitz package going, they can read the turn of the center. If they turn to Frankie, then Wagner comes, hits it right up the gut, and blows up the running back, and it's vice versa. Luvu does the same thing, so they got a really good combination. They're 2 physical linebackers. Usually you have maybe one physical linebacker, one's a sideline cover guy, but both those guys are very physical. I just hope that they don't get exposed in pass coverage. But for the most part, they're very good. As far as the oldest guy I've ever coached, I don't. Donald Penn was 38 when we replaced Trent Williams. He played pretty good for us, although we had to chip him every time. But he got a lot of mileage out of his career, that's for sure.
Yeah, you coached London late too. I mean, he was such.
I
a
didn't
good
have
player.
London. I never had London.
Oh, I thought
unfortunately.
London.
would have loved to have London.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I thought there was 1 year crossover. I guess not.
Huh. Well, yeah. I mean, just those guys though in their mid-30s that still got it. It's so impressive to me because, shoot, I'm 37 and it's like you're 2 years younger than me out there just getting 2 sacks, man. Good for you.
Well, he probably doesn't have as many hot dogs and nachos as you.
Well, I don't eat nachos, but otherwise you're on point. You're on to something, Jay. Buffalo wings,
There you go.
nachos, cookies, brownies.
The
You
whole
got
nine.
something. Yeah. I think
Maybe
you're
you
right.
take those out, you could play middle linebacker for the Commanders.
It's probably all it was, honestly. All this time.
Just a matter of diet.
It was just one too many hot dogs.
Arm length, speed, toughness, talent.
Probably comparable in some of these
Yeah,
ways.
all you're missing is a few ingredients.
Very comparable bodies.
Pounds.
Me and Bobby.
Height.
How about Daniel Jones through 3 games? Colts are 41-20 winners over the Titans yesterday, and the game wasn't that close. At one point, it was like 34-10 or something. But Indianapolis is 3-0, and Jones, I mean, I'm not throwing him into the MVP convo, but he's had as good a start as anybody at quarterback.
Yeah, for sure. He is in the MVP convo after 3 games, for sure. I mean, what the hell else you got to do? He's been very impressive, and yeah, I think he's got a good team around him. He's got a great running game, very good offensive linemen, and their defense is very opportunistic, and they give them good field position. So they're playing very good. Just got to be careful. I remember last year was the year before when New Orleans started out 3-0, and they're talking they didn't punt for 3 games, and oh my God, the Saints are the best. They went 4-13 and fired their offensive coordinator. So there's a lot of ball left, but Daniel has been impressive.
Jay, the Eagles have won 19 of their last 20 games. The game they lost it took a Devontae Smith drop on a catch that he would make 100 out of 100 times, and Jalen Hurts leaving in that game. It was against Washington. It was pretty miraculous how it happened. But again, 19 of 20 games, they found a way yesterday as well. What can you say about it?
Yeah, they're all around the best team in football right now. It's obviously, I mean, they can hurt you so many different ways. That's their issue. They have 2 of the best receivers. They don't even have to throw it to them. They can hand it to Saquon, who's the best running back. And Hurts is playing as good a quarterback as there is in the National Football League. Say what you want, but he's a very talented, very good game manager. And when he has to throw, he's productive. When he doesn't have to throw, they're productive. They play good defense. They got 2 monster D tackles and a good secondary and a good defensive coordinator. So, yeah, I don't know. They don't have any weakness. You can't go play the Eagles and say, hey, we can do this and beat the Eagles. I mean, hell, you got to do a lot of good things to beat the Eagles. You got to not turn the ball over. You got to be good with the penalties, and you got to play good, efficient football. Otherwise, you have no chance.
How about the Seahawks?
And the Rams did that yesterday.
Yeah, and they still
Rams
lost.
did that.
Yeah.
They just had some field goals kick blocked, and they were right there.
How about the Seahawks with Sam Darnold? He was efficient, 14 of 18, 218, 2 touchdowns. They scored on special teams on a 95-yard punt return as well. Even when they don't run the ball, which early this year has been a struggle for Seattle, play really good defense. They're 2-1 in the West.
Yeah, they're very good. I like their coach, and I think Sam's a very good quarterback. They got some weapons. Defensively, they're exciting. They have a very young, exciting, good, fast defense, and they're fun to watch. And offensively, Sam can put it where he needs to. Najigba is really a good player. Cooper Kupp's still doing his thing a little bit, and this Torrey Horton guy is a good player. So they're a fun team to watch.
Green Bay lost yesterday, and I basically been walking around telling everybody that would listen that they're the best team in the league right now this minute after what I just saw them do on national television to both Detroit and then Washington, and then they lay a stinker against Cleveland, Jay.
Yeah, it was probably one of the most uncharacteristic plays I've seen in the National Football League this year. You got 3rd and 3, it's 10-0, and Cleveland can't move the ball. I just hand the ball off, but I think Matt LaFleur has so much trust in Jordan Love, he let him throw it, and he threw it right to the nickel, or the linebacker. It was a horrible throw, horrible decision, and it let Cleveland come back and win, and then a blocked field goal. Next thing you know, the Browns win, but they had no business winning that game, that's for sure. But you just never know on a week-to-week basis. I still think Green Bay is a very good football team, obviously one of the tops in the NFC, one of the tops in the NFL. You can't make a mistake like that on the road when you have a 10-0 lead late in the fourth quarter.
How about Mac Jones leading the Niners back for a game-winning field goal from Eddie Pinheiro to cap a 63-yard drive at the horn from 35 yards out? 2 starts. San Francisco's won both of them. Jones has averaged about 290 passing yards in these 2 games.
Yeah, Bosa's out for the year. The defense has been playing good. Mac has been impressive. I just can't help that. Is Arizona ever going to overachieve? Are they going to underachieve every stinking year? It drives me nuts. I mean, they never make the plays when they have to win a game, and they always get beat close games. They start out good, then they have a 4-game losing streak, and they'll win a couple, be excited, and they'll end up 7-10, and coach will get fired. It's just they drive me crazy. But yeah, San Francisco's still pretty good without Joey Bosa, without their starting quarterback. But they're going to have to play a lot better.
That Chargers-Broncos game was great. Justin Herbert has been fantastic just through a few weeks, but what can you say about them?
Yeah, Justin's top of his game right now. They're allowing him to throw the ball a lot more often. He can use his legs. He can scramble within the pocket. Quentin Johnson has probably made the biggest improvement from a couple of years to now. I think he's playing as good as anybody at wide receiver, which I would have never thought that his first couple. He dropped more balls than he caught. So, yeah, I think they've been very impressive. And they play great defense, and Harbaugh's got them reeled in, and they got them all believing. So, and they got great leadership on that football team, and they're going to be very, very good. Very tough team to beat because they don't mess up. Justin Herbert's not going to mess up like he did in the playoffs very often. He had those lots of interceptions. That's not going to happen again. And if he protects the ball, they'll play good defense. They'll be in every game.
Last one for you, Jay. The Commanders next play the Falcons, who just got shut out by the Panthers 30-0. Michael Penix has more picks than touchdowns through now 6 career starts. Touchdown and 2 interceptions this year. They haven't had a score from a wide receiver or a tight end, I don't think, this season either. What do you make of how he's playing in that offense?
Brutal. It is a brutal showing, and they went to Kirk late in the fourth quarter, and it's not good. He missed guys wide open. It's bad. So I don't know what they're going to do. They were a quick trigger last year, not really quick, but they pulled Kirk, then they went to Penix. So I don't know if they're going to have a quick trigger to go back to Kirk again if he has another stinker like that. But that was my on Kevin Shea's show. That my pick of the week was the Atlanta Falcons, and they lost 30-0. So that wasn't a very good pick. So I couldn't believe what I watched. It was horrible football on both sides of the ball. I mean, there are some very, very bad football teams out there. I mean, very bad. And Atlanta is one of them, and Carolina is another, and the Houston Texans are one. They can't protect anybody. And oh, God, there's some bad ball going out there right now.
So do you think the Falcons, I know that was a dreadful game, but you actually think they're a bad team in terms of Washington's going there this week?
They got shut out by the Panthers. They're the 32nd ranked defense last year, and they got shut out. They have Bijan Robinson. They have Drake London. They have a number 9 pick in the NFL draft.
I guess I'm looking at it. The spread is 1.5 points right now going to Atlanta. I just think at home they'll play better than that.
Hell no. We're going to load the truck up and bet on the Commanders.
All right, let's go. Let's do that. What about if you and I do it together? I'll put in $1.
Truck now it's a small truck.
Yes, I'll put in $1. You put in the rest, and then we'll split the winnings.
Just split it 50-50.
There you have it.
All right, I'll text you.
Toy truck.
I'll text you about some details on that. Thank you, Jay.
You got it.
Appreciate you as always, Jay.
You got it.
Be good, brother.
Thanks for having me.
The coach, Jay Gruden, joining us on Grant and Danny for his weekly appointment on The Fan. He's always great.
The best.
Just love having Jay on.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 HQ, Ted Britt Lincoln and Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet and Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
When we return, a very, very special announcement on the show. Here's a hint. People will be fired up. The people will be fired
To go
up.
with the other hints, I think I've got a beat on what it might be.
Starting to close in on
It's coming together.
The investigation is ending very soon. Also, we'll tell you where we'll be for our Friday field trip this week as soon as we return on The Fan.
What if I told you your home could sell in days, even if your last agent couldn't sell it in months? What's up? Danny Rouillet here, and that's just the kind of success I've seen from Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home team with Keller Williams. They're experts in stepping in when other agents simply can't deliver. Jeremiah and Sonia experienced this firsthand after being on the market with another realtor for 49 days, nearly 2 months with 0 results. Their entire move to Texas to welcome 2 new grandchildren was on the line, and they were feeling desperate. After firing their agent, they turned to the Reynolds of Power Home team. Debbie and Sarah laid out a clear game plan. And after just 4 days on the market, Jeremiah and Sonia had an all-cash offer that was $5,000 over asking price that would close in just 14 days. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their ability to get your home sold that if your home doesn't sell for some reason, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Your home is going to get sold. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Raiders yesterday to improve to 2-1, winning 41-24. Today for the Commanders, they signed safety Darnell Savage as Will Harris was placed on injured reserve. He's going to be out at least 4 games. Update on Jaden Daniels from Dan Quinn today. He still called him day-to-day. Big injuries around the NFL. Edge rusher for the 49ers, Nick Bosa, out for the season with a torn ACL. Cowboys receiver CeeDee Lamb going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks, potentially with a high ankle sprain, although he did avoid injured reserve. Najee Harris out for the season with an Achilles tear, and James Conner going to be out for the season with an ankle injury that needs surgery. Monday Night Football tonight, Lions and Ravens will kick off at 8:15, and in baseball, Nationals and Braves, final series in Atlanta for the Nationals this season, 7:15 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes on Chris Sale. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. G&D on a victory Monday after a 41-burger for the Commanders against the Raiders. 41-24 final. Touchdowns from Marcus Mariota, a 2-yard run. Jeremy McNichols, a 60-yard scamper. Jalen Lane, a 90-yard punt return. He was on the show last hour, if you missed that. Podcast it when we're done, wherever you get your audio. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt plunging in from a yard out for his second touchdown of the season, and Luke McCaffrey, a 43-yard schemed-up catch and run that capped a 46-yard drive, the final score of the game, to make it 41-24 for Washington in the win. We are going to get you ready for Week 4 and a game in Atlanta against the Falcons. Friday, with our Friday field trip series, we're on the road, out and about. And we're going to this is the first time we've been at this bar. This is going to be cool. We're going back to Reston this Friday. Back-to-back weeks in Reston. We're going to be at a bar called Char Bar.
The Char Bar.
S-C-H-A-R, Char Bar. And it is at and in the JW Marriott in Reston. This is apparently, I've asked some people that have been out there and been to it. It's apparently an awesome bar, really good food, great vibes, and good drinks. But they're kind of turning the situation into like a sports bar, and they want to get the word out. And so we're going to help them do that. We're going out there this Friday. We're going to bring Commanders fans with us. They can rock their burgundy and gold. So again, Reston is the spot, the Char Bar, JW Marriott. We're going to be there from 2 to 6:30 for our Friday field trip series.
So I was looking it up on the old internets. It is gorgeous in there. Like, check. I mean, I'm going to turn around and show you the picture here, GP.
In the JW Marriott?
In the JW Marriott. Look at the Char Bar.
Surprised.
Look at the Char Bar.
That's high end.
It's gorgeous.
Now, wear your burgundy and gold and your T-shirts. It's not like you got to dress up because, as I said, they're going to. I think what they want is more of that sports bar vibe, possibly. Make everybody feel like you can come in and enjoy yourself. You don't have to stay at the JW Marriott to come get some good food and hang out at their bar. I think that's what they're looking for. But yeah, man, you ever been to a JW Marriott?
Yes, I have.
Pretty nice.
Yes, it is.
Like, that bar is going to be sick.
There's a thing, by the way, in so many different cities. Like, I know LA, this is big, but like the hotel bar, not just for like, hey, I'm in town for the conference. I have like a quick cocktail at the hotel bar, whatever. There's places where like it's a scene. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's a social scene all over the country. That's that, or all over the world. This is that kind of place where, again, I'm telling you, it looks awesome. The food looks great. I can't wait to go.
Well, in Indianapolis, at the JW Marriott location, it is the who's who. Everybody's there mingling, media, reporters with coaches and GMs. That's actually the Starbucks right next to in the JW Marriott, right next to the bar. I believe is where Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport got into the scrap herd around the world. Pretty sure. Man. But yeah, that JW Marriott is like where everyone hangs out because everybody stays there. So it's like home base. So that I've had many a meeting up with an agent or a coach or somewhere in that bar over the years traveling. Pretty cool. But anyway, Char Bar, Reston, JW Marriott, Friday field trip. We're excited. Almost as excited as we are to make our big announcement.
Mm-hmm.
We've got something to tell you guys.
Yep.
And it's a bit bittersweet, but it is sweet. Darius, fire it up. I'm going to give you the bad news first, okay? The bad news is that Austin Eckler out for the year with a torn Achilles tendon. While he will come on with us at some point in the next week or so, and we'll catch up with him about his recovery, is not going to continue with us this season as our weekly Tuesday 5 p.m. guest.
Oh, no. It's a bummer. I mean, it's not fair. It sucks. We feel for the guy. You know, it's just one of those things that it wouldn't make sense for anybody.
He's great.
He's awesome.
On air and on the road. No, he's so good.
That is such a good bet.
Thank you. On air and also on the field, and he just is a guy that we really, really like. So he's not going to be with us. So, look, not ideal, but we said, okay, who do we want to talk to for the rest of the season?
Mm-hmm.
What commander would we like to have on the program every Tuesday at 5 if we've got an opening? And who do the people want to hear from, most importantly? Who would be the people's champion? Darius? Let's do the process of elimination. We'll go through all 52 guys. It will not be Jaden Daniels. Darius? We thought about Deebo Samuel, then we said, but someone's going to have to say more than 3-word answers when he comes on with us. So it's not going to be Deebo Samuel. Now, I do love Deebo Samuel on
we
the
love
field
Deebo Samuel.
and on the road.
We're pro Deebo Samuel.
We will be talking every Tuesday at 5 p.m. with Jacory, Krosky, Merritt, the people's running back.
The people's running
The
back.
man they call Bill.
Bill.
You look at jersey sales right now for the Washington football outfit. 4 different jersey types of Jaden Daniels. And then the 91 Gibbs retro throwback era Bill Krosky Merritt. So every single Tuesday, starting tomorrow at 5 o'clock, right here on Greg and Dave, we'll be joined by not your Corey, not my Corey, not Danny's Corey, Ja Corey. Krosky Merritt. You call him Bill. He's our Bill.
They made 2 movies about it starring Uma Thurman and David Carradine. And there's a moment where Uma Thurman goes to the samurai sword maker, and he's like, I'm not going to make any sword. It's a Hattori Hanzo sword. He's like, I'm not going to make you a sword. I gave it up. I'm a restaurateur now. I do sushi. And she looks at him. She's like, on Grant and Danny this year, you know who's coming on the show? And he's no, I have no idea. I'm a Hattori Hanzo. I make swords, and now I used to make swords. Now I make salmon, like salmon skin rolls and different stuff. She just writes the name Bill on the window, and he goes, okay, whatever you want. That's the power of Bill.
That's
Bill's
who
coming on the show.
She's trying to kill. Bill.
Yeah, and that's why she gets a Hattori Hanzo sword, and that's who we have on the show.
In a world where Congress is working for the people, they pass the...
legislation, law, Capitol Hill. There's a William. Bill.
Bill. There you go.
And the Vermeil.
If you have $1
Okay.
in your pocket, you take it out,
You
you
got
hand
a
it to someone,
buck.
you say, here's $1.
Bill. End of the meal. You, me. I'll get the check whenever you get a chance. It comes on a little, nice little tray there. We reach for it. I'd like to pay the...
Bill?
Yes. Good answer.
I was thinking tab.
Tab.
And I was like,
That's
no,
more
it's
bar tab.
certainly not tab.
Oh, yeah.
Former Washington Wizard, immensely overrated, missed a lot of 3-pointers. Bradley
Beal.
No, but say it a
sorry.
little bit funny. Bradley
Bill. Bradley Beal.
Kind of say it, but make the E more of an I. Bradley
Bill.
There it
There
is.
it is.
See what I'm
There it
saying?
is. Yeah.
How about former Boston Red Sox infielder, the son of an umpire? I'm pretty sure.
Blank. You looking for Blank Buckner there?
No, I'm looking for, I believe his last name was Miller.
Oh.
Anything?
Bill Miller.
There it is.
Bill Miller.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, because I was thinking of
Yeah.
it like Miller, but it was like Mueller, but it was Miller. Yeah.
Ladies
Yeah.
and gentlemen,
Yeah.
at 5 p.m. tomorrow, for the first time in show history, we will kick off
billing.
our brand new series of weekly appointments And we're buying stock on the ground floor here.
Tuesdays with Bill.
There will be 100-yard games coming. There will be taking over the town coming. Ja'Cory Krosky, Bill, ladies and gentlemen. It's happening on Grant and Danny, exclusively on 106.7 The Fan, the People's running back.
The hyphen. Number 5 in jersey sales among the Washington players. 4, Jaden Daniels. The 5th one, Bill.
JCM.
Bill? JCM.
We will get to the bottom of, is it okay if we call him JCM? Because I just want him to be okay with that. Because that's what I'm going with. I don't want to overbill it. I think everyone else is overbilling it. But if he wants us to pay the bill, we'll pay the bill. We'll do what we have to do.
Whatever he would like is what we're going to do.
5 p.m. he'll be right here on Grant and Danny tomorrow.
Less than 24 hours away, so just sort of adjust your...
Don't forget about in 20 minutes at 6, plus a preview of Monday Night Football and the leadoff, all coming up on Grant and Danny on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. You know, from the Grant and Danny radio program starring Ja'Cory Krosky, married every Tuesday at 5 p.m. It's Bill season. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. FanDuel's giving all customers 30% profit boost tokens tonight on either game of your choosing. There's only one game, so I don't know what that means. Lions at Ravens tonight. Derrick Henry, anytime touchdown. Lamar Jackson, over passing and rushing yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown, over in receiving yards. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code is GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP. Must be 21. Present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Game 3, Commanders-Raiders is happening as Deebo Samuel grabs it inside the Washington 5. That splits right up the middle. Deebo Samuel all across midfield. Inside the 30, and down he goes.
Looks like the big announcement got the people moving. People are excited on social. At Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny on Twitter. Of course, Instagram at Grant H. Paulson, at Humorous Danny. My buddy Heather McDonough from NBC4 just texted me and said, Greg, Dave, and Bill, sounds like a few guys from accounting that are going to go catch a Nats matinee one day.
I'm going to do a businessman special. Skip it out early today.
Leave work a little early and go catch the game. 5 o'clock tomorrow is when the matinee interview takes place. The newest member of this here guest list weekly, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, 5 o'clock every Tuesday, helping us to replace the big shoes of Austin Eckler, who was fantastic for us over the last year plus. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've talked a lot about Cliff Kingsbury deserving an attaboy for how well he managed this game. I thought the design was awesome. The game plan going in was a winner, and then he called a great game. Who else gets an attaboy for you based on something yesterday? I'm thinking the interior line. Now, they made the changes, but specifically Chris Paul. Paul gets a really, really good grade from PFF. They didn't allow any pressures. I caught up with him in the locker room after the game, and I said to him, Chris, this is the first time they've ever actually chosen you as the starter, basically. He started games before because of injuries, but there's never been a point for Chris Paul where he was the guy with everyone healthy that the team said, we're going to roll with him. And that has to be a big, big deal for him, and I think he responded.
Yeah, really cool. Good for a guy that's survived multiple different regime changes, usually back of the roster type guys, 6th rounders, 7th rounders from someone else's scheme, design, pick, etc. Don't do that, but he has been hanging around Counting Crows style and gets rewarded. I thought played really, really well yesterday. Bobby Wagner was a dynamo in yesterday's game. This was a great matchup advantage for him. For the Raiders to the negative, they weren't able to get Brock Bowers lined up on him or get him a lot of open looks. You could see how dynamic he was just a couple of times he did touch the ball, run after the catch, etc. I don't think Wagner's great in coverage at this stage. It's not what he's here to do, though. He's here to go downhill, fire the gun, tackles for loss, quarterback hits. As a blitzer was really good. Drilled Genty, felt like 50 times. Pretty much half his carries resulted in him being hit by Bobby Wagner. I thought he was sensational.
Luke McCaffrey. 3 catches for 56 yards and a touchdown. His first career touchdown, 43 yards for him on the catch and run. He knew what to do. The old Landover leap right into the crowd. Had everyone patting him on the back, literally, figuratively, right after the score. But it was a long time coming, man. And as soon as Terry got hurt, he went into the game, wasn't getting a lot of reps before that. 3 targets, 3 catches for 56 yards, and the 6-pointer. How can you not be happy for him in year 2 to finally have that big breakout moment?
Little attaboy to Larry Izzo, the entire special teams crew. Again, I know the missed kicks are going to be the thing that everybody remembers, and that's not cool. I'm not down with that game missing short chip shot field goals. Mid-50s I can live with. That 37-yarder's got to be points, especially at that stage of the game. But every other area, whether it's punting, punt coverage, kick returns, kick coverage, they are winning. It's not just my usual mantra has been since Brian Mitchell was no longer here as a player. When he used to have an advantage via special teams in Washington for a couple of decades has been just don't screw us. Just don't do the thing that ruins the game, whether it's a fumble, whether it's a shanked punt, whether it's, you kick it out of bounds or do something stupid. In general, through 3 games, I think they've had a distinct advantage over their opponents, which is a credit to coaching and the guys buying in and playing really well.
I'll give you one more. This is a sneaky one, but Chris Moore, who did not have a great camp, I don't think. Like, he was heavily utilized and involved and got a lot of targets and catches in training camp, but he also dropped a lot of passes. And then he did not have a good preseason at all, had way too many drops. Because of that, I think people said, well, this guy's not going to make the 53-man roster. Well, he didn't initially. Then he gets called up the weekend of game 1. He makes the first big catch, 34 yards against the Giants. He's been a mainstay since then, and he caught 2 balls for 25 yards on 2 targets in this game. He's a bit of a gamer, it would appear. Like, he has not dropped the football. He has not had any issues. He's gone out there when his number's called. He's made plays. Jay mentioned this. We just had Jay Gruden on at the beginning of this hour, and he said something I found really compelling. You can grab the interview when we're done, wherever you get your audio. We'll podcast it for you. But Jay basically said, if you're dressed on this team, you're going to help. Like, you're going to play. And it's true. I mean, McLaurin, 3 catches yesterday. Luke, 3 catches. Ertz, 3 catches. Moore, 2 catches. Debo, 2 catches. JCM had a catch, and Jalen Lane had a catch. All a part of the receiving game. Then as running backs, 4 runs for McNichols, 6 for Mariota, 11 for Rodriguez, 8 for JCM, 3 for Debo. 5 different guys carried the ball at least 3 times yesterday. So if you're dressed, you're going to get a shot.
Yeah, everybody's in use, which makes sense, and it's helpful because again, you're getting that level of buy-in from everybody. And with roster limits, guys are gonna have to play some teams. Rodriguez was their leading ball carrier, also had a tackle on special teams, I think, or maybe his tackle was on the fumble recovery. I can't remember which. But the point is, he was involved an awful lot. Jeremy Reeves gets an attaboy. I mean, he's this generation's Reed Dowdy, but he's better than Dowdy was, certainly. When he comes in, you feel his presence. You can see him. He's hitting, running downhill, but always ready when his number is called. And it feels like every time he's in the game, he plays pretty well.
All right, I want to go around the room here. A little guessing game very quickly. Around the room we go. This is a very quick game. It's because I'm very hungry, okay? I haven't really eaten much today,
all right.
Okay? So I have food on my brain. Yesterday, when I left the locker room, the catered spread for the Commanders that's in the hallway there, the dinner that everyone gets to pack up and take home with them, smelled amazing. Best smell I've really ever smelled. And so I'm gonna give you the hint that it's a chain that I would say all of us have been to at some point in our life, I would have to imagine, that catered the Commanders post-game meal outside the locker room. I want to know who you guys think it was last night.
It's a chain that we've all been to.
Yeah, there are many locations in the area. I probably haven't been there in, I don't know, close to a year, but you would see it if you're driving by and you'd be like, oh, I like that place. That kind of a deal.
Oh.
So, Danny, who do you think catered the meal post-game last night for the team?
Well, so my first instinct was Chick-fil-A, but it's Sunday, so there's no way, right?
No, this is a sit-down restaurant. I don't want to say high-end by any means, but it's like a nice enough sit-down restaurant catering the meal for the team after the game in the hallway.
I'm blanking. I got no good answer.
Chain restaurant.
It's going to be wrong. I'll say Fridays.
Fridays,
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to give you, well, I won't besmirch anybody. I'm just going to keep going. Toby, who catered the meal last night for the Commanders?
Fuddruckers.
Fuddruckers. Okay, I want you guys to up your games a little bit. Now, I love Fridays very much. Nobody loves Fuddruckers more than me, but those are like, that's a place you take the kids, you get a burger. Again, this is a catered meal for the National Football League operation and the entire staff as they leave the stadium to take home for dinner. Darius, what do you got?
Let's go with DC Prime.
DC Prime is a good enough guess?
Sure.
That is a fine guess.
They used to do Famous Dave's, but I'm actually going to go with Ruth's Chris.
Ruth's Chris. Okay. Now you guys are going high-end steakhouses. I may have overspoken.
Okay.
Going a little bit high-end. Here, I'm going to give you one more hint. We'll go around the horn here.
All right.
It is an Italian establishment. This is an Italian establishment. Smelled very, very good. Danny.
Carmine's.
Okay, that's a good guess. It is not Carmine's. Toby.
Carrabba's.
That is a excellent guess.
Damn it.
You guys are now fishing where the fish are. You are officially, the hook is in the water. Darius.
Maggiano's?
Maggiano's!
Come on!
Let's go, Dad! Dad!
That's so annoying.
Let's go, Dad!
I'm so annoyed about that.
I knew you guys could do it. I knew it. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Before we get out of here, don't forget about Dad being on the money. Well, don't forget about Monday Night Football preview. We'll lead off it. Maggiano's was the answer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Raiders yesterday 41-24 to improve to 2-1 on the season. For the Commanders today, they signed safety Darnell Savage as Will Harris was placed on injured reserve. He's going to be out at least 4 games. Update on Jaden Daniels today. Dan Quinn called him day-to-day. Injuries around the league. 49ers edge rusher Nick Bosa going to be out for the season with a torn ACL. Cowboys receiver CeeDee Lamb avoids injured reserve, but he's expected to be out for a couple of weeks with a high ankle sprain. It was confirmed today that Chargers running back Najee Harris tore his Achilles. He's done for the season. Cardinals running back James Conner going to be done for the season. He's an ankle injury that's going to need surgery. And Giants running back Tyrone Tracy expected to miss some time after he left last night's game with a dislocated shoulder. Tonight, Week 3 wraps up in Baltimore. Lions and Ravens kicking off at 8:15. In baseball, the Nationals begin a series in Atlanta with the Braves tonight. 7:15 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals. He'll take on Chris Sale in a rematch of last Tuesday's pitching matchups where Gore went 5 1/3 scoreless innings, striking out 5, and Chris Sale went 8 scoreless innings, striking out 9. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan. We'll get to Don't Forget About in just a few. Thanks to Toby for the update. This is a Darius Dameron, Ryan Clary, Toby Altizer production. It is G&D. Welcome back. You're locked into the Fan. Exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kandori Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a consultation with their team today. You can do that at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount if they know you are a friend of the program. That's kmlawyers.com. I've sent my parents to them. I've sent in-laws to them. I've sent friends to them. They do good work.
They know what they're about over there. They will help you out. Mention us, for goodness sakes. All we're trying to do is help you. Let them help you, but help us help you. Let them help you.
They are also sending us back on the road this year for road games. Mm-hmm. We will be in Atlanta. No, that's not true. Atlanta's this weekend. I said Atlanta because...
You won't go to Atlanta.
Atlanta's this week. You guys aren't going to Atlanta? You didn't get that
text? You're not going to go?
You guys didn't get that text?
It's so weird that just you is going.
It's just me and Kandori and Murad in Atlanta. You guys are weird for not going. I can't... Darius, how dumb are you to not go to Atlanta? What's going on over there?
I had no idea. Didn't get the invite.
Yeah, we will be in Atlanta. I stand by what I said. No, we are going to Kansas City, not Atlanta. Although I will say, I don't know if you've had the same interactions as I have. The amount of Commanders fans going to Atlanta is crazy to me.
It's such an easy flight, get there
it
type
is.
thing. Yeah.
And I remember, now that I think about it, like the last few trips to the Falcons, there's always been a ton of people in burgundy and gold. But I have talked to, I'm not even doing a bit, like 10 or 15 different people in my life in the last 2 weeks that have told me they're going to that Falcons game. Maybe the flight is super cheap too, I guess, to your point. Basically, it's a hotel, a cheap flight, and then you're back Sunday night.
And there's also a huge, still Southeastern presence for Washington fans. I mean, I've told you before about my buddies that live in South Carolina, North Carolina that I've gotten to know over the years. The Carolina Panthers didn't exist. So they grew up Washington fans.
Oh, yeah.
And that was kind of always the way. So, like, that's maybe, one of the closer times you may be able to go see them.
Well, that's 100% why there's always so many fans there. You think about, like, the Taylor Heineke win in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Where they picked off Desmond Ridder 3 times at the Falcons, some of those games. By the way, that was the thing for the Falcons, Desmond Ridder. And your Benjamin St-Juste had a pick in the end zone where, like, no one was around him by 10 feet. And for some reason, Ridder just, like, threw him the ball like a punt. But there's going to be a lot of people in burgundy and gold. But we're going to Kansas City, Arrowhead Stadium, one of my stadiums that I get to check off the list that I haven't been to. And then we're going to another stadium I've never been to, Minneapolis.
In Minnesota.
I wonder if that game's going to actually be important. That's a December situation, by the way. Minneapolis in December. Pack a coat or two.
Yeah, seriously. Long underwear is my suggestion, everybody involved.
There will be Juicy Lucy's.
Can't wait.
There will be football.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be playoff relevant football? Are the Vikings good enough? They certainly looked it yesterday.
Yeah, in week 14, you would think that game would be relevant for at least Washington, but Minnesota as well.
But there's a big difference if you're like 9-3 Minnesota versus like 6-7, or I don't know what that math, 6-6, and still in the mix.
Yeah, you'll be in the hunt. I think everyone involved will be in the hunt.
I mean, the Vikings defense yesterday shoved
Have a day
on Jake Browning. 2 picks. They had a defender score 2 touchdowns yesterday.
Like he had more impact. He had more like receptions than Malik Neighbors did, basically.
Isaiah Rodgers, 66-yard fumble return for a touchdown and an 87-yard pick six. And their kicker, who does not look like a professional athlete at all. If you don't believe me, check my Twitter. I posted a picture of him getting his game ball, and I said, this is a guy getting a game ball after an NFL game. This is the goofiest, youngest child who's ever gotten a game ball, this person. Will Reichard, I believe is the name. He kicked a franchise record 62-yard field goal yesterday. I actually texted his picture to Tress last night, and I'm like, dude, this guy got a game ball today. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but like, this is bad for the brand. This is bad for like kickers or people too.
Right, it's not good for the brand.
I think he was like, who is that? I was like, this is Will Reichard, the kicker for the Vikings.
It's a kid that won a contest. They let him out on the field. But just real quick on Isaiah Rodgers, that may be the single greatest defensive game in human history. Forced 2 fumbles, which is pretty great. Had an interception, also great. Broke up 2 passes. All these things alone, you'd go, wow, what an all-pro type performance. But also scored 2 touchdowns off of that.
I think he got PFF's first ever perfect grade of a 99.
I heard about this 99.9 grade yesterday.
It's outrageous.
Where did he lose the 0.1? Not fast enough into the end zone or something? But yeah, the highest grade in the history of PFF, a 99.9 yesterday. Checks out to me.
Yeah, it checks out. So next time someone pulls up with like a 96, you're like, what's the difference? Did you score twice? Did you force 2 different fumbles, intercept the pass, break up 2 others? What I mean, he outscored several teams. He outscored the Giants by himself.
Have you noticed, by the way, I know it's very early, it's only 3 games. The best receivers in the NFL aren't really having huge years at all. This is more of a fantasy thought, but like yesterday, Jamar Chase went 5 for 50. I think it was his biggest game yet. And Jefferson went 5 for 75 in that game, his biggest game of the year. But if you look at it, Puka Nacua is like the only guy in the NFL who has been kind of staple in 10 catches and 100 yards every single week.
Yep.
Malik Neighbors last night had me thinking about this. Where watching him, he caught a ball for the Giants in that game. Like number 1 wide receivers. If you think Terry's off to a slow start, look it up.
Yeah, it's going around.
He stacks up fairly favorably right now in terms of receiving in the NFL.
Well, think of A.J. Brown through 2 weeks. Now, Eagles are winning, so nobody cared, but it wasn't until the late in the second half of week number 3 that they finally said, oh, that's right, he's better than Emmanuel Forbes. Let's just throw it to him, whether he's got separation or not. And then he got his 100-yard day. But, yeah, there's been a lot of slow starts in that regard. It's interesting.
Puka Nacua's got 333 to lead everybody. Jackson Smith and Jigba from Seattle has 323 through 3 games. He's been great. Ricky Pearsall, San Francisco 49er, up to 281 through 3 games for him, and then Neighbors has 251. But yeah, like the stars, I'm talking about Jamar Chase, 240 through 3 games. Who would be next on this list? CD Lamb got hurt yesterday. He's going to be out for a while. Only 222 through 3 games. Obviously, the injury is a part of why. Devontae Adams, 213. Justin Jefferson, 200. Tyreek Hill, sub 200. Just guys have been held down.
Yep.
I think there's been a lot of double coverage and bracketed stuff. Last year, the big philosophical change in defenses was you can run the ball because of over the top cover 2, like taking away the long ball. I think you're seeing more teams say, we're not going to let Justin Jefferson get targeted 16 times, catch 13 balls, and go for $179. Like we're going to take Jamar Chase instead of 15 for 150 and 3. Like you're going to have to do it another way. That's certainly what the Chiefs did last night. They told the Giants,
absolutely,
not Malik Neighbors. If you want Scattaboo or somebody else, good luck. Cam Scattaboo can run the football, or Wan'Dale Robinson can have 8 catches. But it will not be Malik Neighbors. And the Giants said, okay, no problem. We won't throw it to him.
How about that? How about, there'll be no targets pretty much for most of the game? Yeah, you're right. I mean, there have been a couple guys that have bucked that trend. I mean, if you play for Sean McVay and you're a number 1, you're going to get touches until you're really tired. So Nacua leads the league in receptions, yards, still no touchdowns, which again is he doesn't score touchdowns at nearly the clip that he should for someone that gets as many targets as he does. But yeah, a couple guys are off to bang-up starts, and then other guys, as you said, have done way less than you'd expect, especially at the top of the fantasy board.
All right, let's go around the NFL, our NFL conversation here with some of the headlines from Week 3, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long, kicking off with a great Week 4 matchup in Atlanta, Commanders-Falcons. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, these are some of the big headlines from the weekend. Number one, quarterback problem brewing in Atlanta. Michael Penix bench, 2 bad interceptions. Falcons shut out by the Panthers, who had been awful defensively going into the game.
That to me is the most. I know a great team lost to Cleveland, but that's the most stunning result of the weekend. The fact that they got shut out against a Carolina team that couldn't stop you or me at this point.
Here's another headline to your point on the Packers. They collapse. Jordan Love cost them dearly. That's been the big question, right? Is Jordan Love going to not do the thing where he just turns the ball over inexplicably? And with the game on the line yesterday, they didn't even need him to make a play. He has a terrible interception, gives the Browns life. They end up stealing a game against Green Bay 13-10, 13 unanswered points in the final 3:38 for Cleveland.
If you told me that score and some of the numbers, I would have gone, oh, late December game, weather off the lake, freezing winds, sub-zero temperatures, etc. Nope, just a perfectly nice day that Green Bay couldn't do anything on offense. Embarrassing.
Eagles 3-0. They came back from 26-7 down in the second half to beat the Rams. I still think L.A. with Stafford at quarterback's a Super Bowl contender, but Philly, it's never pretty, but they're going to beat you.
Yeah, the Rams really impressed, right? And then they didn't. They make either of those field goals that are blocked, they probably win they win the football game. But that's how it goes. When you let the Eagles hang around, they're going to be better than you. 19 out of 20 times they've played games and have won. The only exception, Jalen Hurts got injured, and they still had a great chance to win that game against Washington last year.
I feel like Baker Mayfield has been great. Back-to-back game-winning drives to go down the field to overtake a team that had just taken a lead. Did it again yesterday, setting up Chase McLaughlin, 36-yard field goal with a 48-yard drive. 233 and a touchdown for him. They were coming off of a short week. Didn't have to travel. They were at home, which was nice. But remember, they played on Monday Night Football. That easily could have been a letdown spot and a loss. There were plenty of those around the league. Here they are sitting at 3-0, 2 games better than Atlanta, who was considered their top contender in the South.
Yeah, a lot of injuries starting to mount up there in Tampa Bay, but to their credit, they've won all 3 games, and they've done it in cardiac fashion. They were up 23-6 in this game in the fourth quarter with a little over 10 minutes to go. Jets came roaring back, took the lead, and then, of course, Baker did it again.
Another thing I'll bring up real quick as a headline, Tyrod Taylor, when he gets to play, there's some Marcus Mariota to him. Like, he's not bad. He'll give you a chance. He can keep you in games. I always like watching him. Hashtag he a Hokie. Daniel Jones, man, the reclamation continues. 3-0 Colts. You know, I've always kind of liked him more than the average Bear, and just I thought he got a raw deal with the Giants, and he's an easy guy to make fun of. And I don't know why, but everyone has hated him since the day he was drafted because they didn't think he should be drafted as high as he was or whatever. My God, does he look like a confident, capable player outside of that Giants cloud of just bad. You know, he's getting protection from the line. They're running the football. He's making plays with his feet. He looks like a winning quarterback.
So they were my pick to win the division. Was one of my sneaky, cheeky upset things.
Which is weird with their quarterback situation.
With their quarterback
Especially
situation,
since you hate Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I don't think he's very good. But my point was, I think their schedule is very kind. This week it's at the Rams. We'll find out a lot about how truthful some of this stuff is. The Rams coming off a loss, going back home. But it's Raiders, it's Cardinals, it's Titans, it's Falcons, it's that division which still isn't particularly good. I think there's a lot of wins they could sort of just be okay in and bank their schedule. You look at how they started. Miami, they destroyed. Denver, back and forth, probably should have lost that game.
That's a good win.
Yeah, Denver's their best win.
I know their schedule's not great, but Miami's not terrible, as we've seen now in a cup. They're close in every game. Denver's a really good win. The Titans stink, but they doubled them up.
Yeah, they destroyed them. So you harvest your nuts in that way. I think they'll be around 9-10 wins, and Houston's off that 0-3 start. They're in a great spot.
Couple more quickies here. Big stories from the NFL. Justin Herbert. If you have to put together an MVP ranking right now, Allen's 1 because he's the defending champ, and then Herbert might be 2. Winning time, was he great or was he great in the fourth quarter? That 76-yard drive with the 20-yard dime to Keenan Allen across his body with a defender shoving him to the ground. Then he comes back, goes right down the field, gets Cameron Dicker set up for a 43-yard game winner, throws for 300 in the win. He is feeling it and dealing.
He's incredible. He's just incredible. I think you mentioned it. he and Josh Allen, I think, are the two people that can make that throw that he made that would end up tying the game to Keenan Allen, where he escapes, he's big and strong, and is also athletic enough to move to his left, arm strength enough to square his shoulders, throw against the grain across his body, as you said, a dime to Keenan Allen for a game-tying touchdown around 2 minutes to go in that heated contest with them in Denver. That was a phenomenal game.
And then the Bears get right. Caleb Williams looks great. Ben Johnson has them rolling offensively.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
I'm not telling you he's not a jerk, because he certainly comes off like one a bunch. I mean, what he did after the Lions game I thought was ridiculous. He wouldn't say Jared Goff's name. He called him that quarterback. Then a video came out. I mean, again, this is the guy who got you a head coaching job. Now, obviously, you made Jared Goff good, too. I'm not saying otherwise. But, like, ask Sean McVay what he thinks about Kirk Cousins, or you know what I'm saying? Like,
sure.
These guys have a great rapport. And there's this video. Clary actually sent it to me, shockingly. But Jared Goff goes up to Ben Johnson after the game to, like, dap him up. And it was, like, the coldest, non-eye contact, like, I've never met you exchange ever. And I'm like, this guy is quite a... He just comes off like a I don't know. What can I call him that isn't mean? Like, what are you doing, guy? That having been said, same guy that left the Commanders at the altar and told them he didn't want the job, basically, as they're flying to interview him for a second time. He can coach offense, man.
Yep.
He's got the boys believing in the locker room after one game, for what it's worth, at 1-2.
He will scheme up some offense, and it's always good when you need some offensive joy to play those Dallas Cowboys, who are reprehensibly bad on defense, but they look really good. He was in his, the kids, I believe, say he was in his bag. That flea flicker was pretty sweet.
It was sexy. They play the Raiders next, by the way. Speaking of defenses where you might be able to move the ball.
That might help, yeah.
So a chance for them to start getting Caleb Williams acclimated offensively. All right, let's go. Don't forget about here in our waning moments on a Monday after a Commanders win. It's a victory show on G&D. Is that Kumail Nanjiani? The guy that yells, "Why do I always forget that?"
I don't think so.
No, can I hear that again really quick? Give me a pitch whistle here on Kumail Nanjiani.
Why do I always forget that?
That's really good.
I know.
I didn't get. You got to go a little further back. A little further back. I think it is.
I do not think it's Kumail.
Dollar bet?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's SpongeBob.
Oh,
it's
that's
from
bad.
SpongeBob.
Well, now I'm out. And is he a voice in SpongeBob?
Kumail?
I have no idea who it is, but I think it's from SpongeBob.
Because it sounds like a dude that does animation voices.
Yeah.
You know, like a Bob's Burgers kind of voice type guy.
You don't hear Kumail there at all?
Not at all.
Oh, I do, totally.
I mean, I've been in the room 1,000 times, watching him work on jokes and things like that.
Oh, but he's not really talking like that. That's like his very animated. I don't know. I'm going to have to...
So, like, your Kumail pitch whistle is he's like, there's a new drug they say it's called cheese. It's heroin and cough syrup. So it's mainly heroin. Like, that's your Kumail.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that sounds a lot like the guy saying, "Why do I always forget that?"
Man, I don't know.
No?
That's tough when you're like, that's the same band because there's a drum.
Dollar bet. Go dollar bet with me.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do
That's
dollar bet.
not Kumail Nanjiani.
We'll see. I don't know how we're going to confirm this or corroborate this. I got to find out. Did Peck put that together? See where they got that clip from. All right, Danny, don't forget about from yesterday's win.
Please don't forget that Chris Paul was up. Brandon Coleman was down. Don't forget that Andrew Wiley filled in. And they played pretty damn well as an offensive line. They road graded for a whole bunch of yards.
Don't forget that Frankie Louvu showed that he is playing this football season and possibly back to his old ways. It was a much more impactful 7 tackles for him. Did some good things as a pass rusher as well after celebrating the birthday. Quiet first couple of games with some open field missed tackles. Liked what I saw from Frankie Louvu bouncing back yesterday.
Don't forget that Daron Payne was active yesterday. Didn't end up with any sacks, so that's the thing we always tend to notice. But the quarterback had a tackle for loss as well. He was around. It felt like he met Ashton Genty right at the line of scrimmage or behind it a whole bunch of times yesterday. He has been really good through 3 weeks.
Don't forget that in the competitive portion of the game, before Washington kind of throttled it down on offense and sat some guys, Deebo Samuel was the focal point again. Deebo Samuel is going to be heavily involved in this offense. 3 runs for 18 yards, including a direct snap wildcat with Zach Ertz next to him that I thought was an awesome design. Maybe you put that on tape, they get 9 yards out of it, and you come back to that later in the year where either he throws the ball or there was motion from Mariota lined up in the slot coming back the other way. Maybe you toss the ball back for a throw. There's a lot of wrinkles they could go with off of that for Cliff Kingsbury. They also had 2 catches for 11 yards for Debo in the game, a 9-yard grab, had a drop in the game as well. But I just think he could be the guy, more so than McLaurin, in terms of who ends up with the most touches, the most yards of their skill guys this year out of the running back position. Debo's going to be a fixture.
Don't forget that long touchdown run where why am I blanking on his name? Jeremy McNichols broke 77 different tackles and everybody stopped. Was in a 10-10 game. That right there in that moment, the Raiders had all the momentum. It was right before halftime. It was deep into the second quarter. It wasn't like fluky right at the beginning of the game. We've been established. There have been punts. There have been missed field goals. All the momentum was for the Raiders, and that run changed the football game.
Don't forget about Marcus Mariota batting 1,000 as a quarterback for this team. First start, they scored 41, and obviously a special teams touchdown helps you get there. But they also basically stopped playing in the fourth quarter altogether. Don't forget about the fact that in the 2 games he played last year, he was excellent. So now 3 games, 3 gems for Marcus Mariota. And he might have to start again against Atlanta for the second time in as many weeks against his former club. Let's go to the phones on Grant and Danny. Braden is in Virginia. What's up, Braden? How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing very well, thank you.
Good. Hey, so I was listening to you guys try to figure out where that voice was coming from, and that is from Archer, who also does the voice of Bob's Burgers.
Really?
Yep. Yeah, it's H. John Benjamin, I think. But yeah, that scene specifically comes from
What is Archer?
That he's a spy. It's an animated television show.
So I am getting, by the way, people are all over this. I mean, maybe that's a popular.
The guy kind of has a voice like this.
So I'm seeing Chris in Hyattsville says that's same voice as Archer. Again, I don't know what that means. Steve says the voice is Bob from Bob's Burgers. I do love Bob's Burgers. I've only seen it a few times, but my mother-in-law watches it all the time. And then Michael says the voice sounds like John Benjamin, who does the voice of Archer.
Yeah, John Benjamin. He does Bob, I guess, in Bob's Burgers. So he's done some guest stuff on Family Guy before. That's where I recognize the voice from. Then there's the Bob's Burgers. I didn't know about Archer. I've never seen that.
Sounds like I owe you $1. I think it sounds a lot like Kumail Nanjiani. Have I mentioned that?
You have. You've gone pretty hard in the paint with that.
That's real interesting. It's time for the leadoff ahead of Nats baseball tonight, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Are you a nasty lefty? Then you're pitching tonight in Atlanta. Mackenzie Gore, Chris Sale. Batting first, playing shortstop, Nassim Nunez. Batting second, your DH, Jake Abrams. Batting third at first base, Andres Chaparro. Batting fourth, your catcher, Riley Adams. Hitting fifth in right field, Dylan Cruz. Batting sixth at second base, Paul DeYoung. Batting seventh at third base, Brady Hayes. Batting eighth in center field, Jacob Young. And batting ninth in left field, Robert Hassel III.
Nats, Braves tonight. Atlanta's terrible, so you don't have a chance to keep them out of the playoffs. But it'd still be nice to string some wins together here. Back-to-back victories against the Mets as the boys come down the stretch. Let's hope for a Mets loss next time out for them.
We can always hope for that.
Wouldn't it be comical if they missed the playoffs? Oh, man. And the Nats having something to do with it would be even better. Big thanks to Darius, Ryan, and Toby behind the scenes. Grant and Danny saying so long. Remember, our Friday field trip this week, on Friday, we'll be back out in Reston at Char Bar in the JW Marriott. We're with you again live at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.